Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding for game.
Okay.
Papa you look at film. And the Kiriana. Mama say I want me to go back. I got no one to Jelumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on the road. I don't know what they are doing. I would.
Obono gini kama chozunu imana chukwa koti womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie.
Jamini, I can go. I can be where are you? Where to make it's only all to worship. If I don't come find more, I give up gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó. Wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ. Ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odògbò lùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So indicate in the comment section if you can hear me. What better way to start the session than the way Olatubosun and the mighty Ayo have started it off. So we've set that thing now that a minimum of 5 super chats per session. And Ayo and Olatubosun have set us well on our way. So good day to you all, and even better day to me for that cheery welcome by those two gentlemen. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and good to have you here. So Barika de Ramadan to our Muslim followers. Barika de Ramadan. I hope the period goes in the way that you anticipate and pray for. So our thoughts with you in this your period of fasting, and of course the Christians are going through Easter as well. So good tidings to all across the faiths. So all that good stuff, and all of you that are non-adherents to anything celestial, still a good day to you as well. So to the non-adherents, I don't actually think of this thing. So it's just the weird way that these words come out of my mouth. So to the non-adherents to anything celestial, still a good day to you as well. So still a good day to you as well. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio space. So if you want to come and jiao, as they like to say in Nigeria, or pow, however, if you want to come and engage in conversations, then click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. Up it pops you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Does it sound complicated? Nothing at all. Open microphone session, the open microphone, this hyperlink right there that says StreamYard. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you in. So do all that funky stuff, play that funky music, white boy. So do all that funky stuff. Click on like, click on subscribe. You are mandated by law to do that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You are highly encouraged to do that. And click on that $sign that says $sign for you to super chat to the space as Dikpe Olu joins Ayo and Bosun in that space. So we set it as a very low bar. So four super chats is not no, 5 super chats is not shouldn't be any stretch for anybody. So do all that funky stuff. Do all that funky stuff as I do this funky stuff. So as I do this, quite a whole raft of things have happened in the course of today. By the way, the highlight of today being Peter Obi appearing on a Twitter space, speaking to his adherents, the raw meat eaters, and feeding them what they like to excess on. So there was all of that. I paid attention to it, but I can report that there's nothing to glean from there. It pretty much in the manner, if you imagine Peter Obi speaking to his followers, that was exactly how it happened. Verbatim, they asked him what you expect them to ask him, and he said, as he often says. So nothing new or original coming out of that space. I think he's just doing it to continue to take them over. He committed to nothing, said nothing new, and nothing revolutionary or nothing inspired. So that's the report from that space. But if you want to have a conversation around Peter Obi's space, of course, the platform, I just open it, you speak to whatever it is that you'd like to speak to. I'll speak to whatever it is that you'd like to speak to, but we'll be speaking to this from the get-go. So still with the Peter Obi space, of course, I think we're surrendered now that we will struggle to escape Peter Obi. Up the way, I think the only time that we will escape Peter Obi will be June 2027, when he would have exhausted all he has to say, and he would now have to wave that white flag of surrender. So I think we're going to be talking about this guy pretty much for the next 3 years. There's just no escaping it. Not that we especially choose to speak about Peter Obi, but he never leaves the news headline spaces. And we're a political talking space, and he never. Then he will pop his hat off to Ramadan, and then he will swap that for an Owambe and off to somebody's party, and then he's popping into that church. So pop like a lollipop. So he's here, there, and everywhere, like the Scarlet Pimpernel. So the Scarlet Pimpernel, let's go on to then. So we're surrendered then. So everybody and anybody that thinks we should stop talking about Peter Obi, it will be a real struggle if we are talking about politics. So we speak about Peter Obi yet again. Why I ignored Labour Party's national convention. So this is Peter Obi distancing himself from the fiasco that happened in Nnewi. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party for 2023 election has declared his stance on the recent national convention of the party that saw Barrister Julius Abure emerge as national chairman. Addressing Nigerian, so I think these are some of the outtakes from this session that I had just as recent as today. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party for the 2023 election, has declared his stance on the recent national convention of the party that saw Barrister Julius Abure emerge as national chairman. Addressing Nigerians on X Space, hosted by Parallel Facts on Friday, Peter Obi said he ignored the convention because the party leadership under Abure failed to do wide consultation with key stakeholders of the party before embarking on the said convention. So that is the nail. That's the final nail in the Abure coffin right there. So he now distances him. Hopefully you are hearing me, by the way. Indicate in the comment section if you are hearing me, and I suspect you will be hearing me for the people listening. So that's Peter Obi somewhat distancing himself from what happened in Nnewi, which should be the final nail on the coffin of whatever his name is, the crooked guy from Edo State. Addressing Nigerian on X, hosted by Parallel Facts on Friday, Peter Obi said he ignored the convention because the party leadership under Abure failed to do wide consultation with key stakeholders of the party before embarking on the said convention. The former Anambra State governor emphasized the need for the right things to be done to salvage the party, adding that he is more passionate about building a new Nigeria than building a new Labour Party. So that is you know that creaking sound that you can hear. Can you hear the creaking? Can you hear krr, krr? That's the creaking sound of Peter Obi opening the exit door out of the Labour Party right there. So listen to this and read. You must always read between the lines. So it doesn't tell more than it tells you here. You can't be more expansive than just, you have to be able to understand what's being said here. Listen very carefully and then unpick not just what he's saying, but actually what is being said. Because there's always a distinction between the utterances of the words and the intent of the message. So listen to this. The former Anambra governor emphasized the need for the right thing to be done to salvage the party. So if he feels the right thing that needs to be done to salvage the party is to suggest that he feels that the right things are not being done to salvage the party. So he said that, and then he follows on, adding that he is more passionate about building a new Nigeria than building a new Labour Party. So that creaking sound that you hear, that is Peter Obi opening the exit. That's the exit door from the Labour Party being opened right there. But then Peter Obi, of course, a fair weather politician, from ABGA to PDP to PDP, and then ABGA again, and then bounce. SDP next up, because it's of course going to join. What's it called? The little man from Kaduna State, to give Tinubu sleepless nights for the next 3 years. Right. We promised to build Nigeria. We did not promise to build a new Labour Party, he emphatically affirmed. He also threw his weight behind the call for a structure for the obedient movement. It is the standard practice around the world where movements form themselves into blocks and are part of the political process. Recall that the Labour Party has been in crisis in recent times, with many of its supporters calling for a proper restructuring of the party ahead of 2027. So Peter Obi is out of that party. I think that's pretty much what we're gleaning from there. Peter Obi out of that party, but somebody making his way back in. Justin, Senate to recall Ningi. This is Akpabio speaking to that space. And by the way, whisper it quite quietly, but I'm hustling to get Senator Ningi to come and join us. I have put it out there. It has been passed on to him that we want him to come and join us, but he has not responded. So he has been, because I know a guy who knows a guy, but it's been passed on to him that we want him to come and join us, Senator Ningi, but it's not responded yet. So keep that space. But I'm not making any promises. So it's one of those casting of the net to see what you can bring in, sort of a thing. Senate to recall Ningi. This is Akpabio now, because the politics now getting intense. So they're trying to not have as many enemies as they can afford not to have. The Senate is set to recall Senator Abdul Ningi, PDP Bauchi Central, from his 3-month suspension. It's been learned. Senate President Godswill Akpabio disclosed this whilst answering questions from reporters on arrival. Let's do that again. The Senate is set to recall Senator Abdul Ningi, PDP Bauchi Central, from his 3-month suspension. It has been learned. Senate President Godswill Akpabio disclosed this whilst answering questions from reporters on arrival from the Inter-Parliamentary Union meeting in Geneva, Switzerland. Akpabio said the Senate will soon review the 3-month suspension it slammed on Ningi for claiming that the 2024 budget was allegedly padded with the sum of 3.7 trillion naira. Ningi had on Thursday, in a letter written by his counsel, Femi Falana SAN, gave Akpabio 7 days to recall him or face legal actions. Akpabio told reporters that even though he has not seen the letter, it is already receiving due attention. He said the matter will be resolved like a family affair, and hopefully Ningi would return to take his seat earlier than expected. Akpabio said, "It is a parliamentary decision. I have not seen the letter yet, but Senator Ningi is one of us. I mean, what is suspension? I believe that in a few days he will join us, so there is no problem. It will be resolved amicably. The Senate is a family." So there it is. I think it's an unnecessary fight. It's just what it is, really. So if they don't have to take it on, then they shouldn't really take it on. If they don't have to take it on, then why take it on? That's just the thing. So that's just that. Right. I'll give you some of these just as headlines. All right. I'll give you some of these just as headlines. Let me give you this. This now follows on from our conversation still ongoing as the Naira continues to strengthen, much to the chagrin of our people that want to see the country burn. Naira appreciates to 1,380 at parallel markets. The parallel market, which are colloquially the black market, is now curiously cheaper than the official rate. So this is it now. The Naira on Friday appreciated to 1,280 Naira to the dollar at the parallel market section of the foreign exchange market. The current FX rate signifies a 5.19% appreciation from the 1,350 Naira to the dollar reported on March the 27th. So March the 27th to March the 29th. So within 2 days, it's gained 5.2% approximately. Currency traders in Lagos, also known as Bureau de Change operators, quoted the buying rate of the greenback at 1,260 and the selling price at 1,280, leaving a profit margin of 20 Naira. The price of the dollar, as well as other major currencies, have fallen. It is affecting our business as some customers prefer to keep their currency than change it with us, the currency trader has said. At the official section of the FX market, the local currency depreciated by 0.69% to 1,309 on March the 28th, etc., etc. Meanwhile, the central bank essentially the economy recovering, much to the chagrin, as I said, of the naysayers. They want that country to fall. So, but if we go on at this rate, by the time we get to 2027, when even Peter Obi will cast his vote for Tinubu, this the way the economy is going to bounce. Even Peter Obi, he will cast his vote for Tinubu. Leave Labour Party if you can't end the crisis now. Ex-presidential aspirant tells Peter Obi, only really to document the name. Former presidential aspirant of the Labour Party, Faduri Oluwadare Joseph. So that's the person speaking. I just want to document that name. So we document that name and then we just move on swiftly. It is at times like this that you need your friends. And by the way, plenty of space in the studio. We keep canvassing for people to join us early. Join us early just so the conversation is a lot more robust. So plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I stand with you. Buhari tells Tinubu on birthday phone call. So but will you stand with him when he picks up Abubakar Malami, who's your in-law, is the thing. Former President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday expressed his commitment to the success of the administration of President Bola Tinubu, according to ex-president spokesperson Garba Shehu. Garba Shehu, Buhari stated this in a telephone call with Tinubu, during which he congratulated the president on his 72nd birthday. Shehu said Buhari followed his public statement on Tinubu's birthday with a telephone call. The statement reads, in the course of the conversation, the former president said he was fully committed to the success of the APC administration under President Tinubu. In this regard, President Buhari prayed profusely for Tinubu's success, saying that praying for a leader is imperative as his success and well-being are for the nation, adding that the accomplishments of the new administration must be seen as a national achievement. So that is that backup. I think are desperately needed. And by the way, as I'm saying, the achievements, I think Tinubu is going to campaign solely on his record in 2027, and there will be sufficient enough. I think we've already, if he was to campaign now, there's sufficient enough achievements for him to present a good argument, a good submission to the Nigerian people. But by 2027, it's almost certain to be a slam dunk just on performance. I think that's what is good. And by the time these performances, by the time all of these achievements starts to be documented by the Nigerian people, it will be very difficult. Anybody that turns against him now, it will almost counterintuitive as a lot of these things starts to come to fruition, especially when this comes to fruition. Clark hails Tinubu for Lagos-Calabar Coastal railroad project. So this is going to be his marquee project, probably the biggest project that Nigeria has yet taken on. Ijaw leader Chief Edwin Clark has commended President Bola Tinubu for the award of the construction of the Lagos to Calabar Coastal Road. Clark, in an open letter to the president, where he praised, let's do that entirely all over again. Ijaw leader Chief Edwin Clark has commended President Bola Tinubu for the award of the construction of the Lagos to Calabar Coastal Road. Clark, in an open letter to the president, where he raised some issues relating to infrastructural development of the Niger Delta region and the country at large, said when completed, the project will change the landscape of infrastructural development in Nigeria. He, however, asked the president to particularly pay attention to projects in the Niger Delta area. I congratulate you, your Minister of Works and former Governor of Ebonyi State, His Excellency David Umahi, for the recent award of the Coastal Road, which will stretch from Lagos State down to Calabar Cross Rivers. This is a landmark project which, if completed, so that is the skepticism of the Nigerian space there. We're so used to a white elephant project. So he said, if not when. So that is the skepticism that we've grown accustomed to. This is a landmark project which, if completed, will change the landscape of infrastructural development in Nigeria. It is particularly pleasing to note that this project is being executed as a public-private partnership. This means that a substantial portion of the funding, which is over 1 trillion naira, will be coming from the private sector. I assure you that we will not only endorse this project, but will fully extend our support to ensure its completion, especially at the areas of Niger Delta where it will pass through. So that's a game changer project anyway. And given this guy's antecedent, you have every expectation that because we saw a lot of things that he built in Lagos from start to finish. So all the rail systems, a complete light rail system in Lagos, he built that. So building a coastal road should not be something beyond the realms of his reach. Let's go on to this. This is the headline piece. Peter Obi has no reason to lose sleep over Labour Party crisis. 2027 about him, not the party. So this is Kenneth Okonkwo. So as I said, that creaking of the door, that's Peter Obi on his way out of that space. He's going to SDP to join El Rufai. It's just it. He will go to SDP first, and then El Rufai will join him. I think that's what they've planned. A veteran Nollywood actor, former spokesperson of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Kenneth Okonkwo, has asserted that the party's presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has no reason to lose sleep over the current crisis rocking the party. Correspondence reports that the Labour Party has been enmeshed in a series of crises, from the allegation of theft against the national chairman, Julius Abure, to a tussle of party ownership with the Nigerian Labour Congress. Speaking in a recent interview, Okonkwo said the party's crisis would not affect Peter Obi if he decides to run for the presidency again in 2027. According to the Labour Party chieftain, Peter Obi represents a new Nigeria, regardless of any political platform he is contesting on. So, and by the way, you know, we've had the presidential candidate of the SDP on this platform, I think twice, Prince Adewale. So maybe we'll bring him back on again, because it looks as though Peter Obi and El Rufai, they want to steal his boots. According to the Labour Party chieftain, Peter Obi represents a new Nigeria, regardless of any political platform he's contesting on. Whilst recalling how the former governor of Anambra changed the political landscape with the emergence of a third force, Okonkwo said politics is about the candidate and not the political party. He said, 2027 is about Peter Obi, not about the Labour Party. Anybody who is bringing Peter Obi on the table is bringing the new Nigeria, a new third force, absolute victory. When you come to elections, you talk about it, not take, but they rotate. When you come to elections, you talk about candidates, not political parties. Peter Obi electrified Labour Party. he has no business to lose sleep over whatever is happening in any political party. How many months did he join the Labour Party? And he made what he made. People are loyal to his person. The new Nigeria is loyal to his people. So that is Peter Obi essentially out of the Labour Party. I think I don't expect that we'll exhaust April before Peter Obi announces that he's out. Unite LP or leave. So I think we've touched around that. So this one now, Naira dollar rate. Northern groups urge businesses to slash prices. So as the Naira continues to strengthen at a rapid rate, we want to see that at the market. So I think that's sufficient enough to be going with. So that's sufficient enough to be going with. So let me play the Kegite music. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that still wants to join, come join. It's a festive season, so everybody should be relaxed at home now. So you shouldn't have any reason not to join us. And the super chat still open. We did say a minimum of 5. So let's make our way to that 5 very quickly, and then we set a new bar. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So how would you not say amen to that? So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Iku koniru agbeshe. So joining us after a period of hiatus, the elegance that is legal luminary, SAN for one man went tomorrow. So that's Ogbeni right there. So good to have Ogbeni. Kenneth joins us. No doubt to give us a report card on what happened in Spaces. Our father of the bride, Ajane Koko, there released right there to make sense of it all for all of you. Our computer engineer Emmy joins us, and Patoski almost certainly driving or eating. That's how he usually comes in. But that's in jest, of course. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let's kick it off. Kick it off with Ogbeni, who we've not heard from in a while. Ogbeni, good to see you.
Oma, thank you for having me. I greet everyone, all the panelists. Kenneth and others. Helpdown is not here today. Patos is been a while. And everyone, I greet you all.
All right, come into it wherever you want to come into it. I think the big story wraps around Peter Obi's appearance on social media today. I'm not quite sure how much of it you caught, but if you didn't catch much of it, there wasn't really much from it. But do you want to speak to that, or do you want to go into the depth of politics?
Oh yeah, let me speak a bit on this Peter Obi thing, even though I don't really like speaking about Peter Obi. As far as I'm concerned, those ones that still follow Peter Obi, they are the people who are, there's this saying that one of the people that is most difficult to wake up in life is somebody who is pretending that he's sleeping. There's no way you can wake that kind of person up when you are pretending that you are sleeping. Many people that are still following Obi to date, they are like the flies that will always go with the corpse in the grave. And there is no way you will chase them out. They will always go with the corpse. That's the way I see people following Obi. Because what is it that Obi said? Because I listened to the whole thing he said on that Twitter thing, and I wonder if somebody with a sound understanding of Nigerian politics and also understanding of what is happening in this environment will put one or two things together and even leave that platform in less than maybe first 30 minutes of him talking. Few things
I was going to say you have a lot of endurance. I streamed it live here, but I didn't even listen to most of it. It was just irritating, but well done for listening to it. Carry on.
I listen to him. By my training, I'm used to listening to both white people and idiots. So, and then we pick things out from what people are saying, and we look at the way people reason, both lows and highs from different walks of life. So, and even the kind of questions. Let me start from the kind of questions they were even asking Obi. I wonder, but it's a normal thing in this Gen Z thing, which we must all come to, to understand and also to start tolerating now, because they have come to stay. It has come to stay with us, and we have to live, by it. The kind of question they ask sometimes, I wonder if how deep the incoming generation of people we have now on platform are really. One of the questions they ask, and it sounds very funny to me. I asked some few guys around me who are of that generation too, and they couldn't even answer. They were talking about the person was asking a question about the Senegal Faye, and from his question, what he said was that Faye happened to be the first and the youngest president to ever be elected in African history. And I wonder how much that the person knows about African history. That Faye at 44, you think is the youngest. So where do you put Joseph Kabila, that became president of his country at 29? Okay, or where do you put Lumumba, that became his own at 38? But they don't read history. That's the problem with these Gen Z people. And the little they pick it from Twitter, Instagram, and all these few places where they only post whatever they like, and then people read, and that's where they learn their history. So, but that's by the way anyway. And even the OB himself cannot even correct them and say, look.
When somebody actually sent something to me, I wondered why they sent it, but you now saying that it makes sense of it. Somebody sent African leaders, heads of state below 50 years of age, and there's just a whole raft of them. So I'm not quite sure. There's the guy in Burkina Faso is 36. The one in Chad is 39. The one in Mali is 41. Guinea 44. On and on. So yeah. But I carry on.
And one man. These are even the current ones, right? So the assertion that person made was that the guy Faye from Senegal happened to be the youngest ever, elected in Africa history. But if you don't know African history, why don't you just keep quiet and just say, okay, this man 44, then ask your question? But they make wide assertion, like as if they have the understanding of what African space is about. They don't even read history. They go to Twitter, Instagram. These are the short places where they read these days. You hardly see them reading any historical book, and they just jump out and then they start asking questions. And even the OB, who is in his 60s, who should understand this at least better, particularly with his knowledge of philosophy that I studied in school, at least little history from philosophy, to be able to tell them that no, Faye is not the first ever. There have been people, even under 30, elected, not even by military intervention, elected in Africa in the past. So, but that's by the way anyway. But for me, I pick one or two things from what Obi. First and foremost, I know Obi is leaving Labour Party. That's for sure. But one thing that baffles me is this. You see, I don't understand how people think. Over time, they've been telling us that all the Obi spokesman, because he has this way of, hiding under the smoke screen of his spokesman talking, and then without him coming out to talk directly to issues, except some few issues he feel, he should talk about, and then create the kind of, this sentimental thing, and everybody start hailing. Now, all his spokesmen, Tanko, even Abure himself, Okonkwo, Kenneth, Yusuf, Aisha, and all of them, what they've been maintaining over time for us is that is the ruling party that is troubling Labour Party. Was that not what they've been telling us all this time? When this guy, Arabambi, came up, they said, oh, don't mind them. Tinubu is the one sponsoring Arabambi. Apapa came up and said, this Abure guy, they said, no, don't mind them. Abure didn't forge anything. We are giving him a very clean sheet. The treasurer girl came out, that lady came out and said, this Abure sees property everywhere, flying around. They said, no, he has a very clean this thing. I remember when Doyo Okupe also came out and said XYZ about this. Also, no. In fact, Abure was the first to come out and they castigated Doyo Okupe, and that when the guy resigned from their party. And then they brought the, what do you call this woman? The former chairman, that interim chairman between the one that died and Abure, who said Abure kicked her out of office in a Gestapo manner, and that Abure didn't conduct any election to get to that office, and that they say, oh, don't mind them. The woman said, I did not sign anything in their account. They say, oh, don't mind them. They are all being sponsored by the ruling party. Now, the question that I keep asking myself recently is that, is Ajero also being sponsored by the ruling party, or what exactly has changed? Nothing has changed than the obedient in their normal.
It's the skittish way that space functions. For weeks on end, all they were telling us is that the economy was collapsing. They anticipated that Naira was going to be exchanging for 5,000 to the dollars, etc., etc. You couldn't draw breath without them screeching about squealing about it. Now that the currency has started to strengthen, you don't hear a word anymore.
No, they are still projecting it. If you listen to Peter Obi interview today, he's still talking about it. I could quote him verbatimly. He still said he believes it will get worse. He said it clearly today that it's going to get worse. And what was his projection? In fact, I even wonder. The first thing that even agitates me was the fact that they call him is he economist by excellence or what? I don't even understand. But he used to call himself a trader. Maybe when was he Soludo or who was castigating him some other time? I said, okay, I know I don't know much like you because I'm just a trader. I don't know where he studied his own economics from, and that made them to call him economic by excellence. But that's by the way. But his own projection, he said, because one of them asked him that question, that is it worth celebrating that now is Naira 1,400 to $1? Then they now ask him one rhetorical question that doesn't even make any sense. That now that $1 is 1,400, why is it not affecting the price of goods? So Peter Obi should come and explain to Nigerians why the downfall in Naira, in dollar, is not affecting Nigerian goods. You can imagine the kind of question. And what was his answer? His own understanding of the reason why it's going down now is that he said because CBN mop up Naira in the system, according to him, and that having done that, they now increase the interest rates, on loan, and based on that, it affects liquidity, within the system, and that is what is functioning now. So what he's saying is that as it stands now, according to him, the manufacturing industry cannot borrow because it's not sustainable for them. They won't be able to return, to make profit and then return whatever is it on any loan they are borrowing. And then he believes that it's going to get worse. He believes that money, that exchange rate will jump back and then it's going to get worse than it was before they brought it down, because he believed and he projected that more companies will collapse and that no company will be able to pay that in, so more companies will pack up. So sometimes, you know, when they speak about Nigeria, oh, everything is finished, thing will get destroyed, and I wonder, this is the same Nigeria you want to come and lead, but your own projection about Nigeria is always negative. Even when things are going positive, you will never, you know, I was watching Trump and Clinton recently, and they were talking about, you know, in their last election, and they asked one of them, oh, what is the best thing you say about this man? At least in all the evil thing you'll be talking, what's the good thing you say? You know, Hillary Clinton was still able to say something about Trump and say, oh, your children, you train your children well and things like that. And they asked Trump too, he said, oh, she's a fighter and everything. But you see, when you have a man who will never see any good in another man, I call them sadists. And that is why I tell you, you see, all the sadists Peter Obi has around him, I tell you, they will not come on this platform. One of them is Dele Faro to me. You know, I told you Dele Faro to me would not honor your invitation on this platform.
It will, because he tried to come on and he couldn't get into the studio. So
let's see if
I'm not sure if because it's now proving difficult to reach him back to. But for that day, he was ready to come on. He just could not access the studio. So
okay,
yeah,
let's see if he will come up. You know, people like that don't see anything good in Nigeria. For them, they believe Nigeria is finished. For them, they believe Nigeria is nothing. I don't want to use it.
Ogbeni.
Yes, sir.
But that Obi statement that, you know, the currency value with worse off. I mean, as an opposition that doesn't believe in the economic policy of this administration, what do you expect him to say? I mean, when he's saying it doesn't mean that he doesn't want Nigeria to, he doesn't believe in Nigeria. It does mean that the current administration is not, economic policy is not working and it's never going to work. It doesn't mean that he hates Nigeria. He doesn't believe in Nigeria. So I disagree with you with what you are saying there.
Anyway, if you had put it the way you put it, probably I wouldn't have reacted this way. The way he put it was that he believed that it's going to get worse than what it was before. And my own is this: why won't he hope?
Obeni, let me come in also. Yeah, you said that what you mean by his statement that he's a sadist and all those stuff, but he made it clear there that he is not ready to be president if everything about the country is working, which he has mentioned, coming to electricity and the economy. And with what you just said about what he said in the little appreciation in the naira, because I call it little because most of the time the figures you guys put out there, I just laugh. Yeah, I laugh because staying on ground, I know most of the time your figures are most of the time 50 naira or 70 naira difference in the black market. So I laugh you guys when you carry all this propaganda to make the economy look good. You understand? So the analysis he gave, what he simply means is that what the current government is doing is not what is sustainable. It's not going to carry us for too long, which you know. But if you have any other opinion apart from that, or what you believe that this economy or the current policies is going to carry us too long to maintain the economy, then you can tell me. Because even me as an individual, I know that the current policies that is making the naira to appreciate a little bit is not sustainable. He made it simply clear that what he knows and what he believes that will strengthen the economy is the supply. We are not making enough supply in the market, which you know. And he made it clear there. It's not as if he said that he believed that the thing will not work, but he also put out a solution and what he believed will make the economy to stand strong, not all these policies. So what are you saying? What are you trying to explain?
Can I explain something?
No,
sorry,
please.
Ogbeni, not to cut you. Eh?
Okay,
You see,
go ahead.
let me just mention this. You see, what Ogbeni is saying is very correct, and I'll tell you why. Obi himself, with his analysis, has shot himself in the leg. Obi simply said that the CBN and the current government that they are trying to cut down inflation, and that is the key element that drive foreign exchange. The key element that drive foreign exchange are inflations and interest rates. You understand? If your inflation is high, your exchange rate, your rate of currency that's to other currency with a lower inflation, your currency will crash. The same thing with your interest rate. Those are the key economic factor. If you ask any accountant, they will tell you, oh, the principal drivers of exchange rate are inflation and interest rate. Go to the United Kingdom, for example. You will agree with me that apart from financial services and maybe education, the UK is probably not producing as much as other major economy, but they have the highest exchange rate in their currency. They have UK today still has the strongest currency in the world because their financial system is perfect. They have the best, so they manage inflation, they manage exchange rate, they do those things, and their exchange rate, they manage inflation and manage interest rate. So the exchange rate will be strong. So what Obi is simply saying is that he doesn't know what drives the economy. There are countries that are supplying, that are producing, that are doing everything, but their exchange rate is low. You understand? China, for example, China exchange rate is very low compared to other big economy. You understand what I'm saying? So Obi does not understand what economy is from his analysis, with due respect and with sense of humility. You understand? I'm not saying I know economics more than him, but I studied economics. He didn't study economics, so I practice economics at that
For
level. He
me,
didn't study. So
what you said is not correct. What you said is not correct, Mr.
Second,
Patrick.
okay.
I believe. Let me come in, Ogbeni. I believe with
All right,
what I know.
all right. Hold on. I don't want you to spiral. Let Ekene make that point, and then when he take the mic back, Ekene.
I believe with what I know that supply is what is going to make our economy look better. So even the policies you guys are talking about, I don't see the sustainability in it. You understand? So the supply is what I believe will make the exchange rate to look more good and more better. Even at that, what's the record? What's the achievement? What's the achievement that you guys are celebrating? If we are talking about a strong economy or strong naira, we are still at the lowest. If you are telling me with even the current policies, what do you mean that a manufacturer will go to the bank and borrow to manufacture or to set up an industry at a 40% interest rate or 35% interest rate? How does that sound to you? Is that not clean economy? So I don't know what you guys believe and what you want to believe. But for me, my stance still remain. My stance still remain that this is not a sustainable, but maybe for some time, or maybe they have another way to put it, maybe at the end of the day. But celebrating naira at 1,317 naira or 380 naira, which APC met at 180 or 200 thereabout. But today you guys are celebrating at 1,380. Is ridiculous to me. And that shows you guys don't know what.
All right. If that's your stance, then you don't. Then maybe listen to Ogbeni and Patoski. The naira was subsidized, now it's free floating. So that's. But Ogbeni, back to you. Yeah.
First and foremost, I may not expect Kenneth to probably understand naira floating theory, and so because of that, we'll excuse him. The person I won't excuse is Peter Obi, but I may also want to excuse him, like Patoki said. See, there is a striking difference between a trader and an economist. It's very simple. If you go to university, you know there's a striking difference. It's just like somebody who study accounting and somebody who study finance. They're not the same. You may be looking at them and say, oh, they are both in the social science faculty, but they're not the same. A trader is just someone who engages in buying and selling, asset, goods, and sometimes probably stock bonds and currency and others, and you are just simply making profits from it, probably for short-term market movement or, So traders typically focuses on analyzing market trends. You identify your trading opportunities, then you cash out, and they don't dig deeply in analysis. An economist, on the other hand, they are a professional who studies, they analyzes the production, distribution, consumption of goods and services in an economy. Economists use economic theories and modules. I don't expect Peter Obi in his answer simply show he's a trader, he's not an economist. An economist use theories, models, data to understand and then forecast economic trends. They evaluate policy decisions, they reevaluate, they review, and then they provide insight into many issues on inflation and others. But so for a man to just jump up and say, I don't expect this to continue like this. Why? Because of one single reason. And I laugh. Who told him that is the only single reasons or indices that influence exchange rates? That is not the only. Even for me at my own little level of studying law, but a little bit of economic law, I understand that many of indices, interest rates, inflation rates, your economic performance, your political stability and economic policies, your trade balances, the way your central bank interventions, market sentiments and speculation, and so many other things are things that contribute to your exchange rate. And not just you are hammering on production every time. That's not the only thing. And when they ask him to provide solution, see the solution he provides, and I laugh. His solution is that government should borrow more. That's the solution. You can go back to that video and go and replay it. It's still there. He said for him that the only way is to deal with, dollar is to find a way to increase supply. And he said by that, government should go back to borrow more. Then they should use that into finance dollar-related businesses. So but I understand that's the kind of solution you get from a trader and not an economist. And so, Ekene, I understand your perspective and understand the angle you're coming from. But my only answer to that is that you are coming from the perspective of a trader. You are not coming from the perspective of an economist. And that is the same ignorance that Peter Obi expresses or exhibited today. And I wonder, the people who studied economics that still follow him, well, maybe for some other reasons, that's why they are following him. But if they really have a deep thinking of what he's talking about, they should know by now that this is not the basic economic thing that Peter Obi should be talking about, foreign exchange. And for me, yes, for him, he's pessimistic about the whole thing. He believes that things will jump back and get worse. That's the normal obedient logo. We are not we don't fight them based on that.
But to the related question, this is the reason. This price you guys are talking about is not affecting this exchange rate you are talking about. It's not affecting the price of goods in the market, and there are some certain reasons to that. You understand? That interest rate you are talking about.
Yes.
A producer will not go and manufacture money to pay it. He has to add it to the cost of his.
Reasons why it's not affecting price of goods.
No, let me finish. He's going to restructure his price of goods according to the interest rate, and the common man will be the one paying it. You understand? He's not going to manufacture money to pay it. So, you said that your economy is the best and all that. We are talking about these policies is not really. In fact, the price of goods are even going up in the market.
I need to ask Ogbeni something.
Okay. I want Ekene to land. Please let
Ekene land, and then Dual, rather Prestige ask that question. When you respond to it, then bring that topic to a close, and then we move on.
So
Ekene land.
Is that what is
so what I'm saying is this.
So let me ask you
all this. No manufacturer produce today. No manufacturer produce anything today.
Wait.
Okay.
Why do you think that thing is not affecting the price of goods in the market, considering not only the manufacturers, consider farmers and others too, because there are produce in Nigeria that are not coming from manufacturing industry. So why do you think it's not affecting prices of food, and other things in the in Nigerian space.
That's what I told you. The interest rate is contributing to that. You know, even as a farmer, I don't know the interest rate, but I think they have the lower, but I don't know. But even as a farmer, you take loan at 40% or that 5% interest rate. Who is going to pay for it? You know what it is in the. You know, nobody makes. If you make a profit of 25% in your goods, you are making a very big profit. You're making a very big profit. Then you are talking about your only interest rate. The only interest rate in your cost of production is almost 40% or 35%. Who is going to pay for it? It's the common man. Then you are not going to add. You are not going to add other, because you are going to make your own profit after making the interest rate. You add your own profit. So tell me how it's going to affect the price of goods. And that's what we are trying to explain to you guys. You call it the Alaba economy or whatever economy, but that's the reality.
Again, you have just shown to us that you are a trader and not an economist. And no offense to that. Please don't take offense. But that is what you are. You are not an economist. You won't claim what you are not.
Let me say this. Okay. Look. What Kenneth is saying is the reality on the ground.
No, it's a rudimentary perception, is what Ogben is saying. It's right at a base level understanding. That's what Ogben is saying.
What telling us?
Abadale Koko. Let me what I'm saying, so that I don't take too much time here.
No, let me land. Let me land.
Okay, you can land.
Yes.
But please don't take too much time.
No, I mean, we are all here together. So let us.
No, so the others can have their own time too.
Let us listen to each other. Because the way you are describing Ekeneb's question, it's like he doesn't know what he's talking. He's not an economist.
No, I said he's talking from a no. Don't put us against each other, please. I said no. Sorry, please. Okay. Let me clarify what I said.
Yeah.
If I said you are talking from the perspective of a trader, it's a profession. Trading is a profession on its own. It's different from a perspective of an economist. It's different from a perspective of an industrialist. It's different from a perspective of a technician. So you all have professions, and I'm not denigrating.
I agree. I'm not saying you are making it of his profession. But what we are saying, what Ekene is telling us, this you can call it economics, you can call it whatever you want to call it. It's not working in the practical aspect of it. It's not working on the ground. The situation.
Sorry, how is it? No, it's not. Yesterday, I was actually going to bring you stories of food items falling. They itemized it using Indomie as the example, which is slashing by 40% right across all markets in Nigeria. But we are seeing it in real time, and nobody. It has plateaued. One, the skyrocketing, even cement is coming. Everything is coming down off the back of economic policies being taken by the government. So we cannot say it's not working now when it patently is.
I don't know what you guys are talking. You can read whatever you want to read.
Now in the battle. 580 now.
And what did you say?
I said petrol is now 580 from 630.
Yeah, not just the Badon. Petrol is falling. I mean, the economy is bouncing back. There's no.
You people should not be saying this. You people are using propaganda. Petrol is 680 naira. What are you saying?
I don't know what
are you saying.
I talk to people every day.
I bought petrol
today.
Talk
with my brother today.
Even places that is not Lagos. Places that is not Lagos. Petrol is selling for about 730 naira. What are you telling me?
No. One voice. But just to manage the time,
I just saw them put a price track that petrol from 630 will be 630. Just I said today, petrol is 80. Some places in Nigeria that is not Lagos, they're selling for 7 something. You will be here and you'll be saying what you don't know that is happening on ground. You just use
you are not the only one on ground, though. You are not the only one on ground. A lot of people. We may not be on ground, but our reach is on ground. Our reach is on the ground, even if we're not physically there.
But we have on the ground that can tell us what is really going on.
But Ekene is an honest man, but it's a partisan man too.
It's not issue of being partisan. One man is, if petrol is below 6 something or below 5, I will tell you. I bought petrol today.
What Darati was saying, it was actually in one of the headlines that I saw, but I just thought the story was too weak to bring.
That's why when you talk about this dollar issue, I laugh at you guys. Some people say they were selling dollar 1,000 naira to Abuja. I will laugh. Some people say they are selling dollar 1,002. I will laugh. Dollar is 1,380 naira.
Don't worry. By this time next week, you yourself will come and confirm it. But
when I see it, I will confirm. But now I'm not seeing it.
No, all right.
But in conclusion, let me land. What Ekene is just telling us, and it doesn't mean. I mean, I don't think it's saying that the government is not doing anything to, to make the economy work. But what he's saying is that looking at the performance of Naira against the prices of commodities, you cannot reconcile it. Yes, Naira is appreciating against dollar. It's now 1,200 plus, or almost 1,003. But the prices of commodity, many, you can see some few that yes, maybe they drop due to some like cement, because government is fighting against Dangote and distress, threatening them. But majority of the product in the market, the prices are going up. That is what the Ekene is telling us. And I have people telling me this too in Nigeria. So let us listen to ourselves, and then, when person in Nigeria speak or is telling us what is on the ground, you don't say because he belongs to one party and say, oh, he is partisan, and then let's rubbish him away.
Ajande Koko, when people are presenting a counter argument, they are not just making things up in their head. They are presenting that counter argument both from what they are also hearing on the ground in Nigeria as well as in the news cycle. So ultimately, as time goes on anyway, we'll see how it plays out in real time. I have
a friend who is a baker, and I talked to him a day before yesterday, and he's complaining seriously that he wants to quit. I'm even supporting him, telling him, no, don't quit, don't leave it. Let's see what we can, just let's go on with it. Don't quit. He was telling me what they were buying as a sugar, a bag of sugar, maybe 50 kg, was like 35,000. As at maybe January or December, 35 is now 95,000. And so the flowers, and so other this thing. He said it's hot, and then what do you call it? Diesel. He said it's killing him. It's like he doesn't know. He want to close down that business. So if you have somebody in Nigeria who is
and the Babaja to crown it up, no electricity to support.
No more anecdotes. No more anecdotes. I want to move on. Let Ogbeni take the floor back. Sorry, Ekene, but
thank you,
that's how we get stuck. Yeah.
I thought you wanted me to intervene. Ask Ogbeni.
So sorry. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Let her. Yeah. Come in. So I beg your pardon. Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, nice to be on this platform today. I listened to a bit, not all the comments, because most, few times, I left and I went on a meeting. But anyway, having said that, I think I joined into because of when you commentary, because the way I understood what he's trying to say, that will be with his, with his my economic myopic, view, that most people that followed him are kind of stupid. That's my understanding of what he said. But I think that's very wrong for you to make that kind of commentary. And if I'm wrong,
The word
that's what you
stupid
said.
is
You
your
didn't use the
choice
word
of
stupid.
word.
But
It's not
hold
my
on,
choice.
that's my understanding about what he said, the followers of Obi.
The word stupid is your own choice of word. It's not
Yeah,
mine.
but you don't have to use the word stupid. There's a many ways to use the word
I didn't
stupid.
use
But
the word stupid. You shows
you don't.
that.
You didn't use the word stupid. But my
Yeah.
understanding. But I didn't call you to quarrel you about that. That's not even my issue.
Okay, but don't use the word I didn't use.
Well, that's my own understanding of it. Okay,
Okay,
and
that's
I'm
good.
saying
If
it.
it's your understanding,
So,
that's a good clarification. Yeah. But I didn't use the word.
but anyway,
Right.
the point I'm trying to make, one man, we know Naira is appreciating, but I send money to Nigeria. Now today I spoke to somebody in Ogun State. I mean, I think yesterday it was like about 13 something. Today, they exchange the money at 14 something. So it's going to be going maybe up and down. So it's not really steady. Nowhere the money has depreciated below, like about 1,000. Hopefully get there, but it's a steady. It's gonna be steady to go there. But the point I'm trying to make, the inflation is still very high because I asked them, the purchase of what they bought and everything, they say it's pretty high, it's still about the same level. So in that regard, the food inflation and everything has not come down, like when it was stating, yeah, the interest rate and the interest rate and the inflation go hand to hand. I mean, when inflation is high, you try to increase the interest rate in order to counter it. And if inflation go down, then you decrease the interest rate. So right now we have a very high inflation. So the dollar being up, being that it's appreciating right now has not really done anything to the economic of Nigeria. It has to be at a particular level because when this government came in, I believe they made the dollar rate at that particular time maybe about 700, if not below 700. So they still have a lot of work to do, but we just have to come here, and make our own commentary and say what we want to. But we need to come here, and talk in the way to improve the economy. I'm just tired of coming here every day bashing the government or whatever. I'm not saying they're doing a good job, but sometimes you need to devote a day. We just come here, and provide any kind of solution. What we can do, maybe they hear us, listen to us in order to better the country. That's the point of view I'm talking about. But I'll talk during my own time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, man of prestige, and thank you for making the clarification that I didn't call them stupid. Although once in a while I do call the obedient obedience when they misbehave, but not all. And I respect you. I don't think you fall in that class.
No,
But
I'm
those
not.
who
I'm not
fall in that
obedient. I'm
class,
obedient supporter. But anyway, go ahead, Obeni. No problem. Bye-bye.
okay. So you see, we have this thing I call Indomie mentality in Nigeria. We don't take time to study things, and we always prove we know it, even more than the people that study it. And this is an attitude that I think it has come to stay in our space, and we'll always live by it. That's what I used to tell my colleagues now. Everybody claim they are lawyers now. They will even quote law more than you, and they will tell you don't know anything. We are here as a Gen Z thing, and we are here to live by it. So for me, first, they has to be that question. And I see the way he answered it again, like a trader, which Ekene just exhibited again this night, and I think probably by extension Babajale Koko. See, there's something they call market psychology. Market does not react immediately as you want it to exchange rate or whatever is happening to your I don't know what economists will put it. There's a time lag. That's what they call market inertia. If I don't know if Kulata is around, Kulata should be able to explain this thing more to us. So you see, market behaves like human being. It's very simple. Mama Ojo is selling something or Mama Chukwudi is selling something. And they tell Mama Chukwudi, look, where you are collecting this thing, the price has dropped. Oh. Mama Chukwudi wants to understand whether there will be stability before she changes her price. She won't change her price immediately. She takes time and then waits for stability in the market before he changes his price. So don't think, and that's why I said this economy, you need to understand the fundamentals before you can you start how do I put it, analyzing it. And that's why for me, things I don't know, I talk less about it. It makes one, it makes you even earn respect when you say, oh, this thing, I don't know really much in it, but this is the little I know about it. For me, the little I know about it is there's a market psychology, and your market, and they also call market sentiments. So it doesn't react to all these things immediately. There must be stability in the system. And that is the area I agree with OB, because he said something close to that, to say, look, we are still watching. Let us see what will come of this before he now jump to his, to feed his people the way you always feed them, like they feed monkeys with banana, to now say, okay, because I don't believe that he doesn't believe that it will get better, So that's the market psychology and the sentiment. It won't react immediately. So hopefully, and let me tell you, I stay in the UK and I watch, I deal in foreign currency sometimes, and I watch the way this thing is not, there's no way you get, there was a time I traded forex while I was in Ife. You won't get, and that's why you get that graph going up, down, going up, down, going up, down. You won't get a straight line. And you think it will only be straight, like, no. Yes, it will stabilize to extent that your low and your high will be within a particular range. Okay? But it's not as if your low will now stay for no. It doesn't work that way. That is when you are floating your currency. It is only when you are not floating your currency that you are buying that margin and you allow that thing to stay like that. But that is not what we are doing in Nigeria. That is by the way. And secondly, when people come on this platform and say, oh, we are on ground, we are the one that will tell you, please stop that. Tell me you are on ground, therefore you know. Statistic tells us that last year alone, diaspora remittance back to Nigeria was about 28.6 billion. We send money home every time and we exchange. We deal more in this currency than you are. So don't just jump and say, oh no, because we know what is happening on ground in this thing, this is what they are exchanging. Do you exchange how much diasporans are exchanging, sending money back home? The answer is a big no. In the US alone, go and check the statistic. Last year, Nigerians remitted 28.6 billion back to Nigeria, to their relatives, to people. So we see this thing. As of today, I've sent money to Remitly and I've sent money to Lemmy today alone. And I knew I sent the one I sent to Remitly was about not up to 1,300. Then the one we sent through Lemmy, that one was pounds. I think that one was about 1.5 something or 1.6 something. So when we are talking about exchange rate, don't think it's only your knowledge of what is happening in the Lagos black market that that will be source of information here. No, we in diaspora also do send money, or we deal with this thing every day, every blessed day. People ask for money, we send. So we understand this also. So please, let's balance this thing so that it's not as if we'll now be sourcing for it's only people that stay in Nigeria that can tell us what exactly the exchange rate is. And for me, I'm not saying it is Eureka, and I'm not saying that's the clarification I also want to make. I'm not saying that you should start praising the government. I'm not saying you should start celebrating Naira increase. For me, I'm still on a standby to watch. But when I see something improving, I'm not a sadist. I won't be pessimistic about it. For me, I will study it and say, okay, maybe they are doing what they are doing right. Let's keep seeing them. And then encourage them. Not that you just come up with one flip and say, no, they are not. What are they doing? They are just doing this thing will still get bad. That's a sadistic way of viewing things. And the fact that you are in opposition, you are playing opposition politics, shouldn't make you a sadist. We are here, look at Israel. Look at what is happening in Israel today. They are the common enemy they are fighting, and they form a unity cabinet. And all of them put hands on deck, and they are fighting what they are fighting. But we are here, things are improving a bit in your country. You are putting up a sadistic perspective to it. You don't believe it will work, you believe it will collapse. Then it will collapse, you will wait to 2027 when another election will come. Is that what we do? And lastly, too, on this point, you see, when people come and say, we shouldn't be coming here to rant and and that what we should be coming is to offer solution. I don't think in no platform that I've always I've been to, I don't think that is any platform for now in us that I've gone to that offer solution like we do on this platform. And some of our solution has reflected in the policies of this government. I can tell you for free. I remember when somebody on this platform talked about forest police or something like that. I talked against that forest police thing. And few months or weeks after, my land, who is the guy in the Ministry of Mines, and talking about it, was on this platform. We were even saying, maybe they even heard us. And a lot of things we talk about on this platform. So it's a platform where we come to, we also offer solution, unlike one platform that is, they go there, they rant every day. They tell you how Oluremi is not dressing well. They tell you how Peter Obi is the best in the world. They will tell you Soyinka is Aye Eti Baje. They will tell you Chimamanda is now the best, is the Shina Shebe of the year. This platform is not like that. We brought many.
Obene, please, just a question. Do you have any problem with Peter Obi? Is there any problem? Or do you have any tribal issue? What's going on with you? If people talk about Soyinka, I've said it on this show before. It is not because Soyinka is from the Yoruba. It's because of his attitude.
Who is talking first?
Right? So this is Joel of Nashville.
Joel of Nashville.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it is because I've said it on this show before. Normally we don't go after people, but if you come to us, if you reduce yourself as an elder and you want to play with kids, then we're going to post that on your head. You understand what I'm saying? So it is not, nobody is coming here to talk about Soyinka or talk about Obi. Nobody here on this platform, including one man, has come out here to say anything good about Obi. Does that make him a sadist? So sometimes when you come out here and you make up this point, trying to make it like it's a one-sided thing. No. If you're being served the same thing you serve others, you start feeling so uncomfortable. So I would just like us to just like stay steady on the topic rather than trying to put in all this tribal or religious line to whatever thing we're trying to say. Thank you.
All right. Ogbeni, address that and then pivot from there to one more topic, and then I'll take the conversation round. Yeah.
There's a saying in Yoruba that says, "One lo mele for ẹ̀dá, ẹ̀fọ́ ẹ̀dá." A ó lẹ̀fọ́ tó kì í ṣe tàkìtàn. Ta ló sọ pé tàkìtàn ni? Whoever can translate that should translate it. Somebody who is selling vegetable, they call you, how much is your vegetable? And the next thing you said, no, I didn't plug it from the pit. I've never mentioned any tribe here today. I've never said, I only said there are some platforms where they don't offer solution. The only thing they do is to castigate personalities. And somebody just jump out, and his understanding of that is that, do I have any problem with Peter Obi based on his tribe?
Ogbeni, we are not stupid now. Come on now, you're a lawyer. You don't say something out. You speak like a lawyer. So we understand what you mean. So don't go there, okay? We know what you mean.
All right, yeah. Ogbeni, don't get pulled into that space. Don't get pulled in. Otherwise, we could be there for
It's a victim. Is what I call victim mentality. Now you're saying. What I would like to leave that, but my own is that don't speak to my mouth what I didn't say. I didn't go tribal. My wife is Fulani. You may not be more Nigerian than me. My wife is Fulani. I'm a Yoruba man. I married a Fulani lady, and I have in-laws as Igbos. So how can you be more Yoruba than? How can you be more Nigerian than me?
You are doing the same thing, Obi. It's just like white men when they marry a black lady, they will tell you they are not racism. So don't be going there, okay? That's not relevant.
That's a victim mentality. You don't know me. Talk less of something you don't know much about. What do you know about me? We only come on this platform and talk. What do you know about me? They are making you make some conclusions. Or you don't want me to talk about Peter Obi again?
I want to move on. Sorry. We're already an hour in. So, when it takes apologies, Kenneth, I'm going to come to you next. When it take us to one more topic, and then we'll move the conversation around.
Before I go to another topic, unfortunately for them, I will keep talking about Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a political figure in my country. Nobody can monopolize him. I will talk about him, and I will keep talking about him. You may be painful about whatever I say about him. He's a political figure. and I'll keep talking about him. You can't keep me short. That's that. One man. I would like to go to another topic. I think I've had enough of Peter Obi for today. So, one man, is there any other topic you want me to speak about?
So sorry, I was muted. There's this topic which is a big deal to me, but nobody wants to really talk about it. Is this a coastal line that Tinubu has ordered and is already in the works? Even somebody as critical as Edwin Clark is applauding this. And I'm saying this in terms of, we talk about infrastructure. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about infrastructure. So if he builds this coastal line, then that's a leapfrog towards that 1 trillion economy. Because that 1 trillion economy is not magic money. It's putting infrastructures in place in order to enable, to unlock the potential for that economy to come to the fore. And this sort of infrastructure right here is exactly that path road to that $1 trillion economy.
One man, you know, I expect this government. I won't blame any other, what do you call it? Any other people or anywhere, people for not. I expect this government themselves to blow their own trumpets. You know, and one of the problems Goodluck Jonathan had back then was exactly what they're having now. You know, it's exactly what they're having. During Goodluck Jonathan did a lot of infrastructural development, but no good publicity for those things to let Nigerians see. Okay, and unfortunately, he has a very bad opposition, very stiff opposition that was on his neck, but no publicity. It's the same thing with this. Now, I've gone to some obedient space today, and don't let me say not only obedient, and many who are very skeptical about Nigeria, those who believe Nigeria is finished, Nigeria is bad, nothing good can ever come out of Nigeria, but they still talk about the country, and they still want to lead the country. I've been to their space today. What were they talking about? I read some of them saying, why not Port Harcourt? Instead of doing this Lagos Calabar road, why not revamp Port Harcourt seaport so that they do Port Harcourt, And I laugh. One man, this Lagos Calabar Coastal Road project is not today's project. That project has been mooted 20-something years ago, down to Jonathan, down to Buhari. They will use it for campaigns sometime when they go to Calabar and others. And after that, they let it down. Nobody said anything about it again. Until this government that spent less than 1 year came on board, and the FEC approved 1 trillion plus to execute that project. And after that, they moved on site and they started working fast. Lagos State had to pull down some structures, some of their structures, infrastructures that lie along that, you know, the route.
Yes, somebody actually sent a clip of they started demolishing Jakonde buildings even just to make road for that. You know, so it's happening. No, it's not even. It's not. You know, it's happening. It's something that they are doing, not something that they will do.
Yes. One man, let me quickly answer before I go back to this. Please just give me 1 minute to answer. Evergy. He said, where are the infrastructures built by Jonathan? Let me give him just one that Jonathan built. In fact, two that Jonathan built. First, that Jonathan built 9 federal universities. After 30-something years plus, that we built the last university in Nigeria that federal government ever owned. Jonathan was the only president who revisited that sector, tertiary institution, and built 9 federal universities for Nigeria from scratch, from nothing. He built it to the state that they had VC, they have their faculties, they started running, and they produced their first graduate. 9. In my state alone, they have 1. We call it Fuoye. He's still there today. He has his own VC and he has his staff quarter. He have everything. 9 university, but they won't see it. Why? No publicity. Next, this rail system, Jonathan made a lot of. And then third, second Niger Bridge. Yes, Buhari completed it. But Jonathan moved that into almost 80% now, or 60-something. He made a very substantial.
The Kaduna Abuja rail, he built it now. Even Buhari told us. Yeah, he built it.
Even Amaechi confessed that he did it. So don't let us go there. It's just for me, by the way, to answer that person that said, where are Jonathan's infrastructure? But you know, we know what happened. So yes, on this coastal thing, it's a very big project, and I thank Edwin Clark for coming out to speak, about that project. It's not a project that is just on paper now. They move on site. And what I expect people from that axis now to start doing, instead of playing politics that won't bring anything to your region, is to start watching and monitoring what is happening in that place. If the person there is not the contractor on site is not working as you think it should be, then start shouting. Then start calling Umahi's name out. This is what I think opposition should be doing in any democracy, so that at the end of the day, within a space of the time they said they're going to deliver, they deliver it. This thing is going to be a massive development for the south part and southeast part, because once we are able to get that corridor, you know what coastal airway is? So it takes the route, it cuts you off from all the hustling and buzzing and everything in the country, and you go straight and enter Calabar. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a very good project that I think the government should blow their trumpet first. You don't allow many of the sadists. We have many sadists in our society today. I have no apology of saying that. There are so many sadists. There are many people that are not even happy that there is progress in Nigeria. I'm telling you, I've met many of them in diaspora here. They are not even happy. Once you drop just one good news about Nigeria, they flare up. They feel agitated. They will tell you, don't mind, that country is finished. So, but when there is a bad news, they feast on it, and they are so happy. The way they'll be glutting, gleaning, and winning on it, you feel like, what about your country? So, Mama, that would be all for me. I wish them well in their attitude.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, still more topics for you to speak on, but let's take the conversation around. Then we loop round back to you. We go to Ekene, from Ekene to Richard, Prestige, Ajande Koko, and Joe. So Ekene, you're up next. We're doing 8-minute monologues now, Ekene, just to get through the room quickly. Ekene.
Around 1 minute, 8 minutes is too small, but I'll try and manage it. But
all right, carry on. Let's start with 8 minutes, and then we'll see where we land. Carry on.
What Ogbeni is trying to prove to us is that people talking about the downfall of APC for the past 9 years or so is not doing the right thing, knowing where we come from and where we are today. Even though a lot of people don't really like PDP, or because of the action of PDP, are condemning PDP for certain things they have done, maybe in terms of politics. But at least PDP were able to sustain the economy for some period of time, which APC could not do. For even just within a period of 4 years, they have just destroyed the economy, destroyed the whole stuff. And you want me to come here and be clapping for you to sustain the Naira at the rate of 1,318, or even sometimes at the rate of 1,004 something. I don't know. And you call people sadist. You call people. If you are a businessman, you know what's going on in your country. It takes you a lot of time to recover from all the evil policies made by this government for the past few years. It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of determination to uphold your business. A lot of business has closed. Can we count it? Even in this present administration, do you know how many companies that have left our country? And when I come here, people say we don't know economy. It's Alaba economy. It is the people that design it with English that knows what economy is. Economy is practical, and I believe that if you go to people that practice economy, that is where real economy is. Economy is not bringing all the grammars together and try to confuse a lot of people. Economy is very simple. 1 + 1 will give you 2. As simple as that. So, seeing where we are today, practically, our economy is very down. Our purchasing power is very low. And we are not working towards a direction to get it back on track. What we are just praying is that let's just sustain this Naira, at least for some time. Maybe if it is 1,003, let it be 1,300 at least for some time, so that people can recover. That's what people are just praying for. Not that we have it best. If you go to countries that practice economy like China, you see how their economy booms. They don't speak big grammars, they practice economy. Their price remain the same for a very long time. You understand? What you buy in China in the last 15 years is still the same price today. The only time that their price was affected was during the COVID-19. In fact, it keeps on reducing instead of increasing. Their price of goods and commodities keeps on reducing instead of increasing, because they do a lot of manufacturing and supply. They are business minded. They practice economy. They don't speak much grammar in economy. So that's what Obi is telling you. But if you don't want to understand it and you want to criticize him, you can continue to do that. Learn from the people that practice it and did it. Then apply it on your own. We have the human resources. We have the human capital. We have the land. Develop your human capital. Educate your people. The more you educate your people, the more your economy becomes better. Today, you don't have an economy or productive mindset people in our country because of lack of education. And the government is not thinking towards that. Economy is not only speaking English, practical. Build your educational system. Educate the public. At least the basic education. To be able to know, the more you educate your people, the more productive they become. How can they become productive when you have not educated them or build a system to educate them? And what we do is every time we bring on CBN governor, trying to let him to make a policies to sustain the naira and do all those things and all those stuff without the physical side of it working perfectly. Because we have people that don't practice economy. We only have people that speak grammars on economy. What is there? Even as an individual, you know your yearly expenses. You know that if you are short of supply, at the end of the year, you cannot pay your house rent. If your yearly expenses is about 1 million naira a year, your supply should be about 2 million naira for that year, or 1.5 million, for you to be able to pay your bills for the year, eat, do other stuff, and still have a lot of some savings in your account. If you're not able to do that, your business will not move forward. So what do you have to do to be able to meet up at the end of the year as a businessman? Is supply. You need a lot of customers. You need a lot of goods to supply. You need a lot of product to tell people, man, I have this product to come and buy from me. I have this product to come and buy from me. Then when you're able to supply those commodities, get the return in either in naira or in other currencies. Then at the end of the day, you balance your sheet. You've been able to pay your house rent, pay your shop rent, do all those stuff, and your goods still remain. Then you still have a little savings of maybe 200 or 300,000 naira for that year. That's what moves you forward, and that's what Obi is telling you in a simple term. But you don't play it because maybe you can speak more grammar than him. Even if I don't know, you are more eloquent than him. You don't play it. It's as simple as that. So your supply is what boosts your economy. Look at our budget. You borrow too much to sustain your budget in a year. You borrow a lot of money when you have a lot of things to do. I wish one day you can bring this guy Obiorara, somebody Emeka Obiorara from Imo State. You can bring him on this platform to teach you economy, practical economy. When you listen to that guy, you know you didn't go to school.
Is he a big enough name? I think I'll be bringing Arabambi back on Sunday. Is Obiora, is he a big enough name? I only want big names now.
Yeah, it's a very big name. You can look for him. You always appear on Arise TV. Bring him here to teach you economy. Especially people that come here to claim that they know economy. He will teach you practical economy.
He will teach somebody like Kulata economy.
Like Kulata will know that economy is not by by all this spreading with all this grammar and all this stuff. He will teach economy.
Make a cut teach
So
correct economy, not be grammar economy.
not be grammar economy. He will teach you correct economy.
Grammar economy when they talk.
The guy is when I listen to that
guy. Teach money in the bank economy, not money on paper, not money on paper, money in the bank.
One man.
Yes.
One man. I can just a minute. I wish you would bring. He's talking about Nnameka Obereri. I wish you would bring him here someday. I don't know. I don't have his contact. You know, I mean,
send me his name. Then I'll see if I have somebody that can reach him.
Okay, yeah.
Because I won't be able to spell his name. But if you, I'll see if I know somebody in the East that knows a lot of people. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will text you the name on in the private chat. So, but he's a good one. You know. So, you know, sometimes, you know, you might listen to it. Like I told Kulata, if you listen to it, then you might learn something. You know, English is not our first language.
We learn every time from Kenneth. Don't worry, Kenneth is a super brain.
English is not our first language, so his delivery might not be right. But if you look at what he's saying, go to the nitty-gritty of what he is saying, it's just the facts. Right? I think we're so confused in Nigeria about, you know, paper economics, which is also good. But in practical terms, one man, you know, if what you're doing up there is not affecting those down there, then it means that there's something is not right. Somebody is telling a lie at some point. And I would have thought that with the progress that we are seeing, we're going to see in the prices of commodity, you know, and which we are not seeing. And it just gets to show you that you can't float your naira when you don't have the means to sustain it. Thank you. Can I go ahead?
All right, back to Ekene.
So,
thank you.
Something.
Yeah.
If the person you are talking about is Kingsley Obiora, is that the person
it's
you're
not
talking
Kingsley
about?
Obiora. No,
it's not Dr. Kingsley.
Nah, Emeka Obiora. It's not Kingsley Obiora. Emeka somebody.
All right.
He's a very popular guy. I don't know why. What that's the kind of people I want one man to bring here.
No, Nnameka Obereri.
I follow him on Facebook. So the guy is this guy. One man you must look for that guy. He's from Imo State. He will tell you what economy is all about. All this.
If he's an economist, then he's an economist, and nobody will claim superior knowledge to any of his own knowledge. So you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, if you are not an economist, you are not an economist. Economy is not something. Economy is something that is you study, then you go outside to practicalize. If you don't study it, you don't know it.
The guy is a practical economy. Not only that he speak economy.
Yes,
the guy
that is it.
The guy is a practical guy. He's living it.
Is it one of those you buy it at 10 naira and add 1 naira on top? Is that what is going to come and tell us?
I don't know.
And then you call it a profit. You buy 10 naira, add 1 naira, and you call it a profit.
I don't know, but if it's just like one man. I listened to analysis the other day. Go and check Ghana today. Go and check how much they are making in cocoa today. It has increased. The price of cocoa has increased in market, and Ghana is cashing out. You are here speaking, talking like a guy. Nigeria, you are very far. I was just listening to the analysis the other day. Ghana is doing well in cocoa. The other day, you are laughing at them. Today, they are doing well in cocoa. Just cocoa. Just cocoa alone.
That's not true. As at February this year, the Ghana output still fall by 40% below target. Where do you get your own report?
I got it from. I got it from.
As of February, their target fell 40% below what they used to produce.
Well, with the last analysis that I saw from that guy, what's the name that used to do economy in Arise? I don't know that guy that has shine mouth.
Rotus. Is it Rotus?
Yeah. Yes, Rotus. Ghana is doing well in cocoa.
I'll look for it and post.
So maybe you can go and look for it. So, but when we talk about, these are the people that don't have what we have, and that is my greatest annoyance. They don't have what we have. We have, I think there is a state in Southwest that can even produce this cocoa and use it to make this country better.
On those states?
Yeah, one state in Southwest. Yeah. And when you combine these two states, I don't think they're bigger than Ghana in every aspect. But you check our poverty rate today. Are we supposed to be poor? That's the question you ask yourself. It's about 38.something%. Our inflation is about 32% or so. Inflation rate. We have more people living in poverty, abject poverty. We have about last year, before Buhari handed over, it's about 1.3 million. The number has increased. So when you check it, are we supposed to be there compared to country like Ghana, like most of that country? We're not supposed to be there because we have all it takes. But propaganda is killing us in this country. We are not united. We don't want to make use of our resources. The oil, even the diaspora remittance is bigger than the money we make. Maybe similar or something, but almost the money we make in oil. So what are we doing? And that is why when we talk about supply, you people think it's because it's an Alaba economy. It's not an Alaba economy. It's for you to make use of your resources. Show your productivity to the world. Identify 2 products that the world will know you for. Even the oil you export is raw.
Oh, sorry. Can I give me one micro moment? Ganiu, on mute for a moment. Ganiu. Yeah. What happened the last time you were on? I was listening in the background. Some lady came on and you were calling out Mwale because she didn't agree with your politics.
No.
Why did you do that?
He was the first person. She was the first person to call me Agbero. You should go and listen to it.
No, I was listening. Please.
Yeah, hold on. When she called me Agbero,
don't let that repeat. All right. That's not at all. I couldn't access the studio. I would have, and I was the one that removed you on that day. Please don't let that repeat. You could see she was nervous. She was coming on for the first time, and then she's having to hear. Please don't let that repeat again. Back to you, Kenneth.
Okay. Thank you, one man. So what I'm saying is this: it's not that
news, that cocoa news. Can you see it?
Which month is this? Which month is this?
It's just 3 days ago.
3 days ago. Okay.
That's the date right there.
Hey. Let me finish. What I'm saying is this: we in Nigeria here, we have more to do, and that is why we are tackling our government. What we need for production today is not working for us. Electricity, even the gas price, all those stuff, it's not working for us. These things are what you need to put in place for your to grow your manufacture, at least your physical side of all these policies you are making. But because we cannot do that, you only continue to make policies. The CBN governor continue to. I'm not saying that the CBN governor is trying his best. He's a patriot. The way I see him, he's doing his best. But the country itself is not doing enough to help those monetary policies in the physical side of it. It's very low. I said starting from the days of PDP, and I'll continue to make that point. 19,000 naira minimum wage can get you a bag of rice, a bag of 5 liters of oil, either groundnut oil or palm oil. And these indomies you are talking about, you can get it like 3 cartons added to it, restock your food stuff and all those days. But today, because of the purchasing power is very low, The 31,000 naira minimum wage cannot get you a quarter bag of rice. Talk more of adding it indomie.
You know, Ekene, you know that sort of narrative. You know, you are actually setting the bar very low for Tinubu, because and we hear this often that the wages cannot buy this, the wages cannot buy that. So when he scales that particular hurdle, it'll be very difficult for you to say anything else. I think you should be setting the bar higher than.
No, I have to set it for him. I have to set it for him because it's not too far. It's not too far. We experience it now. So to tell you where APC has taken us back, so I will set that standard for him, because that is what will improve the life of the common man, especially the workers. That's what will improve their life. If you cannot bring it low, then increase their wages, increase the minimum wage, so that they can meet up with the purchasing power of the country. You understand? Increase their wages maybe to about 150,000 naira or 200,000 naira there. But I think at least 150,000 is okay. At least they can get a bag of rice for 77,000 naira. At least get oil for 11,000 naira. This and all those stuff. Then they can go to the bank and take a loan and say, I want to finance maybe a project of maybe 4 rooms and parlor, and have hope of paying it back. That's what happened during the PDP few years ago. So, but with the current situation, you cannot do such thing. You go and commit suicide. You understand? So the only thing they do is to borrow money to feed themselves. The workers. If they manage to borrow money to feed themselves, that's okay for them. With the current situation we find ourselves in this country. But I'm just trying to tell you what it used to be when APC took over government. And the propaganda that you guys are putting out there today in order to make it look good. To tell you, it's not good at all. It's not good at all. So you have to do a lot of work. Once the purchasing power of the people has increased and they're able to meet up with their daily demands, then things are getting better. You cannot be reading economy with the life of the people going down every day by day. That's not economy. If I do a business today and make a profit of 5,000 naira, and I go to the market, I buy stuff of maybe I spend like 3,000 naira of it a day or 4,000 naira of it a day, and be able to have 1,000 naira savings. I'm doing good. That's what the economy is. You understand? It's not making a profit of 5,000 naira, then go and borrow like 3,000 naira to support it to be able to make a living for that day. And you come here and you say the economy is doing well.
All right. Start to bring it to Mekene.
So one man, APC has a lot. I'm not calling Tinubu. I'm calling APC. From where they started. It's not Tinubu. Tinubu is an APC. Oboni is an APC. All of you supporting them is an APC. So I'm calling on APC.
Ekene, I've never.
I don't know for you.
Platform.
I don't know for you, but everybody supporting APC is an APC.
I don't follow
so
APC.
You have to be realistic to the situation of the country in terms of economy, and tell the government to do the right thing so that the life of the people will improve. That's the reality. And if that is done, I will come out here and praise Tinubu. If he cannot do it by reducing the dollar also, let him do it by increasing the wage to match up with the demand of the people. If he can do that, but today I know it's not possible because even the governors are already speaking against it. So how do you want me to believe them? So we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of mountain to climb to lift up this nation for where it is. But Obi is not the problem. But if you think Obi is your problem, then you don't know where APC has taken us back to. One man. That's all I have for now.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So stay with us, Kenneth. I was going to go to Richard, but I think he dropped. So let's go then to Man of Prestige. Hear from the dulcet tones of the mighty man himself. Prestige, you're up next. Prestige. Can anyone hear me? Prestige? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, one man, but maybe it's not there with the phone.
All right. Okay, you take the floor then, Ajande Koko, and come into the conversation from whichever entry point. I'm not sure if I'm not quite sure if you followed the Obi interaction with his I don't know. I don't know what to call them, or his followers. Let's call them followers. I don't know if you followed that interaction.
One man, you call me?
I did call you. Yes, I was saying that the floor is yours.
I can go ahead.
Okay. Come after Ajale Koko, because we waited and then he had to step in.
Yeah, that sounds good. Go ahead, Ajale Koko.
All right, Ajale Koko. So to the conversation.
Prestige. Where are you? Oh, it's not. Look at his phone. I don't know what kind of phone. In California, you cannot even use a good phone, or it doesn't even have.
Ajale Koko, leave me alone, okay?
Look at this Democrat state.
Just leave me alone, okay?
I think he went to get Agbado from the fridge. Agbado, is it Agbado?
I'm home now. I went to get me a snack and Agbado. Go ahead, Ajale Koko, my brother.
Agbado,
Okay, or do you want to go? I can yield for you if you're ready to speak.
What did you say?
Are you ready to speak? I can yield.
Yeah, I'm ready. No, I'm not going to stay long anyway. Yeah.
Go. All right, then carry on.
Okay, thank you, one man. Yeah, let me start with your Obi interview today. Like I said, I listened to the Obi interview in and out. So it's not that I gather everything, but I was able, I can pretty much summarize what he said. It was a good interview, but he looked very, very tired, So everything he said, of course, speaking to the obedience and everything. So, he had to play to that.
Do you know that he was in hospital during that interaction?
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know, but he looked tired. You shouldn't have, Are you sure you're just making that up?
No. I am sure he was in hospital during that interaction.
Why would he be in the hospital?
Well, at least that's what he has been telling us. That's the imagery that he has been putting out, that he was in hospital.
Okay, man. But anyway, he sounds very tired because he was laboring, in some of his narrative. But I can understand that. But at least, he has the platitude to come on the platform, which is good. Yeah. I think if I have had the opportunity to ask him a question, which some people ask him about the leadership, about the crisis going on, why, I mean, everything he said, I agree with most of what he said.
Sorry, Prestige. Can you see what's on the screen? So that was Obi during that's the image he put out, that he was on drips as he was speaking to his followers. But carry on.
Oh, okay. I'm just speaking from my phone. I see it, but it wasn't clear. Okay, but anyway. Yeah, the only place I have an issue with him when he was asked the question about the crisis, what's going on, whether with Abure and everything right now, he didn't give me a very convincing answer in that, so that was my only quarrel, because the answer he gave is that everything will be coming out in due course for the next fora, which is like in about 3 months or something like that, but my question that I expected him to come out and tell us, just tell Nigerians, the obedience and people who support him, about how to handle, whether it's going to still remain in Labour Party and what's going on. I know Abura has not been convicted. Everything is alleged right now. But if I have to put my 2 cents together, I just feel like that man is guilty, for whatever he's doing and everything. But if because that Labour Party right now, it doesn't seem to be a good party, because it's just a house for the obedience. That's what I think, because without obedience,
he's on his way out.
So
because
I wasn't pleased in that aspect of the response. I don't know if he's trying to respect, because that was the word he used. So I'm not going to repeat everything that that I think everybody, a lot of people listen to that and listen to the question, but that particular one, no, I'm not in agreement with that. Should have just come out on a vehicle and tell us about the situation, how it's going to rescue if he wants to rescue Labour Party, or he wants to do it. But he decided to postpone it and say everything will be coming out.
Prestige,
So,
can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think if you had him clear, or if you understand Obi very well, he is trying to organize his base, which is the obedient. And he didn't have much power for all this Labour Party shenanigan or anything.
No,
So
I understood that
he
part.
wants to, like what he said in the next few months that he will be meeting them. He need obedient to have a structure, and he has put it out there so that they should make a plan on building that structure or what. So when next he will be meeting them, he wants to know where they stop and how they started and where they stop, and no things to be put in place. And
But is he
he's
going
ready
to
to have
come
a
out
meeting
and
for
give
them.
us, give his opinion,
Yes,
and tell us what all this
yes, he will come
shenanigan
out.
going
He
on
will
with
come out to give
Kaburu
it.
and
Yeah,
that kind of thing?
he have
I
given
mean,
it to
that's
them
very
that
concerning.
he will have a meeting with them, but not on Twitter, on ground meeting on how the structure will be. So that is the task that he has given the obedient.
But
So
doesn't the obedience need to know where their leaders stand, whether they stand with this,
no,
nonsense?
no, he made it clear that he did not stand with it, because when he visited when they came to him for that convention, he told them to do proper consultation, meeting the walls, everybody, the senators, everybody. He told them to do proper convention. And when he traveled for him to come back. They have put in a date for the convention in Abia State. Then he now have to meet Alesoti. Alesoti, now maybe they have some issue. Alesoti didn't, at the end of his meeting, Alesoti didn't accept that convention. Then they now have to move it to Anambra.
Okay, if you're going to say
So
Lesotho didn't accept that convention,
yeah,
why did
Alesoti didn't accept
Lesotho
because
send his deputy and some other, Anambra, I mean, Abia?
that one they didn't ask him, but for him, he said he made it clear that the reason that he is not in that convention is
No.
because it was not
You
proper.
already said that again. I'm asking you because you're in a platform with them, you narrate with them. I'm talking about LSOT, which is probably the second biggest person in Labour Party. I mean, just from from the public point of view, not necessarily from the party standard. I don't know if that, but I'm just
You know
saying by
what
sending
level?
your deputy and some of your other paratrusters, it means that you are supporting
I
what's
don't.
going on there.
I didn't get that because nobody asked him about that. But Lesotho personally is not present, and him and many senators are not present because for me, Labour Party did a very bad one in that convention. So it's just a quest for power. I don't know what Abre will gain by retaining the chairmanship of that party. When somebody like me will want that chairmanship to go to the north for balancing
Oh,
sake.
definitely need to go to the
So,
north
but
if
I
they
don't
want
know.
if
So,
they
but
want equity.
Obi,
I mean,
yeah, Obi himself has made it clear that he's not part of that convention. So he's building. What I see is that he's building the obedient to form a structure. Maybe in the next future, they might choose a political party for him. But he still wonder the obedient is the structure he's using for now, and he has given that instruction. Maybe
well, I
in
hope so. But
2027,
for now, I will just say it purely. I mean, I support to be
but he still give
100%. And so,
confidence that
but
he still give us
he need
confidence
to
that
show me the leadership.
yes,
I'm
he
thinking
still
that's
gave us
lacking
confidence
so
that
far, in my own opinion. This is just strictly my own opinion.
he still gave us confidence that something is still ongoing. Some meeting are still ongoing. Maybe at the end of the day, let's see what will come out of it in Labour Party, because that convention is not, even with
Okay.
INEC, it's not accepted. So maybe they will dissolve it and do another one. You will see it.
Okay, that's all I
All
have.
right,
One
back to
more. What
you.
other topic we're talking about? Because I've not been following until I joined.
Yeah, we were talking about the coastal railway that is now ongoing. It's not even in the pipelines anymore. It's now ongoing. That will run from Calabar all the way through. So, what are you making of that?
Okay,
That's
I've
all.
not really read anything into that. It's supposed to be running from Calabar all the way to Lagos. I mean,
Yes.
what state is this supposed to go through? I don't know.
It's meant to cover 9 states, and you can see the images you are seeing on your screen now is already work starting, and they're building it in concrete. Concrete being used in the 700-kilometer Lagos Calabar coastal highway construction. I mean, speak and do is what we're looking at now. Speak and do.
When did this project start? Knowing Nigeria anyway.
Within the I think it started in the last 2 weeks. It was signed off within the month, and they kicked it off immediately. I think he probably wants to use it to campaign in 2027.
Okay, that that's a good development in that aspect of infrastructure. But I mean, when something is good, we need to commend it. But nothing has happened yet, so it's still in the progress. So if it is when it's underway, halfway, or it complete, then we can say job accomplished. So yeah, I mean the photo up right now so far it looks good. But I am until I see it actually, like everything in Nigeria, until actually implemented and done and dust, then I will say something has been accomplished because we have that tendency to start something and not completing and leaving it there for 10, 20 years. So, but we see and we see what happened in that regard. So the Naira aspect of it, where did you get Naira appreciate to one to 1280?
Yes.
This is in the parallel market. Okay, because
That,
the person that collected money today, they exchange it for about, I think, she's about 15 or something like that.
I think they graduate you. Let me show you with the Naira in real time. So this is Remitly. This is Remitly in real time. So that's the dollar right there, and that's how much they're changing it for the Naira, 1,299.
Well, it has been appreciating, it has been appreciating since last week. How long it's been going on? Maybe about 2 weeks right now. It has been appreciating. Hope I mean, it's going to, but I hope that can be parallel to other aspect of Nigerian economy. But so far, I've not seen it. Just a baby step, that is going on. So everything is pretty much remain the same thing, or some of them increasing. So, we see what happens. All I'm gonna do is hope. I'm not just gonna be here just to criticize. If things is gonna go in the right direction, we commend it. But for now, people are still suffering in Nigeria. So let's not equivocate that because we are here. I mean, the Kenya is on the ground, and I believe most of what the Kenya said because from my own opinion, now strictly my own opinion, he's not just somebody that come here to castigate or exaggerate or whatever. That's the way I see the way he narrates something. So I mean, everybody has their opinion, but in my own viewpoint, he's on the ground, so he's like our investigating journalist on the ground, and he's very knowledgeable. Like he said, it's not about speaking big English and everything, but everybody can speak. Anybody can speak in good English, if you understand it. But Ekene is very rare, in my own opinion. But
Oh,
it's a
oh,
step
oh.
in the right direction in that regard.
Do you actually want the economy to recover? There's a sense that people want for reasons of partisan politics, they want the country to fail, because then that
Yeah,
will be a
yeah, yeah,
campaign. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, definitely, there's some people that want it. I mean, I mean, you can't control that. Of course, I want the economy. I want the economy to be good. I'm a Nigerian. I'm not unequivocal about that. I want the country to improve. I mean, I'm proud of Nigeria. I want us to have a stable economy. Very stable. I mean, so I can be proud of Nigeria, and it's going to help us. We have families in Nigeria. I mean, we do go to Nigeria in 1 month. So who doesn't want Nigeria to improve? We want a better Nigeria, but we can stay here. We have to speak and criticize where we don't see it feasible. I mean, something good is coming, then we have to talk about it. Yeah, I definitely want the economy, to stable, but definitely we need to criticize the government. We are, not the people, because the people has nothing to do with this. You know, where we see it feasible, we definitely need to, criticize. Yeah. What am
Oh, 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 all right, brilliant. There's a lot of pressure now with this Naira strengthening. There's a lot of pressure now for that to reflect in everyday purchase that Nigerians are. So this headline, Prestige, Naira dollar rate, Northern Group urge businesses to slash prices. So we're now in the realms of excessive profiteering from the business space. So they blame the rising cost of our goods on the dollar. So now that the naira is strengthening against the dollar, why are we not seeing a commensurate reduction in prices? Prestige.
Maybe it's going to take time, for it to come straight with the economy. I mean, it's going to take some time, but the bottom line, we need to start supplying, we need to start producing something in order to measure up to that level. But regardless of what we have, and if we don't produce, that's gonna be a problem. So that's where the security issue need to come in. They have to do whatever it takes to secure that country, because that has a lot in investment wise, agriculture and something like that. People are not farming anymore. So it's going to take it a long time. So that's why I said, I think I said that 2 or 3 months ago. For now, I've not seen.
Did you drop? Hello? Did we lose Prestige?
System is not good.
Yeah, so it's all this cheap American network, isn't it?
No,
Really,
not America. Just call California. California is
we have better connection from Alaba.
It's a country on its own within America. Just
is the Chinese phone that Prestige is using. Should we do a GoFundMe to get Prestige an iPhone? Let's start a GoFundMe to get Prestige an iPhone.
Ekene should send him one phone now.
Yes.
You send one phone to him.
Prestige, are you there? Look at that.
Is he back?
After all, he has praised Ekene today. Ekene should just send him one phone.
Yeah, so Ekene, you put that wallet.
Let me take
over. Me and Balasa they use now.
Yeah, let me
Balasa take right they use.
But your own balance are not the jack like one was now.
Your own clear. I mean, you when you did Nigeria, see as you they speak, you they talk with the hear
you don't switch to 5G. You know Nigeria is now on 5G. Are you on 5G now, Ekene? You don't switch now 4G you there before.
I'm on 4G. I've not upgraded.
I beg, make you send phone to your brother in California. Make you call him. His service there. You get that.
No, but it's not only him. Now. You don't listen to Bishop. Bishop, you hardly hear him. All these are abroad people. I don't know.
No, not the abroad people. It's the Americans. It's the Americans. You know that third world country. That third world country.
And I'm not gonna leave us alone, And I'm not gonna leave us alone. Waiting.
Mama, you're not The only time we have a network issue that vexed me was that time that Dele wanted to come in. Oh boy, I vexed that deal.
I have to take the blame. Because his PA actually sent me a note to say, look, do you want to cancel this thing? Do you want to postpone it? And I said, I was so desperate to have him on. I said, no, let's push it through. But now, if I had said postpone it, then he will still be owing us. But now he has fulfilled his thing. So now the blame is on me. Let me show you this. Let me show you this.
Wait, Oma.
Yeah.
So in the use, he get PA.
No, he get PA now. In a PA at the organizer. It says I wish to bring to your attention the internet disruption which has been experienced nationwide yesterday. This might make streaming difficult and even impossible tonight. I just remember that you might not be aware of this. I understand that Mr. Farostimi's feature on your program has been publicized. However, this incident is out of our control and we apologize. In light of this, would you like to reschedule or how would you like to proceed? And then she then sent me this notice from the Nigerian Communication Commission that says undersea cable. So she gave me the window to change it. So that's why I'm pushing back not to blame him. Because if I postponed it, but I advertised it so much, I didn't want to look silly to say, but now I look silly. But there it is.
Whether Nigeria now, when they tell you it's a problem, they they believe now.
So if he get a PA, then why is he now showing everywhere that he's a victim of Nigeria? He's a bourgeoisie now, one of the elites.
Yeah, he's a bourgeoisie, yes.
Using PA, I'm not even the president or governor. You say you're a victim of Nigeria. I know the obedience belief.
Are they not in Nigeria? Are they not going through the pains and suffering too?
With pain and suffering, Baba Jare, don't start.
Is he a politician?
doing in Nigeria?
Is he eating from
Is
the rot of the
can you
this thing?
consider him as one of the people
He
that
is
are
a
suffering in
Nigerian. He
Nigeria?
live in Nigeria.
So
Everybody living
is
in
anybody
Nigeria
that lives
that
in
is
Nigeria
not
that
a
is
politician
suffering?
are going
You
through pains and
Babajale
suffering.
Koko, he's in Nigeria. He flew to US to go and deliver one paper and then return to Nigeria. So now paper then they use go US.
Look, what I'm saying is that
He's an
anybody living
elite.
in
He's one of
Nigeria
the
now,
bourgeoisies in
He's
Nigeria.
suffering.
Stop saying he's a victim of Nigeria.
whether you are a bourgeoisie or no bourgeoisie, they are all going through the pains.
Which pain, Babajale Oko? Is everybody that is suffering in Nigeria?
Everybody is
It's not true. It's not
through
true. What
some
you are
form
saying is
of
not
hardship,
true.
one way or the other.
Now the
Even you,
American,
are you not passing through one form of hardship in US?
Oh
Is
God.
everything okay with you?
You know,
Look, I don't know what I don't know this pushback for. You guys cannot deny it.
That what?
That in Nigeria today, the situation in Nigeria concerning the economy, security, and other things that run a country, you can't tell me that people are not feeling some heat one way or the other. So
Ajale Koko, hold on, Simba. Off the back of what you said, Ajale Koko, I was going to leave this clip till later, but let me play it now. They say all animals are equal, some more equal than others. Not everybody. Well, listen to this.
I don't know what's going on here. These Nigerian guys need to get stopped. I don't know what they're doing, but they are outspending everyone. I'm willing to launch an investigation. Yeah, with the Metropolitan Police, CIA, FBI, because these Nigerian guys need to be stopped. They keep on outspending the mandem for listening to things. I don't know what they're doing, bro. They just laugh. Whenever you ask a Nigerian what he does, he just starts laughing as well. Next Nigerian that laughs when I ask him what he does in the face. Because you're taking my things and you're laughing at me basically as well. I went to Paris, bro. The man were ordering bottles. Each bottle was like 800 euros. So between the man them, we bought like 3-4 bottles. Between the man them. I look up, there's someone ordering 20 of the same bottles. I'm thinking 20 bottles, sure. I said, who is this guy? I look to my left, there's one Nigerian guy, not even a team. Not even a team, he's one Nigerian guy with 20 girls. And they all went back with him. And he didn't bring no one. How can he take back 20 girls? One guy. These Nigerians are too powerful, fam. They need to be stopped. I'm walking past Harrods the other day, I see a guy, a Nigerian guy, driving a Ferrari. I said, bro, what do you do? He just started laughing and drove off. The guy was 17. Why is a 17-year-old Nigerian driving a Ferrari, bro? What is going on here that I don't know? Nah, mothers, we need to launch an investigation, bro. I wanted to help out because these guys need to go down. I see them the other day as well. I see one night.
So Ajale Koko, the people that are balling, they are balling. Don't worry. The bourgeoisies, they are balling internationally.
Those ones that are driving, it's just 17 driving Ferrari. Those are the children of your politician right there. Also,
let me tell you this. The kind of life, let me tell you this. The way we in Nigeria, you are there, you are washing plates, you are washing your plates. In Nigeria, people can have drivers. You can see the way our lawyer here, Ogbeni, was amazed when he heard that Parrotimi has a PA. The kind of house that people live, the kind of luxury that they have PA, they have a gate man, they have a house girl, they have a washerman, they have everything. You understand that they can afford in that country. You cannot have that kind of luxury, even you that are living in US. You I don't know. I think that maybe if you are living in euphoria that because you are in US, you are in the best country, or I don't know why the way people think that people in Nigeria are just suffering.
Hold on, right there.
Simba.
You see, sometimes.
Babajale Koko, sorry.
Yes.
Do you know where the Parrotimi office is? It's in Lekki Phase 1. So
And then what
And
is
this is
happening?
the guy that will tell us that Nigeria can never work.
I'm waiting for
He
him.
never
Today will
said
come here.
Nigeria
I'm
can never
waiting
work.
patiently for
What
him to
he's
come here.
saying is that the
He's
direction
one
that
of the
these
elites.
people
You
are
stop saying he's a
taking
victim of
Nigeria, the
Nigeria.
direction they are
Victim of
taking
Nigeria
Nigeria
don't stay in
towards.
Lekki.
Look, this guy.
He's not a victim of
This guy is
Nigeria.
a retired lawyer. Hold on, Ogbeni.
He's a bujo.
This
Which
guy,
retirement? What was his age that is retiring from practice?
I think it's around 60. I think it's.
I'm not sure if he's 60 yet, though. I think he'll be in his late 50s.
Because he doesn't, you know, the kind of look, the kind of angry look he used to wear on his face is making him to look older than his age.
Look, let me tell you.
It's just that guy is just full of anger, and whenever you are hungry, you get old easily.
Look, every Nigerian
That's
should
a
be
doctor
angry.
talking there.
Every Nigerian should be angry at the situation in Nigeria. If you are not angry, it is
Me,
either
I came here. I have a question for the
part of
economists of
those
the
people
platform this morning.
stealing
So,
Nigerians.
if you are still on the platform, I have a question for you. You are the economist. You are the best economist that we have now.
I'm not the best, though.
So
okay.
I'm not an economist. I'm a businessman. I'm a trader.
Because you said you are doing practical economy now.
Hold on.
One now. Woman, can I the last guy that just spoke about people living in Nigeria having nanny, having driver, something like that. This is the problem with Nigeria, you know. I mean, do you know who I am? I mean, who cares about that? Over here, we don't give a damn about all those kind of things. We may have
They
all that
care
money or
abroad,
whatever.
though. Who say they don't care?
I don't. That's the mentality you have in Nigeria. Like somebody have to serve you. No, you're gonna say I don't have that money. That's why that's why I say I don't care. I don't care.
It
That's
depends
not how
on
I
the
am.
people you mingle with in your America. If you mingle with the elites, the classy ones,
I'm not on that level, so
royal
it doesn't
family,
really matter to me. So,
you
but I
understand that
have
it
enough
matters
to
to them.
sustain myself.
You should stop all
So,
this
but I don't
narrative
really care about all those kind of things. That doesn't do any good to me.
It matters everywhere in the world.
That's
elites
you still
and
have the
others.
same
No,
Nigerian
it's not about you.
Nigerian mindset.
Hold on.
No, I'm not.
already said I don't have the luxury.
Nigerian
Can you
mindset,
hold
even
on?
at all you're in London.
Okay.
There is no way that social hierarchy does not apply. I don't think there's a society that social hierarchy does not apply.
That is it.
But that's
you can't look at him from the angle that because they have a secretary, or how do you describe him, one man?
A PA. A PA, but let's not criticize because we're still trying to get him on. So he may be listening.
This guy is a lawyer. I believe he have his own chamber. So why would he have a PA working with him? What is the big deal?
Babaja, you know what baffles me? Even I don't know what they mean by he even have a PA. The lawyer that even collect our rent in Alaba have a PA. What does that PA stand for? He just a girl that's in office that whenever you want to reach him as a lawyer, you can meet the girl. It's like a secretary.
We know you are a billionaire. Your lawyer will also be a billionaire. Stop that.
I don't be billionaire. I beg you.
SAN. Your lawyer is an SAN now. We think say we don't SAN.
I don't get anything. No, I beg you. But the only thing is that there is only reason why I will remain in this country. I believe in this country die, and there is no way. It's just like what Alain Onyema said the other day, and people were castigating him. I believe in that stuff I believe in that. No amount of money that you make in abroad will attract me living abroad. I can only visit if I have the opportunity, maybe.
And what is the reason why you want to remain in Nigeria? Tell us now. Why do you want to remain in Nigeria?
Don't tell us, because then it would throw the conversation out of sequence. Let Ajane Koko take the floor instead, so that we can get through the voices.
It's matter of fact.
No, but one man, before you proceed to Ajane Koko, let me because everybody has been saying that Naira is falling. I mean, it's appreciating, then it's not reflecting on the price of goods. You cannot see an immediate fall in the price of goods. Let's say, for instance, you have bought Ekene. That was why I said I wanted to direct the question to Ekene. Ekene, if you buy goods with maybe when Naira was around 1,700, will you immediately now bring the price down now that is 1,280? Tell me.
It's easy to do because you raise the price of commodity to buy that goods at the rate of 1,007 something. Maybe there will be some drop because people want to see
the question is a yes or no. Will you sell something that you buy at the rate of 1,700 at 1,280?
What at 1,700? It's possible now. It's possible to drop the price because there are some goods in your shop that you use the opportunity to sell it off without counting the profit.
I don't understand counting the profit. So you want to sell at loss?
Yeah, there are goods you buy, but maybe because those goods has been it has stayed too long in your shop, but because of
it's not a matter. You are talking about price fall. I mean, the appreciation of within 1 to 2 weeks. Is that the way you bring the price down?
No, mostly it happens like that. Mostly when the price of goods, when the dollar drop in price.
That your response doesn't make sense. Okay,
it doesn't make sense.
Me finish.
Why are you?
Let me finish. It happens most of the time. It happens most of the time that when the price of dollar drops, you drop the price of your goods.
Let me tell you, the way the people run business is only when price appreciates. You understand?
No, it's not only when price appreciates.
Wait, hold on. Let me tell you.
I don't want us to be stuck here for too long.
We don't really want to give
We just want to. Nigerians, we're always in a hurry. That's what I'm saying. If what we should be talking about now, that this thing should be sustained, then we start seeing the effect maybe after a month or 1 year or 2 months. That's when you start seeing the appreciable fall. But this one that we are talking about within 1 or 2 weeks is not achievable. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's achievable.
I beg you.
Yeah, it's achievable. Within 1 week.
You're a businessman, so I don't really think. I think you are the one that should be making Simba's argument.
If you're hanging the price of your commodity because you think that the dollar will still go up.
Okay. Let me put it to you this way, Ekene. You buy your stock at $1,000 Naira to the dollar, and then Naira then falls to 800 to the dollar. So are you going to sell are you going to price at that 800 to the dollar or that 1,000 to the dollar that you used to buy your stock?
You sell at the rate you have for that day. That's how you sell your goods. You understand?
No, not the rate you bought the stock.
Yeah. You sell at the rate. Any day you come to your shop, the first thing you do is to check the rate. You understand? So you already know how much you are going to sell. Whether you are going to sustain your old price or you're going to increase it. That's how you do your business. Because normally, let me finish. People can still speculate. I'm not saying that people cannot speculate, but I'm telling you the business reality. Let me finish now. I'm telling you. Let me finish now. That's you can say whatever you want to say, but that's how you do business. Because mostly, as a businessman, I want to reduce my price so that we'll get more customers. If I reduce my price today, if my neighbor is selling for 5 naira, I sell for 4 naira 50 kobo, I will get more customers. So why should I hang my price?
But that is if it is visible for you to sell at that price.
That is to tell you that you sell by the rate you have for that day. Because once you sell, you change or you send money.
You are really a good businessman. Continue.
Can
Go ahead.
No, you have the floor, Prestige, so that we can get to the.
Let me referring to a Kenya argument and Simbad. I think I follow. I'm on the point of Simbad. Because it's Kenya. What you just confessed right now, like when you bought it. So are you telling me you're just going to sell at the going price at that particular time, and then you're going to come out at a loss? Is that going to be a good business?
No, you cannot come out at a loss. Once you sell at the rate you have for that day, you are not going to lose. What happens is that once you sell, you change your money. Already you have an order. You don't keep your money. You change it or you send it either the next day or that day in the evening. You change it or you send it. So what happens is that if the price is sustained, then you get more. If the price is sustained, you get more. So, but if the reality is that I will want to reduce my price to gain customer, there is no need hanging my price.
Ekene, sorry, one man for saying this. You are only talking about buying and selling. Okay, what about people that are dealing with production? They have bought their raw materials at a price. You understand? And they are using for production. Maybe they have a stock that can last them for 2-3 months. Can they do what you are talking about?
No, the why it affects the productive aspect of it very well is that
let me tell you, if you really know economy, you will not, because what you are doing, your own is just a micro thing that what you do is not what they call economy now.
It also applies
stupid
even a business. What is hanging? Like what I told you. Like what I told you, Simba. What I told you before. Let me finish. Let me. No, there is nothing like being stupid about that. What I told you today.
Do buying and selling. Any stupid
let me tell you one man.
So what you are talking is not economy.
Slow it down now. Slow it down. That language was a bit revolting. And it's not calling. I think you understand well. Let's move on from them. Maybe in the after hours we revisit that. I'm just keen to get through.
I want to make a point to. I want to make a point to Simba.
All right, make that point. And
everybody borrows money. A lot of money. A lot of business people borrows money to do business. And the business of today, why the price is still going up, it's not actually people waiting to know, or maybe to know if to sustain, whether the dollar will be sustained or what. What is actually affecting the price of today is that even that Mamea area that is selling bottled water or minerals in the Alaba market goes to Lapo to collect maybe 20,000 naira loan or 30,000 naira loan. So he has to calculate the interest. The interest rate today is high. So you don't expect him just to reduce the price or reduce his profit just to please you, your policy. It's not done like that. That high interest rate will be calculated. So you will not tell you, if I sell this thing like this, I will not be able to pay back my loan. I will eat my capital. So he has to calculate it. So what actually is sustaining the price today is not actually it's not actually people waiting to know whether they will sustain it. No, it's people calculating their interest rate added to the goods they buy. That is why the price is still high. If not for the interest rate, the price will just come down. It's not as if the price has affected a lot of things, a lot of commodities, but there are ones it will not necessarily affect. There are things it affected in a little way, not going back to normal what it used to be before, but little. There are little adjustments. If I find a way to adjust my price, I'll just do that. I'll just call my customer. I call my customer every day to tell them this thing that I'm selling for 1,500 naira, I'm selling it for 1,550 today. So that you will not go and call my neighbor, and my neighbor will sell 1,550 or 1,500 for you. I will now lose the customer. So I have to call him. The major ones that I have to call them and say, please, this thing that I sold for you 1,700 that yesterday, I'm selling it for 1,600 today. You understand? I have to give him that confidence so that he will not go and call another person. A lot of them has many numbers in the market, so they can go and call my neighbor. Like the one I battled one last week. I know what I did to gain him back.
All right.
That's how business works.
All right,
your price just to some things, all those stuff.
All right, Brilliant. Thank you, Kenneth. So let's get to Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, do you want to kick it off with Kulata super chart? That seems to be the space to start. All right. I think Ajale Koko. You're there.
California phone. I'll be
No, I was muted. I didn't know that was me, and I was reading it out. I didn't know. It is California man of prestige phone that is having problem, not mine. Okay. Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, let us congratulate him for adding another year, and we pray that God will give him long life with good health to continue doing a good job as the president, and all his efforts to get our economy back on track. We have to pray that God will be on the side.
Are you not going to sing happy birthday in the manner that Marilyn Monroe did for JFK all those years ago? Bring your best Marilyn Monroe.
We have to pray for God to give him good health, continue to give him good health, and many years to come as well. So, and from there, let's do it together. Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you, Mr. President.
Happy birthday to you, Mr. President Tinubu. Happy birthday to you. We wish you many happy
many years in government of Nigeria.
Babaja, how old is he? Babaja, how old is he today?
Ẹ máa jẹ́ káwọn kan máa ní headache láàárọ̀ yìí o.
Let's ask a question. How old is Jagaba?
He's 95 now. We all know he's 95. Is it not 95? Ancient of days. Ancient of days.
So, well, let's thank God for his life, and let's continue to pray for him for good health, and let's continue to pray that he's sincere with us, and with his team for them to turn around the economy of the country, particularly in the area of security. Let's continue to pray for them to develop strategies that will work, that will defeat the insurgency, the terrorism, so that peace and tranquility will reign all over Nigeria. So let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. So the conversation now, it wraps around Peter Obi's appearance on Space on X, which seems to be his go-to space now to speak to the raw meat eaters. So Peter Obi made that appearance, but he spoke a lot without actually saying anything, because I tracked it all the way through, but there was nothing significant to glean from there. But what I did glean was that he was not full throttle in endorsement of Julius Abure. So that tells you then that he is ready to abandon that, and that places Julius Abure in an untenable position. But there was one thing that he did say that struck me. He said his project is to build a new Nigeria, not to build a new Labour Party. So are we to read from that is at the exit door?
You see, one man, that statement that you are referring to is where Obi spoiled everything for himself today. That is where he destroyed
that question and answer session that he did with that platform. Every other thing, maybe people will have overlooked it, but that statement, everybody that follow Obi and all Nigerians should be worried that what kind of politician is this? What kind of leadership does OP represent? Because if you are telling us that what really matters to you is the country, is the building of the country, and not to build the party, what platform do you want to use to get to the position of president that, you know, will give you that opportunity to build the country? It's your party. So are we trying to say that Obi is
Abaja, right? For if you look at his antecedent, why are you surprised?
No, it came out open. I mean, you know, look,
He has not
antecedent
been taking
is one
responsibility
thing,
for anything.
but for
Babajare
him
Koko.
saying it from his mouth, saying it directly, explicitly, the way he said it, we should be worried. Simba, what are you trying to say? You're trying to interject.
Let me tell you, if you look at him, at least you know his antecedent. That is how he has been behaving ever. Now, even another thing I notice about Obi is that he's somebody that doesn't want to take responsibility for anything. You understand? It's either he doesn't come out publicly or he goes behind doing his thing, and you know most of the things that we have been accusing him of. So this one is, I don't know why people are so surprised. I don't expect anything better than that from him. And if you look at his moves so far, it's just a matter of time. Obi is going to leave that party. And you can see what even his followers, his adherent followers are saying, even this morning, that his concern is the obedient. It's not about the party. So maybe they have a plan now that they are nurturing to maybe
No.
to go.
The plan is quite clear. Simba, Peter Obi is going to leave Labour Party, but before the end of next month, and then he will go to the SDP, and then shortly after that, El Rufai would leave the APC and join the LPC, and then they will run a joint ticket against Tinubu in 2027. So that's the pathway that they're backed upon.
Well, one man, Mabaja, if I may quote what I heard Obi say during that interview, he said he will try to change them. That's about Labour Party. I'm quoting him verbatim now.
Yes.
He said we will try to change them, but we will not die for them, or we will not die with them. If we can't change them, we will leave them to do what we said to do. Exactly that way. He said we will not die with them. And I wonder why you can't stick your neck and ensure that you sanitize your party, but all you're targeting is just the presidency.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, do you remember during the River State campaign, and there was this lady that was the candidate of the Labour Party, and Peter Obi said frontally to Yemsin Wike then that he was willing to trade that woman's ambition for his support. Do you remember that?
So, Mama, you didn't get what he said that then very well. He said he denied Labour Party having candidates in Rivers State. That was what happened in Rivers. He denied them having candidates until that woman came and said, I was on sick bed and you are denying me as a candidate of this party.
You know, if you don't stand for, and if you don't stand for something, you fall for. It's the flakiness, isn't it? It's we're talking about backbone and we're talking about stickability. Have you heard? I think it's a new contemporaneous coinage, stickability, that you stay with it until you work it out. I don't think we've seen that yet with Peter Obi.
Look, one man, Ogbeni, for quoting what Obi said just now. You see, when I heard it, because I listened to some part of that listing, I heard what you actually quoted now. I was shaking my head. I said, what is this man saying? What is wrong with him? You cannot change them. If you try your best, if they cannot ready to change, then you will leave them. And in addition to that, Ogbeni, if you remember, he quoted a biblical verse.
Yes.
A verse in the Bible.
Yes. Where Jesus said that if you try to preach to them and they don't want your peace, dust the dust of your food and then leave the place and live with your peace.
Ha!
He quoted it.
When I heard that, I said, what is going on with this man today? Is something going on with him today, or is he just coming out in a true form? In his true form for everybody to know. It is very bad completely. You see, those statements, some that are good journalists can write a lot of, they can write article on it and back it with, you know, many things that Obi have done in the past that are wrong, to really picture to everybody what Obi represent. I don't know what got into him. I don't know why he was talking like that. And I don't want to believe that he is political naive. He is not political naive, but he's sending signal to the obedient. I believe obedient too are worried about what is going on in Labour Party.
Baba, can I comment? Can I comment?
Okay.
I don't think Obi has made any wrong statement regarding how the obedient is reacting to Labour Party, because with what happened in the last few days in the convention, a lot of obedient are not happy with the Labour Party, and they are already planning to move on, because that convention was done in exclusion. If you had the question very well, the guy asked that the one way obedient wanted to use that opportunity of that convention to integrate themselves into Labour Party, which Labour Party denied them. So now, what is the way forward for them? And knowing fully well that the support base of Obi is bigger than Labour Party. The obedient movement itself is bigger than Labour Party, because the obedience itself, many of them are non-partisan. A lot of them, some from PDP, some from APC. Some don't know even what is called party. Somebody like me, is just recently that I joined Labour Party after the election. You understand? But the Labour Party, their convention says you cannot be involved if you have not do this and all that, and the many obedient are not in order with that. So you don't expect Obi to lose obedience and get Labour Party. So the description he gave to them, which
Ekene, there is nothing obedience. Sorry, the so-called obedient are just emergency politicians. Most of them are naive, even in politics. We didn't
Yeah,
even learn anything about politics.
most of them are
Those
naive.
wait. Let me finish. The Aburi that you people have been supporting because he gave a platform to your principal, and everybody have been chanting and be praising him for doing that. It's the same thing that is working against you people now. Are you aware that he inserted a clause in the whatever maybe it's constitution or something of the convention that anybody who is not a member in the last 2 years cannot partake in that convention? Are you aware of that?
I know.
You understand? So I don't. You see, evil that men does follow them.
There is nothing like
The
evil.
problem that
Let me. You are just trying to. You are just trying to bring your own
Hold on.
narrative.
Sorry, hold on, Ekene. Do you understand what that means? What he did there? What he did there was to because the Obedience were championing to have a northerner as the chairman of that
Yes.
party, so that the party can have a more nationalistic phase, especially after Soyinka accused them of being a regional party. So by inserting that clause, he has excluded all of the Obedient from that convention in order that only his stalwarts, only his loyalists will be there to return him to power. And then after he was returned to power, he then threw that olive branch of giving Peter Obi an automatic. It's a that way.
And somebody like Reno Mokri tweeted that they did it, and they Obi coming out to say or rejecting the position they gave to him, making him an automatic presidential candidate in 2027. He's not in support of that. He's not in support of that. You cannot give me automatic ticket in 2027 without doing the proper thing. So what is wrong in what he did? But if you say that he did wrong, because in what he said today, he never said he didn't engage Labour Party. He engaged them up until the last minute. He engaged the senators, he engaged the only governor we have, he engaged every stakeholders, both TUC and the NLC.
Ekene?
And if you want, if you watch him, yeah.
Where did Peter Obi reject the automatic ticket they gave him? When? Not in this interview.
With what he said, he's well convinced that he's not in line with that.
He never categorically rejected that thing.
Well, you can be waiting for when he will be categorically tell you that, but he tell you he has already tell you that he's not in line with what Labour Party did in terms of the convention.
He didn't reject. No. Listen.
So that question was not thrown to. If I was given an opportunity, I would have asked him that question directly.
Yeah, but Kenneth, you said they rejected it, and I think everybody believed you until
his action and what he said.
But he did not categorically reject it, though, did he?
He did not.
Well, maybe you are the one that gave it. You are the one that gave it. You are the one to hang it on.
Pronounce a rejectment.
When somebody is telling you that the right convention should be done, that the right thing should be done, everybody.
Ekene, wait now. I was in that. I don't know you. I'm so sure as Obedient you'll be in that meeting. I was also in that meeting. Now throughout, I watched it from A to Z. There was nowhere Peter Obi categorically rejected that poisonous pie they gave him.
Okay. If that is your problem, if that is your problem, if that is your problem, then he did not reject it. Okay.
I'm not surprised. But for me, that's Peter Obi's way.
Yeah. For me, you said he did not reject it, but you say he's leaving the party at the same time. I don't know the one you believe in.
See what Peter.
So let me say what I want to say. So you said he did not reject it, and you say he's leaving the party also. But for me, what he did in what I saw today is to organize the Obedient and want to form a structure with them. And that meeting, and you can see at the end of it, he even told them about he used time to tell them about the insults they give to people, that they should refrain from it and all those stuff, and make sure they engage everybody and don't have quarrel among themselves. So, but you don't see that aspect. You don't see that one. Anytime you tell him that
I
he never
saw it.
cautioned
It's
his,
a good
he
aspect.
never cautioned,
Ekene,
he never cautioned his followers. You didn't see when he cautioned them on the way they talk to
Ekene,
opposition and all
did
those
I
stuff.
say here
So,
today that I didn't caution? Wait now, wait
so,
before
so
you.
let me finish.
Ekene,
Because
wait before
you only like
you
the
rude
one.
us.
Oh,
You
when you
like the
only
way
one like
Jesus
the one that
this.
favors you. You don't like the one that did not favor you. So the only thing I know and what we understand from what he told us to do as an obedient is to form our own structure. It's a movement. Not necessarily mean that he's dumping Labour Party. If Labour Party gets its right tomorrow, he's also said it there. If Labour Party gets its right tomorrow, we are following. After all, the NLC is not in line with the convention. The TUC is not in line with it. The main party stakeholders are not in line with it. Even INEC. You understand? I myself, I cannot follow it that way. I want a leadership from the north. I just saw what they organized there. I was even ashamed of myself being a member of Labour Party. Everything Igbo. Just one national secretary from the north. As in, I was not happy, and I cannot follow that process. Me personally. So we have already have our what Obedient is not trying to take over the party, but Obedient wants the right thing to be done. Leadership, restructure it so that the things they accuse you for, you not look like it in 2027. So how are we going to campaign with let's say that 2023 was an emergency. Abre was from the south, Obi is from the south also. It's an emergency. Then we went along with it. Then now we have time to restructure ourselves for 2027. Are we still going to give the same excuse? No. And being sincere about it doesn't mean that we don't know what we are doing. You don't expect us to always fall in line with everything or believe everything that Labour Party is doing. So that's what I see. So going forward, the Obedient movement will have their own structure. And we are going to form it according to the instruction of Obi for the 2027 election. Then if Labour Party gets it right, we use their vehicle again. That's how I see it.
Okay. Benny, you see, Obi shouldn't have made those statements. Those statements that he made showed completely that Obi is not a loyal party member. And that call to question his leadership in that party. A leader of the party, a leader at his own start.
No, Babaja, let's say what Obi did not say. Obi confirmed that as of today.
Let Ajale Kuko share that thought.
He gave me. I will just to make a comment because it's not good to put the wrong narrative. He didn't say that he's not a member of Labour Party, and he's not doing. He said it that he's not doing anti-party because that is why in the beginning he declared his support for Olumide Apata of candidate of Edo State in Labour Party. At the end of the conversation, he also declared it again. And they begged all the obedience and everybody to support him as our candidate in Edo State. He made it clear. It's just the crisis we are trying to address. Doesn't mean that if we have a candidate today, we cannot support him. He have already declared his candidacy, and they asked the obedience that say that they are obedient and not for Labour Party. That before they do that, they will give us a concrete reason why they shouldn't support Olumide Apata. Is that very difficult to understand? So if he's doing anti-party or if he's not in line with the Labour Party, why would he? At least this is the third time I'm seeing him declaring his support for Olumide Apata.
Look, I'm making reference to the statement he made concerning what did he say? A statement that I what I'm interested in.
We will not die with them.
Yes, what I'm interested in is Nigeria, to make Nigeria, to develop Nigeria,
not
and
Labour
not
Party.
to develop the party. And the second one is what Ogbeni just said now, that I'm not ready to die with them. If they don't want to listen, I will leave. And he quoted Bible where Jesus said, you go and talk to them. If you go and preach to them, if they are not listening to your preaching, wash your foot. Or how did he say it? Make sure you
Dust your foot and leave with
dust
your
your
feet.
foot and leave.
I didn't hear all this though.
He said
Nobody.
it.
He said it now.
No, as I heard it. I
Ekele,
heard
you
it.
don't know me. I listen to Peter Obi
Well,
very well.
this is not the narrative, Ogbeni. God.
No.
He said it too.
Ekene, did you watch everything throughout? Did you listen?
I was there. I was requesting for
you are
my
not
just that they
listening.
didn't give me.
You are
You go sell
there. You
market
are not
that time.
listening.
You
You
go sell
didn't
market.
listen. He said all these things.
Said it now.
It's not. I mean, Ogbeni is saying it. I am
He
confirming it.
said
Are
it.
you saying that we are making it up? This is the statement that will be made. Very, very bad. He called to questioning his leadership. He called to questioning his faithfulness to the party. He called to questioning his loyalty to the party. He's showing that he has an agenda. An agenda with the obedient.
Can I let it roll for a little bit?
An agenda with his obedience that they can move out of that party anytime. And as a matter of fact, he make a statement that sounds like that. And I was shocked that he could make that statement. What he said was that it is not okay. When he was talking about the Akpata issue, he said we should know that it is not all obedience that are members of Labour Party. Some are outside, while some are inside. And he was saying the people inside, he has told them that Akpata is the candidate of the obedient, that they are supporting Akpata. And he used that opportunity to call on them that they should support Akpata. But he failed to tell us the effort he is making to integrate those that are the obedient that are outside and the inside the party together for the interest of the party, for the development of the party. So if the leader of the obedient, who is Obi, is telling us that the obedient structure have some of them within the party and some outside the party, and is not calling on them, those outside the party, to come and join so that they can help them together, they can do it together to build that party. That shows that he is one leg in and one leg man. He's playing one leg in and one leg out politics. You understand what I'm saying? And one leg in, one leg out. It means that wherever that favors him, that is where it's going to go. If inside favor him, it will stay there. If inside does not favor him, boom, the leg outside go move. So I was very, very surprised that a politician at that leadership, with that leadership status, a presidential candidate in the last presidential election, a man that his name spread across the world as a candidate of a party that is not known in presidential contest, to a a party that was giving serious fight, in serious contention against the prominent party in Nigeria. And this man is making this kind of ridiculous. It's a ridiculous.
Koko. That is what they call Bajue. It don't do Bajue for the whole world. Now Bajue.
I wish we can tape this thing. I mean, we be able to cut out this clip where this guy was making this statement and made all these statements that we are referring to, and then play it over and over for people to listen. It is not good. It is not because I'm not an obedient. It's not because of that I'm talking like this. But I'm talking, like this because this man that a lot of people place in high esteem as a person that can lead us as a potential president of this country, now speaking in this manner that the party does not matter to him, but Nigeria. What vehicle will take you? Nigeria. What vehicle will take you to the position of presidency? Is it not the party? If Tinubu has dismantled, if Tinubu did not fight hard, if Tinubu failed to put structure on the ground in APC against everything that Buhari and his cabal did to frustrate him, the way they took his structure out from the leadership structure of the party, like, what do you call this man? The former Edo State governor. Former Edo State governor. No. Edo State
Oshiomhole.
Oshiomhole, who was the chairman. So all the leadership in that what do you call the ESCO, or what do they call them? The National Executive Committee of the party. All of them were sacked. All the Tinubu people that they thought are going to use their position to favor Tinubu in the primary, all of them were taken down. So, but Tinubu did not stop there. He keep on building, he keep on fighting, he keep on making connection, he keep on donating money. Where go to Rufai when there was fire, what do you call it? Fire outbreak in one of the largest markets. He go and give Rufai 50 million. He went to Kano when there was an incident. He gave them money. He continued to build. But this man
is Obi not building?
Is complaining that the
Babaja, is he not building?
Who?
Obi.
Obi, what did you listen to his statement?
It's not about his statement. He's building.
If they are not
He's
listening
building
to him,
outside the party. Outside the party, he's building his himself, especially in the north. Don't you see him?
Is it not going? If he would concentrate in building his party, in solving the problem in the party, forget about people outside.
Every party has a problem. So the problem, he never said it. My point is that he never said he's leaving the party so soon. He also gave us confidence that things that still work on ground. So if the party say like just like the way Abure is fighting everybody to retain the position, you want him to come and be fighting with Abure. P2B is not a member of National Working. P2B is not a member of National Working Committee.
How he's building it in the north. He's really
P2B.
Is it that one that he went to eat with that little boy? He was eating in the same spoon, using the same spoon to feed that boy, and was eating using that same food to eat. Is that the way?
There was this
building.
That's not only the building. That's not only the building. There was this borehole that he dug a lot of borehole in the north in the past few months. But the one that he said that shocking was the one that he said one school, I don't know, they requested for that water, and the local government and the government cannot provide it for them. Then for the first time, that school commended him so much, because this is the first time they are receiving something from a public figure. So he dug that borehole to them, and they handed over to them.
Yeah, but how many boreholes has Malam Obi built in the east? Malam Obi.
You would have followed if you have followed the interview. If you have followed the interview, you had him right. Almost all the secondary school in Anambra State has borehole under his tenure with generator. He gave them borehole with generator and with vehicle. All the secondary school in Anambra State. So it's not that he started building borehole today. You would have, if you said you watched the interview, you would have heard him say it, not me saying it.
Ekene. Was it not the one that was talking about the revamping of the Onisha waterworks and all those things? So if he revamped all those things, why is it? Hold on, let me finish my question. If we revamp all those old waterworks I claim he revamped, then why was he constructing borehole in the schools? Why can't he run the pipe bomb water into those schools?
He first of all make sure that he gave them water. He didn't want to do things that you come and be using propaganda.
Fighting those workers, those water corporation people.
He didn't fight them. He didn't fight them, Babaja. The most important thing is that he gave
those people died now.
Babaja, the most important thing is that he gave the schools borehole.
Was it not Obiano that came to clear their?
Obiano is the one that came to clear that mess, and
the most important thing is that he gave the schools in Anambra State borehole. All the schools in Anambra, all the secondary school in Anambra, he gave them borehole.
What do you call this man? Soludo, that is feeding pipe bomb water.
Which pipe bomb water? I beg.
The one they went to do in Opupo.
All right. Babaja, I don't want to. I don't do
pipe bomb water in Opupo now.
He did not do anything. He did not do anything.
They will tell you he has done nothing.
What did he do?
He's obese.
He did not do. I told you that he gave all the secondary school in Anambra State borehole with generator. You are telling me he's doing pipe on water where? Where did he do the pipe on water?
In Opupo. Opupo.
Can you even listen to yourself? He gave them borehole with generator. Can you listen to what you are talking about? A governor giving them borehole with generator. Who will be fueling the generator? How would they sustain that one?
That generator is for the purpose of pumping water.
I say, how would they maintain it? How would they maintain it?
Why wouldn't they maintain it?
Now that one is no problem.
Will he marry wife for them and give them one?
You don't know when you give
Simba. Will he marry wife for them and still give them a match to be sleeping with their wives?
Yeah? I don't even know. It's not a public school.
A public school that he provide a borehole. He provide a borehole. Give them generator. Then you still want him to provide. After marrying the wife for them, he will now go to the market and buy the mat that they will be using to be sleeping with their wives.
And then after he has bought the mat, what else would they do for them? I think we don't want to.
He will not be teaching them how to sleep with their wife. That's how Simba question looks like.
Let's keep it PG.
Some Simba question looks like that.
But Simba, sorry, one man. You see, you can't win a Kenneth in this. Let me draw attention to something that Peter Obi said today. He was trying to, the same way we always paint himself as like a saint. Somebody asked him question about Lesotho, sponsoring law to cancel pension for past governors and co. He heard that Lesotho, and then he now digressed to, in his usual way, to that he met one boy like that, one man whose pension is between 4,000 to 5,000. And that touched him so much, and started comparing that. So the question that first came to my mind is that in Anambra State, that you were a governor for 8 years, what did you do about people's pension? Because the way I've seen Nigeria now is that you see problem complaining about problem. You that were a governor for 8 years, I should be able to see a good example in your leadership at your state level. What is happening presently to your home pensioner Are they collecting far above what an average pensioner is collecting in Nigeria? The answer is big no.
It's a lie.
So,
It's a lie.
Oh, pensioner
It's a lie. You can
right?
check his time. Even
I will pull
I
out
think
his time
Alestoti
for
is the
you.
second
Don't worry.
person. But during their time as a governor,
I will
he
pull
was the
out
only
his time
person.
for you. How pensioners were protesting. If you see that, will you say you will reverse
How
that
pensioners you put out the end of his tenure. Was he able to pay? Is he owing pensioners? Is he owing gratuity?
He's not
I'm
Is he
talking
not
owing
saying
about
salary?
hoeing.
listen to me.
Ogbeni is
Declare
not
the
talking
backlog.
about
Do you
hoeing.
know? Let me tell you, in Anambra State, before he
Ekene,
became a governor,
listen to me.
no, Ogbeni, I will not allow you
my
to.
point
I've heard
is
what you
not
said.
you like
I've heard
rearing
what you
people.
said,
My
but I
point is not
want to lay this
about
fact to you. I want to lay this fact to you. It's not propaganda. Let me tell you. Before he became governor,
yes.
the former governors were owing about 2 years' salary. I mean 2 years or more than salary, not pension. No. Pension, they don't go that area.
Ekene, you are going too far.
Gratuity.
Let
Let me finish. It's not like it's not going too far. So all the strike you see during his time was as a result of pension. Do you know that Anambra was not going? The schools in Anambra closed down for almost 2 years during the time of Mbadimeju.
All right.
2 years. No school is functioning in Anambra State.
After that, Ekene, you have to let the conversation flow a bit. Land that point.
Yes, I
then,
want to
then let
respond
it
to
flow.
Ogbeni for. I want because when my position here, is to respond to Ogbeni. So when he came, he has to restructure all those stuff and paid up the whole debt. After people were complaining, we are lamenting, and at least he has gave a background of what made him to go and pay the pension. After he went to church and one woman was holding him, telling him that he will not make heaven, that he refused to pay her pension. So he has to leave the church and visit the woman at home. That was the day he made up that promise that he was going to pay all the pensioners, which he did. So why do you like to bring things that doesn't exist? And that is why, as a governor, he performed excellently well in terms of paying pensions and salary and gratuities up until today. And he has restructured it in a way that up until today, Anambra State is not owing pensioners.
All right. All right. Kenneth, you have to be careful about these things. Obiano disburses 950 million naira to clear pension arrears. So those pension arrears,
The guy disbursed 950 million on who? On which note? On which note? Is it the one he's quoting
now?
It's just this guy's record is
is it the one he declared the 950 million?
Can I not be muscles now?
No, one man is a muscle because this is a kind of a lie. Obiano is owing 950 million pensioners and he muscle out that money to clear that pension. And you are saying that he cleared, is it the OB pension that he paid off? He paid off the pension he's owing now. What are you trying to say?
If you hold on, everybody hold on. Everybody hold on 1 second. Let me give you a couple of paragraphs from this. It says, or does it even speak? If it speaks, then let's see if it speaks. Sorry. You always make us do this.
State where the governor, Willie Obiano, has announced the payment of 950 million naira pension and gratuity arrears for retired workers in the state. This announcement was made during the presentation of checks by the governor to 600 retired local government workers to clear the backlog of pension and gratuity arrears from January to June this year.
To date, Anambra State government has paid over 40 billion towards pension payments and what have you. And what is different now is that going forward, I will not need a presentation like this to come and make these payments. Every month, these people will be paid automatically. We have taken pains to put everybody on biometrics, and we have ascertained the true pensioners and who is not there. So with this level of assurance, we'll begin to make these payments monthly. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure.
Okay. I'm not sure that actually dates back to Peter Obi. I think that's within his own cycle. But
God, though. God, though. Somebody paid the money he's owing, and you are taking it to Obi.
No, that's what I said. I said that, okay, now can I settle down? Now, I already acknowledge that that's within his cycle, not getting back to Peter Obi. But Ogbeni, say what you want to say, and then we get back to that.
You see, the approach Ekene uses is that he will railroad you.
Yeah, filibustering, isn't it? Yes.
That eventually you just drop that issue. My issue is simple. He is the one who digressed to, form another question for himself to answer. I said Obi met somebody and was complaining about the meager amount they pay as pension. And I said during Obi's time, he never increased the amount he paid pensioners in his state. That's my point. I'm not saying whether you clear in Ekiti today. They said they have cleared. They say Ibande is clearing. But my point is, if you are clearing and what you are clearing is, wait, don't railroad me like before, please. If you have cleared and what you are still clearing is that 4,000 to 5,000 that you are paying, just that meager amount. And I have somebody who is complaining that, I met somebody in Abia whose amount they are paying the person is 4,000 to 500. And I feel so sad. How can they be paying 4,500 as pension? My point is that the state you ruled for 8 years, you did not increase their pension.
Okay, can I come in?
Wait, I'm coming. It's just like the same way the same Obi went to one university, I think in Oka, and he said he met a friend who was his classmate in UNN, and that he wondered that the person was asking that if he can be his PA or something like that, that person is a professor, something like that, and that the kind of money they are collecting there. This is a state university. When you were there for 8 years, what did you do? Did you increase their cost of living, their standard of living? If you did, you won't find out your friend begging today. That is exactly my problem. Nigeria.
Okay. Let me address it, Ogbeni. Let me address it, Ogbeni.
Let me land. I'm coming. Let me land. You see, when they keep telling you, Obi did this in Anambra, did this in Anambra, I keep asking, is it the same Anambra? Can somebody today stand up and be boastful that Anambra is a standard in Nigeria? Where is the standard? I keep asking, and everybody.
We are now generalizing the issue. We are talking about the performance of one man. You are now trying to castigate Anambra State, but that's not the point. Don't castigate the state.
After all,
if we castigate the state, you call your state, then we castigate each other.
No. Stop these sentiments.
No, you are trying to castigate the state. That is what you want to do.
Don't railroad me. Please let me land. Please. I've given you space. Let me land. We all talk about Lagos here. Babadale Koko will call you. You will castigate your own. We'll talk about how dirty Lagos State is. We talk about this. At the same time,
but when you are taking me too far, I wanted to respond to something. You are taking me too far.
No. You have
you cannot just say something and
let him speak now. Let him land.
Let me land. You have created an impression here, which I will correct. There is no way you railroad me on this. I'll correct it as if just the same thing one of Spready came to do here, and I corrected immediately. I don't like going to the narrow part of tribal or you are castigating one state. No, I don't do that. And when I'm analyzing a state, it's a state in Nigeria. I said we are saying we are no longer one Nigeria. So don't see it as if I'm castigating Anambra. I'm telling you, Anambra is not a standard for Nigeria. If it's a standard, tell me.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay, it's not a standard for Nigeria, but
8 years. And you'll be telling us it's not verified.
We can bring it down to Ekiti and check their performance in the time
for Nigeria.
So, but let me come up with the argument. First of all, you said that did he increase the pension of the workers then? I don't think he did so, but the standard of living then, if you are paying somebody like 5,000 or 10,000 naira as a pension during his time as a governor, it's a big money. You can do a lot with it monthly to compare today. So 5,000 naira today cannot even do a transport. We have, just like what I told you, PDP was paying 19,000 minimum wage, but it's a big money. You can do a lot with it. During their time as when they were in government, So if he's paying pension of 10,000 naira or 5,000 naira during his time as a governor, you can do a lot with that. That time, the carton of Indomie, you can still afford it for 750 or 850. You can still buy a bag of cement for 1,200, 1,300 naira when he was governor. So you check how much a bag of cement, 10,000 naira, how many bags of cement it can buy for you then. Compared to today that a bag of cement is about 10,000 naira or so. Do you understand? So that's how you calculate it. You don't just come and say, did he increase? Did he do that? Did he do this? So I want to counter your argument.
Are you saying
No,
the pensioners
let me counter your argument.
Are you saying the pensioners under Obi in Anambra stood?
Gentlemen, when it reaches 4 hours, I'll be shutting it down. So whoever has not gotten to speak,
I'm telling you, I want to counter your argument.
But my point is that
for you to know.
the pensioners
Do you know that
under Obi in Anambra, they stood clear and better than any pensioner in other parts of Nigeria during Obi in Anambra? Is that what you are saying?
The only thing I know is that they get their pension at the time due. They get their gratuity. Yes.
Complaining about sufficiency here. So my hope is that
the sufficiency then is enough. The money is sufficient to get you a lot of things. 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira can get you a lot of things in Nigeria then. Just get that. There is no argument about it.
You don't understand.
You understand?
So
what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is that
you know what I've seen. You rush here to come and paint Anambra under Obi like one.
No, the point is that I'm not saying that Obi. I'm not saying that Obi finished all the work.
All these things you are talking about.
Let me, when you would have allowed me. I gave you some minutes to speak now. You know, we are having an argument. So I didn't say Obi finished everything in Anambra State, but Obi set a standard of what Anambra is today than what it used to be before.
I keep asking.
I just told you, even before he started paying pension. Before he started paying pension, Anambra is owing pension alone. Pension alone will be cleared. Pension and gratuity alone will be cleared. It's about 30 billion naira.
That cleared pension
I didn't know, but I'm talking about my state.
You're talking about.
Let me finish now. Allow me to speak. I'm telling you that pension and gratuity alone he cleared in Anambra State when he became a governor is about 30 billion. When naira was money. 30 billion is not 1 naira. To tell you the amount of pension owing in Anambra State.
Salary alone. All right, we must move on at some point.
Salary alone is more than 2 years.
Gentlemen, this is never. Hold on. This is not going to land anywhere. So let's just move on. Yes, Bishop.
I just wanted to say, if you are going to shut down in 4 hours, can we just move away from this?
Yes, it's never going to end. So let's just move on. I don't let Coco back to you.
Okay, so I think every obedience should be worried. If you really, if you as an obedient is looking at Obi as who you really believe in as your political leader, as a person that can take Nigeria to the promised land. If you listen to what is said today, and you listen clearly, because it's one thing to listen, it's another thing to listen clearly. Listen clearly and heard what you said today, you should be worried. It's not showing a man that is ready to be stable in one political party. That is what the statement he made today. That is what that statement represents. And that is not good. You cannot be follow, because like fella, song, some they follow them, close their eye and close eye, bang, bang, bang. Some they follow them, close them ear and close ear, bini. Some they follow them, close them eye,
close eye, bang, bang, bang. Some they follow, then close them brain. You don't want to be in that category of people that fella sings about. You can't be Mr. Follow. If you follow him to a particular place, to a particular point that is showing that, look, I am not stable. It look like this party is sending signal that I have talked to them. If they are not ready, I'm ready to move. I'm not there to build the party, but to go and build Nigeria. That is not a good statement from a political. That means it will be taking you from one place to other. I mean, all effort going to end up in futility. It's not going to achieve whatever he is dreaming to achieve. You will follow him around and you will not get there. And so what are you laboring for? So every obedience should be worried. They should think, analyze that statement, and if possible, when they meet him again, this statement, they should ask him questions. They should ask him to explain what it means by all those statements. The statement he made. 3 category of statements that showed clearly that Labour Party is not the end of the road for Obi. He still have in mind that if Labour Party does not work well with him, he will move to another party. That will show a complete, unstable, realistic, unfuturistic leader. That is what it shows to me. So, one man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you able to make a very brief comment on this? The Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, which has kicked off. Just make it as short as possible, then I move on.
Let me tell you, one man, this is an economy of the future that Tinubu is trying to build. He is trying to open the whole of our coastline to the world. He's trying to make them a gateway to outside to international world. So what it means is that between Lagos and Calabar, you see, Lagos, as we know, geographically is a gateway between Nigeria to outside world. So now from Lagos to all those coastline, all the way to Calabar, that shows that Lagos economy is going to be connected to nice state in the south. So whether we like it or not, strategically, Lagos is going to benefit. Lagos economy will expand more because all other states as well will still depend on Lagos, and Lagos is facilitating, an opportunity for the economic development for other states as well through their coastline. They can connect with Lagos. They can open up to, to the world as well. So this is going to attract investors to come and develop, every state that is connected to this coastline. All these nice states are going to be very attractive to investors. And what it means is that, infrastructure will come. This infrastructure, once it's completed, development will come. When development comes, then you're going to see when development comes, revenue will come for the government, and then job opportunity will come, and economic growth will be recorded, productivity will be achieved, and that is when we will start to see economic stability in Nigeria. Just like Ogbeni said, that the idea of this has been on the ground for over 25 years, but no regime has shown interest to develop it. But this man is trying to develop it now. And when it's completed, man, the southern part of Nigeria, the economy of the southern part of Nigeria, particularly all those states that are going to have this nice state that going to have this this development, the economy will never be the same again. The economy is going to be expanded. Economic growth we ensued, and it's going to be better for all those states. And all in all the nice states, all the southern states of Nigeria will benefit, even those that are not connected to it, like the eastern part of Nigeria now is not connected, but they are connected to Calabar, they are connected to Rivers, they are connected to Delta, so they are going to benefit. So it's going to be a big, we are going to see a big economic growth for the southern Nigeria. It's going to be huge. This is an economy of the future, and this is what is going to sustain Nigeria. And we are going to see a situation where when this issue of restructuring come, the what do you call it? What do you call this? Resource control come, and we already have this on the ground. Man, sky will be the limit. All the economy will be, the economy in the south will be very, very buoyant. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, Brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So we go from your Ajale Koko to let's go to Simba, and then we do the 8-minute slot. Simba, floor is yours. We don't necessarily have to carry on with Peter Bill, but you can if you want to. I don't think we have Simba fully. Let's go to. All right, Brilliant. So Simba, good to see you.
You didn't talk about
which is what?
The much awaited last batch of Tinubu's drug dealing thing is out now.
Oh, right. That escaped the news site. Is that for this session, or can you send me? That sounds like tomorrow's session.
There's nothing much in it, and that's why Udain is not making noise at all.
Whatever happened to Udain? He's gone very cold all of a sudden. Is he in some immigration detention center in whichever country?
He was on Obi's platform today.
All right. Did they give him the mic? They didn't let him speak.
I'm not sure.
It's been used and dumped, used and dumped. So many people have been used and dumped by that space. I wonder when they are going to dump Aisha Yesufu and the rest of them as well,
They push them. They're expecting the last batch from FBI. Now it's out. Do you see them? They are not.
Yeah, remember there was a time we couldn't talk of anything else but the FBI. It wasn't not 10,000 documents or something, or million documents.
They said pages. They said about hundreds of thousands of pages.
FBI files. And his transcript, and oh God, we've had some weird. God love mighty me.
One man. One of the problems is that we tend to forget very easily.
Yeah.
If we have to rewind all those things that people said post-election, pre-election, the people have said terrible things. Most of them were forgotten now, and we move on. And that is life for you.
All right, carry on, Simba. So the floor is yours. So, I don't know. Yeah, go on.
Let me start with this east-west road. One of the things that we have to be doing now, because everybody is complaining that there is no job, the purchasing power of people have reduced and all those things. We need to invest a lot of money in infrastructure. And if we have a lot of ongoing projects in the country, it's going to stimulate the economy. People will earn more money, and the purchasing power of the people will be boosted. And it's going to have a multi-dimensional effect on the people. It's not only people that work directly with this construction company, the banks. So name it, everybody will benefit, even the people that are selling food. So what we should be praying for is that they should have a way of financing it, and then it should not be an abandoned project, that they should continue working on it until they see this project, follow it to finish. And if you look at the effect, it is actually cutting across about 9 states. And it's going to cut across, especially the Niger Delta states. And even if you look at it, if you want to go to Calabar now through Shagamu, through Ore and all those things, it takes a longer time. This 700 kilometers road is going to also cut across, avoid all the log jam that you can see on all these roads. And it's going to be a marvelous project if they can actually finance it and see to the end see it to the end. So to me, it's a good project, and let Tinubu finish it even during his first tenure, so that at least if we can have that one, it's going to also help him in his second bidding. So that's what I want to say about that project.
All right. Do you want to go on to the Naira making not even marginal, but quantum gains against our international currencies? It just and by the way, these figures, don't dismiss them out of hand. It says Naira appreciates to 1,280 at the parallel market. And then when I went to Remitly, it's almost mirroring. So they're telling you 1,208 there, but Remitly is giving you 1,299. So the gains is almost at the same speed as the loss, Simba.
What this one tells you is that the loss initially was actually not real. It's artificial. It was maybe due to speculators or some people doing some things underneath. So maybe the way the current governor of the central bank is working, and I hope he sustained it, he is actually having a great effect on the value of the Naira. And if we can sustain this appreciation, it's going to have a significant effect. As I said earlier, one of the things that affected the purchasing value of people, of Nigerians, is actually the depreciation of Naira. So if Naira appreciated, the price of goods at long run.
So it's not even about, sorry, Kimba, because this is an argument I've been trying to push through, but I've not been succeeding. It's not so much a narrative of increasing the minimum wage. It's really a narrative of increasing the value of the Naira.
That's what I'm saying. And yes, that is why government has to be very careful not to rush to increase the wages. Because if they increase the wages and the Naira appreciated, let's say, into a 3 digits, it will be very difficult for them to also pay this salary. You understand? And also that one can also contribute to inflation, because if the purchasing power of the people also increases, it can also causes inflation. So if the government actually continue their effort in strengthening the Naira, this will also, at least it will cushion, it will have a lot of, in fact, rather than increasing the salary, they should focus more on increasing the value of Naira, strengthening the value of Naira. Because Nigeria, you can't isolate Nigeria from the global village. I've said it earlier, if the price of most of the things that we consume in the country are imported, And if the price is $1 and the naira started depreciating and the naira is now 2,000, it will be the price in a year will be 2,000. And even the one that we are producing in Nigeria, if as a farmer I have something that I can sell and somebody comes from Benin Republic and buy at a higher price, I would rather sell to Benin Republic than to sell to a Nigerian that doesn't have higher purchasing power. So with this now, if this thing is sustained and naira keep appreciating, the price of goods and services will fall, and the purchasing power of the people will improve. So even the clamoring for increased wages will also reduce. So the government should be very careful, and the NLC should also be very careful of not actually pushing government into a further crisis by clamoring for though even with appreciation they're supposed to increase the salary, but they should agree on something that is that everybody should be able to afford, both at the national and the state level. So to me, it's a good thing, and then we should pray that it continue appreciating, and then stability is the key. If you can even maintain it at this 1,002, then it stays like that. Yes, it will also be good for business, because at least as a businessman, you know that if you take your money to Nigeria and you invested in Nigeria, it won't be as if by the time you are investing, you invested at 1,002. Then maybe some few weeks after the naira is depreciated to 1,500. That is a loss. So stability will also, this appreciation, if it's stable, we also encourage a lot of foreign investment in that in our country, and so it's a good thing. And we should be talking about it. It's not only when they depreciate that people will come every day and be saying, "Hey, look at the value of naira now." This thing is a good development. Whenever we see anything good that is happening in our country, we should say it. It's not only bad thing that we're supposed to now be amplifying. So to me, it is a good thing, and let it continue like that, and then be stable.
All right, still staying within that space of the Naira's relationship with international currency and the strengthening of the Naira against the international currency, the northern groups, they are urging businesses now to react to this fight back that the Naira is making against international currencies and slash the prices. So how quickly are you anticipating that these gains should translate to the markets where people are making purchases?
As I said earlier, I don't expect prices to start falling within 1 or 2 weeks. It will take a minimum of 1 month and above.
Are you there, Simbad? Did you drop? Okay. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can now. Carry on. You dropped for a moment.
Hello,
carry on. Yeah, carry on. You dropped for a moment. We can hear you now.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: if as a manufacturer you imported raw material at maybe at a dollar rate of 1,700, and you still have your raw material in your warehouse, you cannot afford to just slash the price of your goods immediately. It will take that duration of that you have to use that raw material for you to be able to bring that. So it's only the next consignment of your raw material that imported that you'll be able to now start bringing the price down. You know, one thing about business, one man, is this: if the price of naira, if naira depreciates, people will increase the price of goods according to the fall immediately, because you have to, because if you want to buy, you buy at the rate that is high. If you then, but it's very easy to jack up the price, but it's very difficult to bring down the price, because if you want to bring down the price, you are going to bring down at a lot. What Ekene is talking about is, okay, you can bring it down so that then immediately you say you go and buy the dollar. No, you don't do it. It's only people that are doing maybe buying and selling that can do that. But if you are doing a long time, if you are into production, manufacturing, it's very difficult because it's going to take you, okay, you produce, you sell. It takes time to get the money. Even some of these manufacturers are selling what will I call it? They are not selling to their customer and the customer will pay immediately. Some of them are selling on credit. So it's not going to. So what I'm expecting is that if the thing is sustained within a month or two, then we should be expecting an appreciable fall in the price of goods and services. That is it. But within 1 week, it's not going to be possible.
Can I say something? I don't think we are going to record a significant change in the price. Even though it might reduce, it's not going to be significant because cost of production in Nigeria is high as a result of non-availability of electricity. Most production plants still depend on what do you call it? Diesel. Cost of diesel is high, and not only that, taxation is high. So the federal government must do something on the physical side by, they must come out with a policy on taxation that will give room for how do I say it? For manufacturers, that we cut costs, that we bring about, cost, we reduce the cost of production. Yeah. So the cost of
Okay.
Cost of production
before the
high.
diesel.
Hold on. Cost of production is high. Tariff is high. Even when you import something you are bringing in, that one is high. And then the regular taxes concerning the withholding tax, some other taxes, all of them are high as well. So it's just if we continue to rely on imported raw materials for our local plant, and most of what we consume come from abroad as well, we are not going to see significant change as long as dollar. We still run our economy with dollar, so it's still going to be tough. So that's just what I'm going to say.
Okay, let me respond to what you are just saying. You are talking about the cost of diesel and all those things. All those things increases because of dollar depreciation of naira. Presently, the price of diesel is coming down now. So then, even when you talk about
the price of diesel that is coming down,
it was initially around, it got for almost 2,000 naira. I think it's about maybe 1,600, 1,700 now. And I'm very sure by the time they get their next consignment at this rate, it's going to fall further down. Then when you talk about importation duty, that one is also tagged to dollar. So if somebody was talking about the custom duty and that is still at 1,400 for something, I think maybe day before yesterday or 2 days ago, they are going to revise that one also. They are going to review it, and then as the price of dollar is going down, they will review it, because the way they review it upward is the same way they are going to review it downward. They are talking about they are going to do it. It's not something that is not like
they have not done it. What do you
Baba Jale Kuku, they cannot be talking about this thing every day. They cannot be talking about it every day.
Why are you saying they are going to
They are going to do it. Why are you so negative? They are going to do it.
What do you mean by negative? We are talking that they have not done something, and you are saying they are going to do. Have they come out with a positive position that they are going to do that?
They have not done it. We are calling on them to do it.
What give
And
you what
taxation as well. You can't
the
have.
let me say this. Let me say this. The
I think
taxation
they're
that
working on a single-digit taxation. I have heard something now.
They have to do all of those things so that manufacturer can
the
have relief and cost of production will be.
Babajare Popo, what I'm saying is this: did you see them increasing the cost of the taxation recently? The price increase that we have now is not because of taxation. If you are talking about long-term thing, yes, I agree with you, but it doesn't contribute anything to the present price increment in goods and services. That's what I'm telling you.
Who told you that taxation doesn't contribute? What are you saying?
I'm talking the taxation, the what we have now is what we have been using for years.
It's still
It's
high.
not something.
That's why
I'm not saying it's not high. I'm not saying it's not high. But if something has been there for, hold on, if something has been there for the past 2, 3, 4 years, you cannot adduce that one as a reason for the present increase in prices of goods and services. That's what I'm telling you.
And what we are saying, if they can bring it can help the
it will help, but it's not.
All right, start to wrap up that space, Simba. So I take you to one more and then move on.
Okay, so I think I'm done with this. I will still, if we can sustain this and the Naira keep on appreciating, I believe and have that confidence that it's going to actually have a significant effect on the price of goods and services.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to go to the Peter Obi space, who had a big day
No,
out
I think that
today?
one has been overlaid. Obi is just the guy is not ready to take any responsibility. He dodged responsibility. He doesn't have. The guy has been enslaved by his supporters. He only dance to whatever they tells him. He doesn't have any leadership skill. He doesn't have any. To me, Obi cannot, somebody that cannot even control a party wanted to control a complex country like Nigeria. It's not possible.
You know something, Simba. There is nothing that suggests that Obi is equipped. So if you look at Anambra State, Anambra State is a monolith in so many ways. It's to all almost all intents and purposes a single ethnicity. At least a good 80% of them will be just of one ethnic stock, and a good 80% of them will be of just one religion. So he essentially managed essentially 80% Igbo, 80% Catholic state. And if you look at Nigeria, I don't even think we have a true picture of just how many tribes we have in that country and how complex they all are. So there is nothing that prepares him for governing that space.
One man. When he was the governor of Edo State, of Anambra State, who knows about Anambra? Do we hear anything about Anambra? It was because they know that Nigerians can easily forget what has happened in the past.
I cannot answer. Simba.
So the people will just go back. We have this habit of saying, in the past, it was so good, things were so rosy. It was, that is the way we do. Now, people are comparing Buhari regime with, we just like comparing bad things with bad things. You understand? How can somebody tell me that Nigeria has been good before? PDP government was the best that we can have. Economy was good during PDP. Well, was there any time Nigerian economy was good? Let us be realistic.
No. You can't compare the time of PDP, Obasanjo PDP, with Babangida and this time. It was better back then.
Ajale Kuku, let me tell you, if you look at any country in the world, let me tell you this.
No, it's better. Don't even go there.
I'm not saying it's not better. Listen to me. listen to me. You, even when you are born, your father will tell you that things were not good during that time. You now, you'll be telling your children that, okay, when you are before, that is the story of the world, everywhere in the world. You are in America, ask the average America that even in the 80s, how was the America compared to today? They will say, it was better that time than now. We always look at the past as being better than the present. Our children, God forbid, we also tell story that, okay, now it's better. So that is it. We always look at the past as being
now is worse off. You can't. It's not even.
I don't think I can win this argument with you. So
no,
let
it's
me
incomparable. Don't let us be talking like this. It's worse off. It's worse off. A lot of you cannot even stay in Nigeria. A lot of you run out from Nigeria for one reason or the other. If it is good,
people have been leaving Nigeria. When were people not jackpying from Nigeria? At what?
Let me even ask you, why did you left when you that time that you are referring to? That time that you are referring to, that was good.
It's not at alarming rate now.
Baba Jale Koko, listen to me. When that time that was so good, why did you left? That time that you are referring to, when you left Nigeria, was Nigeria not good according to you? When you left Nigeria, was Nigeria not good according to you?
Obasanjo time, you can't compare.
When did you left Nigeria? Answer the question.
We were doing business with Nigeria then. We can't do it now.
Answer my question. When you left
Nigeria. About when I left.
Why did you left that time?
Why we are telling you is that a lot of us were doing business with Nigeria during the Obasanjo time that we cannot do it now.
Because you have all lost touch.
It is not touch. It is not touch. It is not touch because we are not going to make profit. You can't make profit. You can't make profit doing business with Nigeria. And the records is there. A lot of companies are running out from the country.
It was there last year.
It was there last year. Looking at all people that are
running out from the country.
Baba has lost.
And you want to tell me that
Baba was last year. You just be saying, "Oh man, Nigeria, oh man." I'm telling you.
Baba America.
Easy for and
we are hopeful and I will believe in our country and our country is going to be
believe in your country, you will stay there. Yes. You won't leave your country. And come and ask Americans. They don't want to leave their country. They believe their country is the world. They believe America is the world. They host sports, they call it World Series. Average American believe that America is the world.
No, the Americans in UK don't relocate.
Many Americans in UK.
There are many.
Check your go and sit down, Ogbeni.
Why there are many British also who are living in Switzerland and Spain? I'm telling you the truth, though.
British come more. In fact, let's even don't let us even go.
British also leave their country.
British
now.
and American, they are the same.
No, but they are leaving their country. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one recent fact about the British. Do you know, because of the rate of tax and inflation in Britain, more Britain are leaving Britain now.
And where are they going? Is it not America?
Switzerland?
No. Thailand, Australia, New Zealand. They don't go to America
now.
On average, British people don't actually like America. They like to visit it once in. They don't. I don't know a British person that wants to live in America. They would rather go to Australia, where their culture, or even South Africa, but not America.
They are migrating, So migration is not a thing of today or something.
Yeah, because the economy of Britain is getting flattened, is getting worse every day. So that they got to move. So, but what we are saying is that you cannot compare Obasanjo's economic performance and what we have today in Nigeria. It's incomparable.
No, you have to put it in the context. Babajale Koko, you have to
Teachers
take
were buying vehicles. Teachers were building houses during the Obasanjo time. Civil servants are doing well. So we can't compare it.
So are they not buying vehicles now? Are they not building houses now?
One buy total.
Oh.
One buy.
Hello. Teachers are still buying houses. They are still
The
building
teacher vehicle total, it is true.
Inside that
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, stop what they are saying is, you know in the heart of your heart what they are is not right, but you want to continue to push. We all love our country. If some of us are speaking against what is going on, it doesn't mean that we don't love the country. But some of you that want to deceive, want to, continue to talk like this politician that lies, continue to lie to destroy the country, want to portray us as if, these people that are talking against the misgovernance of the country, they are unpatriotic, they don't love the country. It is not so.
That's not it, Babajale Koko. We also speak a lot of the bad things in our country, but what our point is that people will always complain. There must always be something to complain about, and which is part of life. There must be improvement. But to now just use one big brush to demonize the whole country and say nothing is moving in the country is what me personally is against. But to say there are things to complain about your company, why not? Even in America, you're talking about now. Americans still complain about many things in America. No, America will just sit down and say, this is heaven. This is okay for us. There are things they complain about every day. Americans, many of them still curse their leaders to date and think that they should improve more and do better. And that's what Simba is saying. So in Nigeria too, we have people who complain. I like what opposition is doing presently, except when they take it to an idiotic extreme. That's the area I complain about. But when we are making little progress in our country, let's talk about our country. Let's talk about our leaders. Let's talk about things that are not going well in our space. But we should have it at our mind too, that we'll always find things to develop or to move further in our country. But to see nothing good about our country is what me personally I'm actually against. So Abadale and Simba has one question which you have not answered. That if those times, the 80s, 90s, were that so sweet and so rosy, why did you, as a person, leave the country? You've not answered that question.
Okay, can I tell you why I left? Because I saw the direction at which the country was moving towards. I knew that, no, this country it's not a futuristic country. It's not a futuristic, and the leaders are showing it every day to us that they only care about. Hold on. That they only care about themselves. They don't care about the people. We have seen several policies or several things that they have done within this short time that is telling us that, look, they are not ready to sacrifice, but they are effecting a policy that is crushing the people, that continue to push people into a state of poverty, and they are not sacrificing nothing. Look, we have to speak up, man. This is not the way a country should govern. This is not the way the country should govern. They are not doing well enough for us. We pay them so much to do well. Look at how much these people are paid every month. Look at everything that are provided for them to succeed, to work hard and make life and work hard and make life work. I mean, the country work better. But what have they done that make life better for the people?
All right, Simba, wrap up that space. We're going to Dewale.
Babajale Koko, can you hear me?
Mongbai.
I haven't made any comment or interjecting anybody since this show started today, and I'll be listening. You are not a true patriotic Nigerian. You are not. You left Nigeria and you are now saying you saw it. Or you omniscient or what? Like you say tomorrow. Why haven't you gone back?
ọmọ ẹ pè ẹ lọ jókòó jàre ọmọ ẹ ọmọ ẹ pè ẹ ọmọ ẹ sọ pé bàbá alájẹ kò sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ pè ẹ lọ jókòó jàre.
Even my daughter could see through you, Baba. Why did you go back?
ọmọ mi káre
Why
bẹ́ẹ̀
would you go
jàre
back? Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, sit down, Daria. Àgbààgbà sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìyá àgbọ̀dún.
bá mi bá wí.
He's like, go, continue.
Okay, one man. Hello.
No, I was saying bring it home and then we go on to Dewale.
Okay, I think I'm done. Let us we can move to Dewale. Baba Jaleko is just being economical with the truth.
No, Ajale Koko is praying double. It's praying abracadabra. Have you been to Turkey?
Even one man. I don't think I can ever relocate to that country. I don't think I can fit in. So what are we talking about?
No, we can't fit in anymore now. I don't think any of us can fit into that country anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
What are we talking about?
The country.
Yeah.
You see the issue.
Kí là ń parọ́ tọrọ àwọn ajẹ fún?
Bàbá ẹ ti lose touch pẹ̀lú country yẹn now. Ẹ kàn máa rí báwọn kú mi tó máa sọ mẹ̀mẹ̀mẹ̀mẹ̀ kò sí náà lù yìí mẹ́n. Kò sí náà lù yìí mẹ́n.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa purọ́ ni ká máa purọ́ tọrọ àwọn jẹ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ máa purọ́ tọrọ àwọn jẹ bẹ́ẹ̀.
You are now in an advanced kini tó ẹgbẹ́ náà wà 247 but we are still working on our electricity. It will be good one day, don't worry. But you can't tap yẹn ti wà ní. Ṣé mọ̀? Ọjọ́ òlẹ̀ ti roko last instant tó máa gbé yín lọ sóko ń ṣe ẹ̀ máa ní mẹ́mẹ́ kò sóko ní California náà.
Ọyẹ oko ńlá tó wà níbí tó ju tìlú yìí lọ.
Jókòó lẹ̀ ń ṣe yẹn ní jókòó ní àníká kókó tí à ń sọ̀rọ̀ organic ẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ GMO ten plant l'Amẹ́ríkà.
Ṣé Ajale Koko yìí lè roko ṣá? I suspect that.
Àmọye oko tó wà níbí.
Oko títa wọn bí kọ́kọ́ lọ.
Imagine kan gbàdá fún mi pé kí n máa ṣanko wọ́n máa pa ambulance last ni. Wọ́n
máa bá lọ sí North Korea o, don't go to North Korea o.
Oh God.
Baba yẹn with hard labour ni o.
As a matter of fact, you've lost touch. You can't. Lè jẹ méjìlá bàlàdé now, so you can't be here and be there. So the best you can do is the one you are contributing now online, and then maybe.
But it's our country. It's our country. Let me tell you, Ogbeni.
Yeah.
A lot of people would have retired back home, but for the reason of safety and a security that constitutes a big, challenges there.
That's a lame excuse about Ajale Koko. Those people living there, are they not human being like you?
Human being like you.
Yeah, that's a lame excuse. When the likes of
Adéwálé tó bá ti ráwọn aláìní kan sí tó máa ń sọnù àwọn aláìní kan sí tó máa ń sọnù.
Only for them to travel home after 2 weeks, you're not saying, I wish I still remain in this country. They will be thinking it, but they won't say it to anybody. And they will be regretting, say, I wish I had stayed in this country. After 2 weeks of staying in Nigeria, home is home, anytime, any day. We all traveled, before this Japa train. We all traveled simply because we wanted to explore, we wanted to see the other side. And I can bet you, if you have a job or something waiting for you back home today, right now at this moment, you will all go home. As a matter of fact, I was thinking that line, if there's any opportunity for me to even give back to the my home state, I don't mind going back. I don't mind going back because there's certain stage you get to in life. Having millions is not really a priority, but your purpose is what will now make the difference. How old were the likes of Tinubu of today? How old were the Bajabi Amilas and the rest? Even the crooked Ibori, how old was he when he came back in 1999 to contest?
Somebody was even putting in the comment section that Dele Parotimi is just 50 years old. Can you imagine that?
I think it's more than 50. It's
No,
probably like,
it's not 50. I think it's
yeah, it's more than it's more than 50.
52.
But the thing is that people are look, you'll be surprised, Simba, that people are truly enjoy. Look at Ekene. Ekene join us on this show every blessed day, right? Burning his own data. You know how much data costs in Nigeria? Do you think like a regular folks going
Kenya
to
is a billionaire
what are
now.
we talking? Even Foley. These are big boys, man. These are ballers. These are ballers in their own right. And they will come and they will say, oh, the Nigeria is like, yes, because you buy kerosene at the higher price. Yes. But you are still a big man. Okay? You are still a big man. So let us be patriotic a little bit about Jale Koko. Not everything is all gloom and doom. And as of today, they are still going to have party tomorrow in Lagos, in Ogun State, in Oshun, in Nnewi, anywhere. They will still have a party through block the entire street, and yet, well, sometimes we need to say this thing is the way they are. No, it's not all about the heaven is crashing down. And yes, things are bad, but at the same time, Nigeria is still doing well. So, Abanjale Koko, be a patriotic Nigeria, okay?
All right. Dewale, do you want to speak to the conversation? You're up next. I think.
By the way, why is my logo not showing on my on your show, woman? I was supposed to have a uh on my name supposed to be showing something, but I don't know why it's not that bad. I don't know.
I think phallic symbols are not allowed on YouTube. That's probably why they removed it.
Really?
Is this look at this guy, yeah?
Did you do that or still?
I
Wait
didn't do
a minute.
anything, no. It's just not being picked.
I've observed that
àwọn Èkìtì yẹn bó ti rí nìyẹn, wọ́n ti yà pátá jù. Àyà wọn sọ́tọ̀ láàrin àwa Yorùbá, wọ́n ti kó ẹ̀yà tí wọ́n ti wá gan.
Woman, today you gave your platform to broadcast that Peter Obi's media chat or whatever it is called. You took your time to broadcast that. I mean, is X not enough? Why were you doing that? What is it new that is going to say that we?
I thought maybe we should be pulling that conversation into this space. I'm even looking for an obedient that will host a session, and that will not even be on screen, so that they can run, so that
maybe Chioma can take that.
No, Chioma is not solid enough and obedient. I want a real hard call, somebody like Joel, or somebody a real hardened, hard-boiled obedient.
You can pick me now. I will host it. And I will do justice to that interview. I'll shake you at the end of the day.
No, Pansat is not of this world now. He's
that one. That
is
one
not of this world.
Actually, Pansat will be more suitable for that job.
No. Pansat doesn't have fans. Even among the obedient, they don't like him.
I think it's on a different journey. I think it's just self-aggrandizement that the guy is.
He's extreme in everything. Everything he says. And one thing is that he's trying to hold over everybody.
He can try to Nigerian woman.
No, to Nigeria is middle of the road. It's not.
We only talk about security. We will just be talking about security.
Although I've been monitoring to Nigeria, I think they are trying to flog him into to be more hardened, obedient. So they are trying to. I see him taking a beating all over social media that is not obedient enough.
But it is funny that you can separate a candidate from the platform that launched him. So this limelight that is now enjoyed. I found it a little bit funny how the Labour Party spokesman Kenneth Okonkwo will say that 2027 is about Obi, not for Labour Party. And I'm beginning to wonder what kind of strategies goes into that. That okay, if tomorrow Obi leaves the Labour Party and goes to SDP or any other party that is ready to take him in, what message were they trying to pass to people that I'm desperate to become the president? However, it doesn't matter the kind of political platform that I choose to launch my ambition and leave Labour Party in tatters. To me, is the most idiotic strategy I've ever seen when it comes to political system. I mean, you can't divorce candidates from a party. Till tomorrow, Obi's name will be synonymous with APGA and PDP. Till tomorrow, his allies will be in those parties. So now that the house is on fire and if we decided to leave, and people are saying, well, all those things that took place in Inewi, is in Inewi that they did the convention. And what is Ekene was trying to justify his absence at the convention. Chafari Lori Leyi Olori ni, do you cut somebody head, without that person being present? I mean, I found that really, really amusing because, I mean, it shows seriousness from every principal officer of that party. It shows their lackadaisical attitudes to what they claim that they wanted. I mean, nobody would take them serious. And I tell you this: come 2027, Obi would not be able to record the same high number of, devout voters that he got in 2023. Reason being is that one, some people will be skeptical about the sincerity of the INEC and the influence and involvement of the incumbent in ensuring that he returned back to the office. So, and not that alone, people in government also are not going to be, looking and sit down look. They will be strategizing and also sit tight as well. So, I mean, to me,
Adewale, do you think that even the religious card will not, that one will not fly in 2027?
fly
Because people have
like
seen it that
ACC.
there is nothing like that. So it's not going to
Look,
fly.
well,
And it's going to take a lot of votes from away from that.
The funniest thing is that the only thing that can work is to say, well, the current administration they didn't do much, they haven't done anything, and it's beginning to attack him from economic point of view, which is a good strategy. But when you're now saying that the party itself is just irrelevant, however, we just need them on paper, and you see what is transpiring now on from the party, you have the what do you call them? The Abure returning back to the office. I mean, it speaks volume about and if he dumped Labour Party, he will make his appeal to be more, worse because people that are even considering him in the first place would not even, consider him or believe him because, why you jumping and dumping? Because if you don't, your ideology doesn't align with the platform the party that launched you. Why are you jumping? Why not create your own party, your own political party, and nurture it to grow? All right, and he's also would I say, lack of involvement in getting his party into shape. I mean, he just doesn't speak as a leader to me. And for crying out loud, Kenneth Okonkwo should not be the spokesperson to this because it seems he's not even trained in that area. And when you are addressing issue, why are you jumping on? You're already saying that your principal is going to contest of 2027. We're just starting. In fact, the current administration is barely a year in the office. All these things should not even be pronounced as of now. It should be about attacking policies, attacking, every moves of the current administration. Not
Adewale, this is the first time. At least I've been following politics since 80s. This is the first time I will see a presidential candidate will lose an election and will still continue to campaign after the election. And people will now be wondering why are people still talking about him. We are talking about him because he is not doing what he's supposed to do. He did not keep quiet. So where is the other presidential candidates now? They've all kept quiet. They can attack the police, and you understand. Atiku is not talking the way Obi is talking. He's not jumping all over the space with the way Obi is jumping. And so like every other candidate. So if he's doing what he's supposed to do, nobody will talk about it. But if he's misbehaving the way he's misbehaving and jumping all over the space where they invite him, and where they did not invite him, he will be going there and be looking for cheap political gain. We will keep on talking about him. So that's why we are talking about him. It's not as if that he has any special character that we are envying him. So he should just go. You should just go and lie low for now and re-strategize.
I don't know who is lying to each other, whether it is the prostitute or the impotent. I don't know. But they say someone is lying to one another in that Labour Party or the movement itself. Gallivanting around and trying to identify with some downtrodden in the society would not buy you a single vote. To me, it shows you are not serious because the politicians know the time to be active and they know the time to be active and sit back and watch. If you dispense all your energy running around just to be seen and to be heard, a time will come that what you say will no longer be relevant because you must, by that time, you will have overspent or spent everything that you got in the tank. But in some instances, you make yourself a little bit scarce, just like you see Atiku hibernating now from God knows where. And by the time he comes back to roar again, you feel his presence. So, I mean, it shows a level of naivety from his side and some level of desperation. And I think it's coming from the point of delusion. To me, it's it shouldn't be in the first place. You should have people to advise him. Unfortunately, those people that he have around are inexperienced politicians like the Kenneth Okonkwo. Who is Kenneth Okonkwo when he was in APC? It's just mainly job then is to be an announcer. He contested for any governorship election. He lost out. So he was trying to pay his due by remaining in APC and jump ship simply because his kinsman was contesting. And now hold on to the Muslim of a thing. I watched this interview with Shegun Okunbaloye. I think somebody need to wake him up and remind him that it's no acting movie. It's just a struggling lawyer, or whatever he wants to call himself these days. Some of these things are just to me is are childish in nature. All of them lumped together. It shows some level of seriousness. If you want to, in Yoruba they say, "Dama Joshaka." I mean, Josham Sham Ati Sham Sham Lati Derewa. It shows they're just I don't know. They're new baby when it comes to politics. I'm sure Tinubu and even articles will be sitting down and shocking when I see him, going and be eating rice with a imagine. Yeah, well, that is very funny anyway. Yeah, my observation is that I didn't listen to all his strategic point because I just felt that I heard a Kine saying earlier that was it a Kine or some I don't know. Somebody said it on the show that about the productions and what you have now in the dollars getting to 1,300 is simply because people are dumping, their currency in the market and all that. So well, at least it's working. Sometimes you have to take a little piece of obstacles for you to be able to get just like a surgeon. A surgeon doesn't just cut you open once and for all. They pierce little by little before they get to the issue, and that is where sometimes the approach, the suitable approach that sometimes I need to apply. So, and if that is the case, but it's just that I still don't understand why people do. It's a simple economic practice. You cannot be living a lifestyle, a fake lifestyle when everything is being subsidized in all the time. So now that the naira is being floated, you now see the true. In fact, we have not even seen the true worth of naira in the market. and we have all these, economic indices playing out. And the government says, look, we can't continue to do all this. Let this play out in a way because this is, want it to be open market and all that. And at the end of the day, you now say that, but Nigerians want everything to be subsidized. Oh, it was 600 then. But as at the time that it was officially 600, guess what? Value there was supposed to be at in the thousands, realm of thousands. So why people don't get it? Okay, and we can't continue to live a fake life. The time will come that you have to be truthful with yourself, and that is what this administration is trying to do. Okay, we are poor because the way we've managed money in the past and what CBN did. All right, and the commercial banks were not even helping as well. Thank God that the 500 billion now that they have to take all those mega bank. Oh, I'm sure by now they will be. All those bank executives will be. They will be sitting tight in their chair, right? I don't know the timeline they give them for them to be able to comply with that directive. Anybody know the timeline?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sure they
They
know.
were,
Is it for the banks?
another
For the
thing that
banks?
Yeah,
2 years.
2 years. That is even long time because Sanusi's own wasn't even up to a year at the time it was announced. They thought they would be able to use political influence to, railroad and to change things there. But thank God that he had, political power behind. Obasanjo stood, solidly behind him that directive, and he was able to carry it out. You know, and
but
this idea.
it will be very difficult now. That time people still believe in all this. All of them that time they did this IPO. Like, and all of us, I remember that time we invested a lot of money buying bank shares and all those things. But what becomes of all those shares these days? Even my own, I've forgotten all of them. I don't even know
Which of
what
the
is
bank
happening
did
to
you
all this.
buy? Which of the bank did you
I
buy then?
bought I bought First Bank. I bought um what's the name of this bank? See, this Hebrew bank that time.
Access.
No, and it's not
No, not
Access.
access.
City
Oceanic, sorry,
Oceanic.
Oceanic.
I bought Zenith. I bought Standard Trust.
But the new owner absorbed the lab, they absorbed
In
everything.
fact, immediately Standard Trust was absorbed by UBA, everything just crashed. You
Mm.
understand?
But you remember the people that did their initial placement then was the new generation bank, GTB and Zenith, before they now went back to do the IPO. But the thing is that
And I'm just,
I mean open placement.
the reason why I raised that one is that Nigerians that time believe in shares and everybody was interested. But
People
now,
still do.
I've still got those shares myself. That first bank, there's still there's a link I'm going to send to you guys. If when I can find it, you just have to type in your name. It will tell you all the shares you have in
I
Nigeria.
can't find my name there.
You know what I
did I send it to you?
I've checked. I can't find my name. First Bank, all those things I bought.
You know what I
all
did?
right. Well, I found my name, and I found my mother's name as well. Actually,
When I
Mama, send it to me. Oh.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
send it to me, but
Mama,
I
I'm
think
interested also. You can send it to me.
Okay.
I've harmonized my own. When I went to Nigeria 2000 and I think 2018, I believe. That was when I did I harmonized everything. Everything linked to
All
me.
of them, they were saying that this is something that they were doing that time. That
Yeah,
E-mandates.
yeah,
mandate.
Those registrars are crook,
yeah.
Some of them rejected my mandate. They said the picture and the ID were not IDs I presented were not clear, whereas others accepted. So how some people deem my ID not clear is still beyond me, and all those crooks. So the thing is, the capitalization, like you
Yeah, but
said,
the clearinghouse there is supposed to have done all that stuff before it becomes issue now.
I know some registrars are just dubious. There was a time I was trying to claim part of my pension in Nigeria. These Crusaders Stanley, they started giving some kind of they know you're outside the country, but they will be giving you some kind of tedious requirement. I find
Are
that
you talking about Stalin?
a Crusader.
Consider. Okay.
Hey, no, he's talking about pension. Well, Allah is talking about
Okay.
pension now.
Okay.
I'm just comparing how some people can be dubious. Like some registrar, they rejected my mandate, giving excuses. But the question is this: how were others able to see the same thing that some I don't know. I don't want to use a foul. Foul this thing is stupid. They were so stupid not to understand, because I used my national ID card and I used my passport. How those one were not clear to you is beyond. It's beyond me. So I was now relating that to the same way I was trying to collect part of my pension in Nigeria, and this crusader, they were giving some kind of ridiculous requirement. You know, at the back of my mind, any day I step to Nigeria, I will move every kobo I have with them away. If they think they are so smart, even those
No.
them,
Hey, no, Ola. You cannot move it. You can what is not contributing pension that you're talking about. You cannot move your money.
I can transfer to another provider. I can transfer to another provider. Nothing say I should stay with the crusader forever.
Well, I don't know how easy that one can be. I don't know how. Like me now, I use IBTC pension.
That's one of the best in the country.
And they have been doing well. Yes. In fact, they give me update quarterly. They give me update quarterly. And then you know that they invest.
Back in the day, they call MPF. Is it National Provident Fund?
Bàbá Àjàlá kò ẹ̀yin náà ti ẹ̀yin ò mọ̀ sí bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ẹ ti wà dated ní tá à ń sọkọ yẹn.
Gbogbo owó tá a kó síbẹ̀ yẹn ti di lọ ni.
Ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ owó yóò lọ ní gbogbo.
Good.
You left in the 80s, so you may not know what we are talking about.
Can you imagine somebody who has been out of the country since 80s? I'm talking about and you're still talking about.
Ó ti di grandmother. Ó ti di grandmother. Ẹ má dá bàbá yẹn lò. Ẹ má dá bàbá yẹn lò. Kò fẹ́ gbà kó ti wà dated.
Abajo is always making reference to Awolowo and Jakande. He has no clue. He has no idea.
But on this Good Friday, Ajale Koko has been the only person saying the truth from my perspective today. Every others will be dressing things. So Ajale Koko,
Uncle, go and drink go and drink palm wine. I wish Ajale Koko tell him the truth.
On Good Friday, no, we know they drink palm wine on Good Friday.
Good Friday. Okay. When people are talking, you are not talking generally. You are talking on Friday when it's already 10 o'clock on Saturday here. I don't know.
Wow.
So, guys, so does that mean that the money it was paid to Abure is over now? He has Peter Obi has to pay new money to Abure because I don't get his excuse for the reason why he chose not to attend the convention. Does it mean that the money he paid to Labour Party there, that money has gone? He's now going to be looking for another party? Because I don't see why he will be talking about Obinia movement. Which movement? Where is that movement? Is it a headless one? I don't get it. Is it the confused bunch of people? That's why he believe those one could form the movement, or I don't get it. Why? He said he's interested in building Nigeria than building party.
If you want to talk about...
brilliant. I think we have Thomas. So we made sorry, Ogbeni, are you still there? Ogbeni?
Yes, I'm here.
You know that link to check for shares you have in Nigeria? I sent it to you, didn't I?
Yes.
If you can reach it, resend it to me so I can share it with people. I'm scrolling through. I can't find where I sent it, but carry on, Adewale.
Okay. When next you go to Nigeria, just you guys just do it once and for all. Maybe just within 2 days you'll be able to do the run around and complete.
I've been lazy about my own. In fact, my brothers, you know, there's a lot of, as Ola said, like my father did his own before his demise. But what we noticed was that is the stockbroker. They were doing a lot of business on my father's shares. And, at the time we had to go and check it, and we discovered that they have started selling some of the shares. So if you
Yes.
have shares and you're not even monitoring, you don't know what those guys are doing with your shares.
I see my dividends every year. I see. I know. I monitored everything.
I mean, I
Anyway.
don't even, but I'm very sure that my own dividend will be among the list of unclaimed dividends in Nigeria now. Then the question I want to give people, financial guru, what did they do with this unclaimed dividend fund? Can government use it?
I'm not sure.
But it's
No.
the
Look.
You know, there was a time they wanted to claim it. You know, was that not a time they wanted to claim it?
Yeah.
No, one
Yeah.
man, the right language, they wanted to
Buhari
steal
was
it.
trying to claim it some time ago.
They wanted to steal it. That's the right language.
Oh, yes.
Because
Was trying
they
to
should
steal
not
it.
even be trying that, because you ask people to do what do we call this BVN. They did all those. They have the registration with telco. You can't even use that to even find
But
a
not
way to.
everybody have BVN and NIN.
You got what I said? I said some people have the registration with telco or the telecommunication company. Some have BVN. There's a way you can harmonize. You were not making law to harmonize and find a way for the money to go to the beneficiary or to the original owner or to the.
But Ola, not everybody have BVN, but that is not really true. If you have a phone number in Nigeria and a bank account, you can't do without BVN, isn't it?
No, up to now, some people still don't have BVN, no.
Why? And they are using mobile phone. How are they using mobile phone? Because your
You
BVN
don't
now
need
is linked.
BVN. You don't need BVN to get a mobile phone.
Federal
Now, what
government
do
is yet to,
It's
hunt
NIM you
down.
need for phone. NIM, is it not?
Yeah.
even
NIN.
Not everybody has that
that NIN, you
money.
don't need it.
No. Are you guys living in Nigeria?
No.
They
I
block
still
you.
read it
They
in the
block
newspaper.
my brother,
Block
my
your
own
number.
sister. They block their number.
Ìwọ
You
tó
can't use it anymore.
ìwọ tó sí Nàìjíríà ló máa bá wọn Simba máa sọ pé
Ajale Koko, I have family in Nigeria. They block
Simba
my
àwọn
sister number.
Nàìjíríà ló ń sọ̀rọ̀. Simba ń sọ fún ẹ o tún sọ pé
Rara, that is not right. They
I
will
was in
block your
Nigeria.
number.
I was
I'm
in
telling you,
Nigeria.
the
Thomas.
only thing you need, but Thomas, to get a phone number in Nigeria is your NIN, your NIN.
Yes.
You don't need BBN.
You know one thing, Simba. I read it in the newspaper last week that the what do you call them? Is it fake? Federal? No, what is the
Executive Council.
agency? No, the one that oversees the telecommunication companies. What do you call them? That they are yet to implement the sanction, but they said they will start sanctioning. They're yet to start sanctioning any of these communication companies that fail to implement the NIM, is it NIM or BVN numbers of their subscriber. That every subscriber must have the identification number. And they was reported in the newspaper. So that means they have not started doing that. Even though companies, those companies might be doing it to the new
Adewale, let me
ones.
tell you what is going on now. Your BVN has to link with NIN now. If you don't do that, they block your phone number. They block my own blood sister flow number because of that.
Yeah.
That is what's going on. You guys are not in Nigeria. You don't know what is going on.
All right.
I was in Nigeria last year, December. I experienced the same thing. They block my line as you are landing. You can still use that line if you are abroad. They will know that it's not within the country. But as that same is entering Nigeria and they block it, you now go and register. Once you get there, then they pull out your NIN. The NIN must be linked to your BVN. Then you now do your normal registration. They will get your thumbprint and everything. That's when you use that SIM. If not, that SIM.
I have a SIM.
Ogbeni, me, I've been going in and out. Nobody has asked me, and my number is still functioning.
Sorry, Simba. Sorry, Ogbeni. Sorry, Ogbeni. Let me use the window, Thomas, now here to bail out. Thomas, Bishop has been waiting to speak. So when Diwali lands, Bishop takes over. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. Olatumbosun, as you know, we always mention Ayo, and we mention him again. a new name joins there. Is it Dipolu? Yes, I hopefully that's and then Kulata, of course. There's Kulata right there, rattling off in conversation with the space. Lato Rich does regularly, and he does again. There's one Nigeria, even though it's an obedient, he's still unbuckles his purse. And there is Kulata poking one thing or the other to the conversation. So thank you to all those. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be looking.
Before you go, send the talking point. I'm just joining you now. I'm not listening.
Yeah, the talking points will just be, I think maybe they just free flow, but I'll send you the talking points. But there wasn't really that much of a talking point. We were really talking about Peter Obi's appearance online today. So before I go, the people
Mama,
watching
before you go,
yeah.
Did you saw the video of Kenneth Okonkwo with the Chinese guy? Oh, you need to listen to that video. Maybe we'll brought it later and talk about it.
All right. Maybe we'll look at that tomorrow. So to the people watching on YouTube, it's going to reset. So you have to go on the platform to click back on again as Thomas takes over. So it's going to reset. So you probably see it stop where you are, but go to the platform and just click on it to pick it back up again. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Over to you, Adewale, land what you're saying. So that's what's going on now. Yeah.
So I have a before I go to this, I have a SIM that I haven't used for like 2 years. But I'm thinking, so if I go to Nigeria now, all I need to do is just to call the or go to any of these MTN whatever they call them, and then they will hook me up with with the numbers and all that. Is that can I do that, Ogbeni?
Yes. So if you have
you can do that.
Then they'll connect it to you.
Ogbeni, do you know how even worse? Yeah. My number in Nigeria, I left with my elder sister, so that if I want to deal with anything on my back account, I'll be able to get messages. My sister, I have to send my NIN to my sister in Nigeria. He went there and linked with the BVN before the number is working. As I'm talking to you, they blocked my sister's number. He's using my phone number now to call. You can't call anymore.
But Thomas, I am here in Saudi Arabia. I still receive call. I receive messages from Nigeria.
It's because even
if I do, just hold on.
Your SIM, see what NBC said is your SIM will work outside Nigeria, right? It will work outside Nigeria, but the moment you step into Nigeria, it detects your SIM.
When did they started that?
Like towards the end of last year. If you enter Nigeria, it detects your team.
Because I was in Nigeria in October. Right. I entered and came back and nothing happened.
You spend like how many days or weeks or?
I spent 35 days.
35 days. So why is it not working? Because my own. Immediately
no, it was working. My phone. I said I didn't have any problem with my line.
No, Simba. Let me ask you a question.
So is either they have linked your BVN to your NIN already, or you have registered before you left Nigeria?
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask. Or maybe you have some.
Okay.
You have a registered business in Nigeria too, right?
Before you left Nigeria.
I have a business. I have a business registered. Yes.
And some of those data.
If you have registered it, they must have linked your NIN to your BVN and to the SIM.
So somewhere along the line, you've done proper thing that you are not aware of. So that's the way I see it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hey, because another thing is that I have a lot of SIMs I use also, but not for communication. I use it for maybe for all this data for camera, and all of them are still functioning.
Okay. Where did you get all those ones? So are you saying along the line you've never submitted your NIN for, because
No,
like
I'm not talking about NIN, the BVN thing that they are talking about. That's what I use my NIN to purchase all these ones I'm talking about. In fact, and then there is even what the way they did it is that there is a maximum number of number you can register with your NIN also,
okay,
especially
so the mode of
with
protection now
a
is BVN with telecommunication number, right?
BVN. This so BVN that they are talking about, that has to be linked with BVN. Or maybe there is a way they can link. I think maybe there is a way they link all the line that you have, irrespective of the provider, network provider, together.
But you provide your number to your bank, right? When you have
Yes,
BVN with the
yes.
bank I provide, yeah, they are linked together already.
No,
So they are,
especially my ATM number. That's the only number that I give them. But every other number is not with the bank.
so your data, you have your data with NIMS. So you don't have anything to worry with. They have it. They have it.
Okay.
Now, my bank is the one that actually helped me get the BV number. I didn't do nothing. They just did it and sent it to me. Anyway, everything about Nigeria is always upside down. I hope you're able. I mean,
Everything about Nigeria, where
I
you
mean,
don't know.
this is how you know that if the agency you mentioned earlier are actually working and ensuring that these communication companies are doing their job and do the by now we should be having the identity of those people that are on the phone, talking to the family members of the kidnapped, and track it down, and be able to identify them, based on the information they submitted for the registration of NIM and the PVN. But it seems that is to tell you that not everything is being done. If not, you will be able to know those people. But I think we get.
Adewale,
yeah,
it's not the function of whether they have number or they have data. It's all about political will. See, even before the advent of technology, the police within your area, if you will think they don't know the criminals within your area, you are just deceiving yourself. They know. But the thing is, when you are trying to enforce some things, they sometimes they fight against power that they know that they can never survive. So it is all about willingness. I see from now to tomorrow, nobody can tell me that Nigerian security agencies, agents, they don't know some of these criminals. Then you start asking yourself questions. How come that other countries that are not as advanced as Nigeria, even in terms of data gathering and some tools to even enforce, how come they were able to deal decisively? So the problem in Nigeria is more of politics than the right.
Ola, let me support what you are just saying. There was a time a guy was owing me some amount of money, and the guy was running all over the place. Not even the police; it was the civil defense that I reported. One of my friends gave me a number of a civil defense guy, and we're able to track this guy just by his phone. In fact, he switched off his phone, and we're able to actually get the location of this guy, and we caught him. You understand? So for our own security outfit not to know and be able, okay, I have a friend who is a rear admiral. No, a air vice marshal in Air Force now. In fact, he's one of the senior officers of Nigerian Air Force. There was a guy that was working with, he has a business, but the guy he discovered that the guy was actually stealing his money, and he wanted to know. He was tracking these guys with their device, any conversation, everything that this guy is doing, the guy was tracking it. You understand? So for them to now say they don't know all these people that are calling it, they are claiming ransom, and it's not true. And that's why we are saying that there are some people who are conspiring with this criminal among our security personnel that are not making the fight against insecurity of our country to be successful. There are a lot of people that are sabotaging that effort, and I don't know what the government can do about it.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Simba. Thomas, before we go, where's your YouTube link? I want to send it. I can't find it, so I mean.
And Simba, you don't need to go too far. You see, when you have colleagues, let me share a little experience of what happened to me recently, a few days ago. I was, among some guys, some colleagues here, and Nigerians were gisting, and they were telling me, in fact, they were the first to even draw my attention to this dollar that is falling and everything. They were not happy. My God! In fact, I almost fought them, because for me, I was saying, "Oh, good news! That's what we should be expecting from Nigeria."
Benny, have you tried what one man sent to you? It works, so.
It works, but I can't find my own now. I'll be able to check by me money. I'm telling you, Baba.
It works.
No. Did you register with Nigerian Stock Exchange? Do you have all those things registered electronically before you
I just bought it that time when they were selling and they were convincing everybody about as if that is like what will give us our life savings in life.
No, I did my own electronics registration as far back as 2007, 2008. And those are the things I'm still assessing to today.
I did. So, I bought mine during that.
No. You have an account with Nigerian Stock Exchange.
I didn't. That's the problem.
Yes. So look at your account. So because every transaction, if they are doing that and it's not going to your account, then I think you need to take up whosoever is doing that. Maybe so don't take it lightly, because I know some of those people are crooks. Some of them are almost billionaires. Some of them are billionaire, and that's how they make it. Some of them.
I still have my document with me, and I know anytime I'm ready, I will still get it down.
Please take it off. Me, as I tell you, I have some land people that I want to fight when I get to Nigeria. So there are so many crooks in that country. I'm sorry.
I don't fight people.
Ola. So your mission to Nigeria is you are going to fight a lot of people.
Okay,
you are going to fight in
Nigeria. Look at it this way. Look at it this way, Simba. You bought land. Yes, sir. You bought land in 2007 for someone to be telling you now to come and see.
Ọlá etí ọbẹ̀ jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Jálẹ̀ kòkó máa ṣe mẹ́yìn òkìtì lára ẹ̀. Ọlá lágídí ni.
Because agídí báwo, agídí are based on what?
Àwọn London Ondo state ìrúngbà yẹn kó tó pín state yẹn sí méjì.
Look, it is true that in agídí we have someone we are stubborn. Now the thing is this: we are not stubborn for no purpose. We have purpose to our stubbornness. You want to take our right away from us? Some people say,
no,
I know now. People will say, no, we don't need to buy for long. We are going to fight it to the cause. So when we finish the one on this surface of the earth, then we go and settle in heaven again. So you don't need to. Okay. Okay. If you shoot an
Ekiti ṣe rí lọ́jọ́ sọ fún ẹ̀yẹn o.
If you shoot an Ekiti man and the Ekiti man is not fighting back,
wọ́n bẹ ìjà láyé wọ́n ti lọ bẹ ìjà lọ́run.
Okay.
That's Ekiti for you. Ekiti.
Yeah. Maybe we go back to our talking point. We are deviating now.
Ekiti is in Ekiti. You see somebody.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni.
Yes.
I think we should discuss about this Ninji matter that what's the name of our brother? Femi Falana is taking up against the Akpabio that if he fail to reinstate him in the next 7 days, oh my!
Reinstating who?
The assembly waru. So let's talk about it.
This is a fallen of the man. I hope the man is still in the right senses. I think it's getting a lot of things wrong these days. So it's getting too excessive. with his. I don't understand.
He's fighting for the supremacy of the constitution. He's not getting anything wrong.
You're running,
Yeah.
Babaja. He's fighting for his
What
pocket.
they did for that guy is, I mean, Ogbeni the analysis is wrong. Well, I mean, they trying to take away the mandate of the people that that guy
Which mandate
is representing. So
Are you
he has
talking
not
about
done anything illegal. I want to hear Ogbeni on that.
No, hold on, Babajale Koko. Are you talking about Senator Ningi?
Yes, he has not done anything illegal.
Okay.
He
The
was
thing
only
is
asking questions.
Falana is chasing shadow. Even before Ogbeni speak, he's chasing shadow. You know why? Because the Senate. Wait, no, it doesn't have. It doesn't have to be interpreted by a lawyer.
Are you a lawyer? How do you know
Wait,
Are
everything
you a
does not have to be
lawyer?
default to a lawyer. Wait, Babajale Koko.
He's a
It's
Google
not because.
lawyer now.
Thank God, thank you, Jerry. I Google.
I'm a Google
things.
lawyer.
And it's not a rocket science, okay? It's chasing shadow in the sense that the National Assembly, both chambers have standing rules that they follow. It's just like when you report to work. You're a banker, you belong to a banker association, and you're also the bank that you work for. If you run afoul of the policy of the organization, they will punish you, right? So, and the House decided to punish him. So him, and I is taking him to court. He knows that he's chasing shadow. He knows that.
Adewale, I'm beginning to doubt your citizenship. How can you disrespect
He's a compromised Ekiti man.
Don't mind that man. I don't even think he can speak the language anymore.
I'm say DNA test when you.
He's from Kwara State. He's from Kwara State. He's not from Ekiti.
They will run DNA test for you.
Adewale is from Kwara. He's not from Ekiti.
You don't see my face. You don't see my big gauge. That's how you know I'm from Ekiti.
Look, what you just said is a very grievous thing. Why are you doubting the DNA of Adewale?
Adewale is supposed to be Omualade in Ekiti. He is from a royal family, and for a royal for someone that can be a royal father, we not recognize what the like of Femi Falana has done for that country. When you want to talk of people that have done so much for that country, you'll be talking of Gani Fawemi, you'll be talking of Femi Falana, you'll be talking of Olise Agbakoba, and so many legal luminaries. And Femi Falana is someone that people will just talk as if we are talking to one person on the street. I won't take that one.
Ola, you cannot do that this morning. That man excess is getting too much these days.
There's nothing like
So if we are talking of Femi Falana, what about Olanipekun? Femi Falana is just making noise. You know, they call them activists, right? They're always the first person to hold a microphone to yell. When this man, when he was contesting for Ekiti governor, right? He did not even score. How many votes did he score? So
Ola Adewale Timothy yo.
Look at this thing. I asked you a question. Why?
Because the man was fine.
Right now, why was Femi Falana jailed unnecessarily several times? What was he fighting for?
I'm not contesting his previous fight and all those.
He was fighting for you. We talk now, even though we know it's on Twitter. We are bold enough to talk now.
Ola, I'm not contesting.
Your roof, you can't even talk.
I'm not contesting his previous advocacy. I'm talking about
point now.
Him
so because he is from Ekiti and
he should not be suspended.
We should not talk against him. Is that what you are saying? I don't know what is your.
For those people, for the like of Wole Soyinka, for the likes of Gani, for the like of
please prove me wrong, please. Prove me wrong.
Let's give Ogbeni chance to educate us. I will listen then.
For me, first and foremost, there is no way you can overlook Femfano's contribution to the legal space in Nigeria. There is no way. Particularly in the area of press freedom, in the area of fundamental human rights, in the area of employment laws, labor, trade union, and the likes in Nigeria. Those are lawyers that have slept severally in prison with people like Gani Fawehinmi. In fact, even before Gani Fawehinmi time, Femfano went to Obafemi Law University, the same university I went to. He was the secretary of the student union government. He was locked and put in prison by Buhari government in the 80s. And then was it Buhari or Obasanjo government, military? And then Buhari time. And then since then, he has never left activism in Nigeria.
Speak to this issue of Ningi
Gani. Just to
Yes.
give you a background
Thank you, Mr.
Falana.
Adewale. Thank you.
Now,
Mr.
if you now
Adewale.
go to Femfano practice, Femfano has this. He's not a conventional lawyer like Wole Olanipekun that you see during election petition and everything around. Femfano carved a niche for himself, and that is the area of human rights, area of press freedom, area of labor, employment, trade union. Recently, I see him now had.
You are still repeating what you said earlier.
He has now added military into it, that court martial. I see him appearing more in court martial, which is still relating to the human rights in Anko. Now, let me narrate on this National Assembly thing. Femfano is simply doing what he has been doing, and that's why I'm trying to paint his background. He has simply been doing what he has been doing before, probably because these days now we have social media, so you tend to see many of his illegal activism outside, and that is why probably all this, like this man is getting old. He has not changed his style. That is what he has been doing over time. So what was it about Ningi? Now, Ningi is his client. You won't shut any lawyer up from taking a case from his client and then pursuing his client's case. If you find yourself also in the shoes of Ningi, you go and pick somebody like Femfano to represent you. That's the point. You won't go and pick somebody like Wole Olanipekun that you know is the election petition lawyer. You will go and pick human rights lawyer like Femfano to come and find your cause. So Ningi has a lawyer. He has a right to his lawyer constitutionally. Femfano is representing him within his rights. He has his license to practice. So what is the way he's going about it? He's in his own usual way. Femfano is a press person, always in media. Even before this social media thing, you will see him NTA, the days of Minaj and others. Femfano must be there to talk his own. Many of his cases, you always take it to media. You remember the case of this former Enugu governor that locked his wife in the house. Femfano was the one representing that woman now. And how did he fight it? He went on media and started making the governor, I've forgotten the governor's name, one very young governor of Enugu back then.
Okay, the one that they said the wife has a mental issue that and I was looking at
Femfano was the one representing Sullivan, yeah. So Femfano has been like that. He will take his case on media. He will be
And we're asking for the merit of his argument. Do you think he has a point?
Now, go to the merit of his argument, yes. Femfano is, you see, in law, there is something you call, how do I put it? You expand the frontier of law. The law as of today is that the National Assembly, the Senate president can suspend a member, right? Because they have a rules. They live by their own rules. So if you flout their rules within the house, they have their rules, they can melt penalty and make punishment. And part of their punishment is that we are suspending you 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 months, and others. But this is the angle Femfano is coming from. Yes, this is the position of your position as it stands now. Femfano is saying that we must expand this frontier of law, that this position is against the Constitution, which is allowed in law. You can expand the frontiers of law. You can feel like this law is not right when we look at some provisions of the Constitution, which for me is my how do I put it, the position I've always been taking on this issue, that all senators are equal. You are representing my constituency in Ekiti, and somebody from Akwa Ibom will come and suspend you for what? So do you legislate for me at that time when you are suspended? So who protect my right? Who represents me at that time? So why will you deprive me from my own constituency, you from your own constituency, whatever you are coming from, I don't know you. Why will you deprive the senator that is representing me from representing me at that time?
Ola, sorry, but what about their house rule? That if you...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So what Femvano is saying, which is also my position, is that house rule cannot supersede the constitution. That senator is representing a constituency in that Senate. Don't see that senator as just like the way you will see maybe member of a classroom and then captain can
So
suspend.
the suspension of Ningi is just like a suspension of his consistency.
Yes, that's the way I see it. So if you suspend Ningi, the time that Ningi is supposed to stand in that floor of the house to protect his own
But
people,
what if Ningi dies? What happened?
then they conduct another election to Ningi. That's the constitution takes care of
But
that.
it's going to take some time. So it's not as if he was suspended, was not sacked.
Simba, if
Mhm.
Ningi
Can I
dies,
come in?
You see why they say lawyer can't make
let me land on it. If you know, we are just expanding the frontiers of laws there. We are rethinking the law. It's an area of law on its own. You rethink it so that, because law is dynamic, law is not static.
So Ola, sorry.
Not
Ola,
Ogbeni.
Sorry, Ogbeni, from your
You
submission.
respect the Falana when the prof is talking, listen.
I beg Falana Jari until
I wish Ola is just an IT person.
Ogbeni, from your submission now, that means that it could be very difficult for the House leadership to enforce any of their rule if any of them did something against what they have in the House.
No, it won't be difficult. Do you know why? What Femvano is simply saying is this: look for other way of punishing them, not to lead to suspend them from their duty.
Akpabio should just withdraw his money for the next 6 months.
Maybe something like that. I don't know, but that one said, he will still say, "I work for my money. Why will you withdraw my money?"
Why I will not withdraw?
They can tell you to go to gallery now. That's a good point.
Is it not this that confused the labor leaders? That
sit in the gallery.
So the constitution does not recognize
the contributing from the gallery. What do you say?
Ogbeni.
Yeah.
No.
You're saying the constitution does not recognize the house rule. Is that what you're saying? That
no. The constitution recognizes that the Senate should have their rules. What Femvano is claiming is that the rules that the constitution bettered or that flows from the constitution cannot run against the constitution, because the constitution is your ground norm. Do you get what I'm saying? You test the validity of the constitution, the validity of any rules or any laws that stem from the constitution by the provision of the constitution. So it mustn't run contrary to it.
In the real sense of that man have not even violated the rule in the first place. Hold on. No. He has not violated the rules. He didn't do anything illegal. He didn't do anything. Hold on. It was just asking question. And we have seen it in this advanced world where we work, where you see the congressman will even speak against the position of the Congress. Right there in the Congress,
let's just get something straight.
So he has not done anything wrong.
No, the Act of Parliament. No.
He was just asking question.
He
was just
asking question in BBC Hausa or in the Senate.
He did because the house rule made it compulsory for all the members to run through the principal officers before they go to the press. So he knew what he was getting involved with, and he knew he's going to be punished for it. He knew what the penalty is going to be. Okay, so the fact that when you discover any findings and all that, you have to approach the principal officer of the house. They have the process that they have to follow. Now, even though he approached the president of the Senate, He did not submit what was asked for, and there was no finality on his new discovery or whatever. But he went and addressed the press through Hausa, BBC Hausa, and he was trying to change what he said in that interview. Or perhaps he said it was misrepresented one way or the other. And he went to the media further to clarify that, which was also wrong foul because he derived his power, or should I say, in democracy, he derived his from the body that he belongs to, the organ of government that he belongs to. You can't act outside of that body. Yes, he was chosen as a representative of his constituency, but he belongs to a body of the government that makes decision collectively. And when you have a discovery or something, whatever you want to place before the house, you have to approach or go through the process. Going through the media without being cleared shows that you are running afoul of the rules of the house that he belongs to. So his constitutional right, I don't think it was violated because he knew that the penalty that comes after what he did is going to be severe. Now, the severity of that penalty is what I'm not sure, which I think it is 6 months or 9 months that was given to him. I don't think it should be merit that long. I think the rule says 14, but depends on the discretion of the president of the Senate or whatever. But he knew. So even though it was for good cause, he should have followed the due process of the organs that he belongs to. He can't just act outside of the organ of government that he derived his power or derived his authority from. It's
Don't
not
worry.
executive.
Look,
Can I
Akpabio
say
have a
something?
responsibility to restate him within
Baba Dale
7 days.
Koko.
If he
Can I
Yeah,
fails
he
say
to
gave him
do
option
that,
to
then you will
to
know whether he's
apologize.
wrong or not.
Baba Dale Koko, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
You see, for me, I don't know the exact provision of the rules that he has breached, but this is my reading of the whole thing. I've not read their rules. I've read their rules before, but a very long time ago during David Mark time. But so I can't really understand what is even there now. I can't remember. But if there's anything I think he has breached, first is by going outside the fold to grant press interview. Not only to just grant interview, but to grant that interview on falsehood. That's the major issue. And then having not run through the issue within the system before going outside to peddle the falsehood. And then when they call him within the house to explain himself, he couldn't explain himself. He started saying they misquoted him and things like that. And so by that implication, it's a constructive, how do I put it, a constructive acceptance of his faults, So, and on that basis, that went public, and he more like potting the public against the National Assembly or against his fellow senators, and then playing the tribal card thing and everything. I think that was the reason. So I don't know which exact rule. Maybe the rule exists and everything. But my own is that let's even assume that he breached their rule. What Femfarano is attacking is not. Femfarano is telling you that, look, this man is representing some people. This man does not derive his power from you, the Senate.
It does. It does.
Derives his power.
He can't act outside the parliament that he belongs to. It cannot.
Yes. No. He derives his power from the Constitution.
I just want to quickly put this to you. All what I'm saying, you are right. But what about disparaging the old Senate itself? That budget padding, it caused the Senate House to lose their respect in the eyes of Nigerians. What about that? It's not good.
Simba, you are right.
I'm not Simba, this is Remy.
Oh, Remy, sorry. You are right, Remy. But what we are addressing is the punishment. Ori bibe, onkolo ogun ori fifo. You don't say because I have a day, then cut the head. That's what Femfarano is saying. Yes, there are, okay, why is it that we have a penal code? One says that if somebody rape, let the person go to life imprisonment. The other one says if somebody kill somebody, then let the person be killed. Another one says if somebody steals something, okay, give the person 5. So your punishment must be commensurate with the offense. They are all criminals. Those 3 sets are just.
Ogbeni, you know why I would not buy your argument is the fact that the House make the rule
for themselves.
But
No outsider is going to make the rule or the level of punishment that it will merit. So
no, so the issue is this: the punishment cannot run against the constitution. The
okay, which
constitution
portion
is
of the
supreme.
constitution says that any
So
serving?
see where Federal is now attacking. Now the constitution, every senator in Nigeria derives a power from the constitution. What we operate in Nigeria is a constitutional democracy. It's not a parliamentary.
The power to legislate, is that what you're saying?
Yes, the power
Okay.
to be in that, the power to congregate.
But
and that building.
I'm also drawing your attention to the tenet of democracy, which guarantee that the organs of government that make it government, the legislative and the executive, and he belongs to the legislative that is not just individual, but a collective number of people. That is where they derive the authority to make law.
No, you are missing.
Guaranteed by the Constitution.
No,
I think you should understand what Ogbeni is trying to. Ogbeni is trying to tell you in a simple language. No matter what they do to you at the house, the Nigerian Constitution supersedes their house rules. And that means you have a right to take them to court as a member of the house if you think your right is being infringed.
And Remy, look at what Adewale, the area Adewale is missing it is this, or missing it all. In UK, for instance, what they practice is parliamentary supremacy. We don't do that in Nigeria. The parliament is not supreme. It's the constitution that is supreme in Nigeria. So you can't transplant the system from UK, for instance, to Nigeria. We have a written constitution. Everything is there, and every senator derives their legislative power from the constitution, not that building, not that parliament.
Yeah, but it's also subjected for punishment whenever any lawmaker is heard. I mean, if you do something wrong, you can't claim constitution. I mean, you can't use constitution to back you of your wrongdoing, knowing fully well that you run foul of the standing rule of the organ that it belongs to.
Punishment must not run contrary to the constitution. Let me give you an instance.
Yeah, but the constitution would not specify how the severity of that punishment. Is the house themselves that will make this.
So when the constitution don't give you power to legislate, and the house is taking that power away from you for 9 months, is that not running contrary to the constitution?
So what should be done to any members
that is what they should go and rethink and make sure that whatever punishment they are bringing now must not run contrary to the constitution.
No matter what they come up with, somebody is still going to challenge them by saying that they don't even have the right to punish them, even if they give them 1 day suspension.
No,
they will still say,
no, I've given you an instance. For instance, I gave you an instance of sending that. I'm just thinking it now. You're so far. I gave you an instance of sending the man to the gallery is enough to ridicule him. You know where gallery is in the parliamentary session.
We know now.
So
send it to the gallery and be talking from the gallery.
So the contention
him.
now is the punishment, right? That does not commensurate.
Punishment.
Okay.
The power to legislate.
Ogbeni,
one voice, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are now saying that the punishment was too much, was too severe, so what Constitution says that this is the level of punishment that should be meted, or this is how anybody that run foul in the National Assembly must be punished. They are the one that make the rule.
I've not said the punishment is too severe. I said no matter how minute the punishment is, it must not run contrary to the Constitution. And this one runs contrary to the Constitution because it takes away the power to legislate.
Yeah, but if you send somebody to the gallery, that person would not participate in the preliminary.
He will. They will allow him to contribute, but from the gallery. That's ridiculous.
What difference does that make? You send somebody to the gallery, but
let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Did the man commit any offense?
I think
contrary to the house.
Yes,
I don't know what the rule says, but I think yes, and I've explained it here.
The rules is very simple. If you have any grievances, you go to the house leadership and complain. But he went on to the what do you call it? He went on to the Hausa service and also Okibaloye.
So he has not put his position to the house, his complaint before going on social media.
This is it. He put his position to some of the leadership. He didn't wait for them to resolve the issue. They said he should come back and bring his facts. He didn't. What he did immediately was that to go to press.
So if you do the crime, you should do the time, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
So General Thomas, the point now is this. The point is not even whether he's guilty or not. Fevano is not saying whether you are guilty. It could be you tomorrow, it could be me tomorrow as a legislator. What Fevano is saying is this. Look at the logic in this. You have a senator representing me from Ekiti. I have another senator representing from Akwa Ibom, another from maybe Kano. We are all equal in the eyes of the law. We are all senators. No one is equal than the other, right? But we now choose somebody by virtue of privilege to lead us, right? Because we must have a leader. Now, what Trevor is saying is this. The power donated in me to legislate, to make law for Federal Republic of Nigeria is to represent my people in that place. Somebody who is as equal as me cannot send me out.
Who says that? Ogbeni, who
it's
says
the Constitution.
that? Do you know that? But you also recognize that this same house can expose serve exposure to any of their members, right?
Expulsion. That's what we are challenging. They can't expel their member.
Well, I you are the lawyer, but I don't want to.
Benny,
I give you that respect. You're a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer.
I understand the position.
Let's hear from Remy.
I'm of the opinion that this the body that it belongs to can also expel you from that chamber.
Adewale, I want you to take this question. Now, a senator can be recalled by his constituency.
Yes.
Now, and it is the voters that vote for the senator.
Yes.
Now, let's say because he has the same right as all those principal officers. They just choose them as their leader. Now, this leader now say, okay, you, Mr. Adewale, we don't want you anymore. Then we expose you.
No, it's not for a very solid ground.
No, how would you vote? What would you do? That means you don't have any representation anymore.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on, Remy. You see, the same presidential system that we copied virtually everything back to back from America, so to say. Now, whether from the lower chamber or the upper chamber, they have the way they conduct their business. Now, any of their members that is not of good character or perhaps found to less of what is supposed to be in character and all that, there's a way they will have a case, and he also have the right to, the question and answer those questions that that the house found him wanting of. Now, if they now concluded that they found him guilty of those charges, then they can expel him from the chamber. We've seen that happen in the United States, where a member was.
If that happened in the United States,
I'm coming. I'm just using as an example. Now, the same right that the House derived to punish or any of their members that run foul of their rule, this same right guaranteed that they can also use it to respond that person from the chamber. Now, to say that person cannot be sent away from the chamber simply because he derived his power from people, his constituency that elected him. I also want to say that as a senator or as a lawmaker, you are sent to represent. Now, your authority is derived from the body that you belongs to. Now, you can't just exercise power and to say, oh, singly you are above the board and you are not going to be subjected to any rule of the house simply because the people that send you to the chamber have more authority over you. Now, so that means every member can do whatever they pleases in the house.
Missing the point,
Okay.
The point is not that you won't be subject to the rule. If the rule is in accordance with the Constitution, you will. Why not? Then the second point is that where you derive your authority is not the house. Don't make that mistake. Where you derive your authority is the constitution. It's not the house. It's not the congregation. It's the constitution. So whatever both the house and you and anybody will do must be in accordance with that. It is that constitution that guides all of us. That is what must guide the house, the Senate, the president. That's what must guide everybody. That's what they call the rule of law. The constitution must guide us. So if the constitution now say, you, Mr. ABC, between the period of 1st of January to so of December, you are elected to go and represent your people in the National Assembly. And one man will sit in that place and say, because you offend us in this house, therefore we remove you from this house from legislating from so time to so time. That's a direct contrast to what the Constitution donates to you. And whatever the Constitution gives you, nobody can take it away from you except in accordance with that Constitution. That's what Femfala is saying. Whatever you cannot give, you can't take. It's a principle in law. You can't take what you cannot give.
Well, I disagree with that principle.
The house cannot take it.
Because
in office now, your employer who employs you is the only person who can fire you. Your co-worker cannot fire you.
Yeah, but so for any...
Can we just move on so that Bishop can say something? You don't need to be flogging it too long or something like that.
Anyway, so Femfala is doing his work, he's doing his job, he's a lawyer. You should not tell him, you should just leave the man.
So where was he when Omar Gigi was suspended for a year before he challenged? Where was he?
He challenged, maybe he didn't brief Femfala. Femfala will not just be jumping on any case now. If you don't brief him, he wouldn't do that. That's what they call blanching in law now. If nobody
on a lighter note, most of these cases that you always take, is it for free or does he always charge money?
Why will he be for free? He's a lawyer now. He'll be collecting his fee now.
Thank you.
He studied to get his license now. He doesn't say tomato or pepper.
So, Ogbeni, before you go, my question to you is this: because you are a seasoned lawyer, and a lot of Nigerians always condemn the Nigerian Constitution. So, I want to know your position. Do you think we should write a new constitution, or we should just continue to amend the 1997?
We've debated these things severally now. Everybody knows my position on that now.
I don't know. Maybe I was not there the day.
Why? I've asked every one of them to tell me which country. Is there any country that just discarded their constitution and then they gather the whole country to one place and say, let's have another constitution? I've never seen anyone. I've told them the United States of America constitution was drafted by 50 men. They were all slave owners. 50 men sat in a place and then they drafted and then came up with it. So, and ever since then, they've been doing many amendments. They've never said, let's jettison the constitution and throw it away. They removed slavery at a point in time from it, even though they were all slave owners. They remove black cannot vote. They remove women cannot vote. They remove women cannot have property. They remove a lot of things, and they are trying to remove it. And today, many people see it as the masterpiece for any democracy, right, to use. That was the same constitution that slave owners, 50 of them, drafted. But because they were able to purge the constitution of his sins and many other iniquities in it, so he's emerging every day. And tomorrow, don't be surprised, US can still stand up and say there's another thing in our constitution we want to remove. After all, Trump wanted to remove the Third Amendment that allowed any child birth in US to become citizen before they shouted and they didn't allow him to do it. So that is for that. So for me, my position on the Nigerian constitution is this: we must keep amending it. We can't jettison the whole constitution.
I also support that idea. Continue constitutional amendment.
And when people complain and tell you this constitution is bad, the question I always ask them, and I wish every Nigerian should be asked them, which part of the constitution is bad? Is it the whole constitution? There are many people that shouted that. Have they read the constitution? What does section 25 says? Ask them.
You can bet it that 80% of Nigerians don't.
They don't know. I mean, Nigerians don't even have their constitution. They don't even have a copy of their constitution. Nigerians don't have it.
Yeah.
It's the same country where people are Christians and don't even have.
So let's. As I said, Bishop has been waiting for a lot. Bishop, are you there so that Thomas can can have a conversation with you. Bishop.
I'm not asleep yet.
Okay, please go ahead because we have been waiting for you to come on board.
I was listening. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, Bishop. Good evening.
It's been a very hectic day. Very depressing to say the least. And I'll just very, very, very short in my submission. I hope everyone is hearing me, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I particularly felt depressed because if after listening to Obi on his space this evening, some people can come on a platform like this and be defending and be shouting and be. It only shows one thing: we have a very long way to go, and that the quality of our public discourse is still extremely very abysmal, to say the least. We have not moved the needle at all. If after listening to what will be that's something, I listened to snippet of it. It is very bland, uninspiring, unintelligent, lack of direction, very embarrassing to say the least. And we are coming and we spend those hours and hours and hours, and some people were defending on Obi's legacy. That is completely very disastrous. A couple of weeks ago, some people went, even the people that are rushing now to support Obi, what were their comments and their opinion and their judgment, verdict of him when he was ruling? And some people were even saying a dead man was even better than Obi, part of the people that are supporting that. I began to ask myself the question, what is it that is wrong with us? Obi's tenure. Somebody was here saying it is the best thing after God created Sunday. Obi finished all the work in Anambra State that nobody should actually do anything. And we now Kuma still listening, even though those are alternative facts, because I know Anambra very well enough, because I was there. Not only that, I was there before Obi became governor. Even when he became governor, I was there. I lost count of how many times I visited Anambra. Is it from Oka to Onitsha to Newi, Amobia, Nibu, Oka Etiti, Enugu, name it, all those places in Anambra. I know those places. Or is it go to your axis of Equilobia, Umunze, Oko? I know Anambra very well enough. And we were here. People were saying that he was the best thing. He paid all the debts. Those things were very fallacious and annoying. He built schools. He put borehole in all the schools and put them generator. What blatant lies. But I'm not going into that. Listening to him today, and we think that is the president, it means that maybe we belong to alternative, different planets. We don't belong to the same planet, and it's very worrisome. The quality, it really calls to question the quality of our public discourse. And we don't have the same focus, the same target. I think we are not thinking in the same direction. And I saw every minute we spent on discussing Obi tonight as a bloody waste of time. Completely arguing front and back about paying pension and not paying pension, about the same Obi. If you can bring me one opinion molder or shaper that sang Obi's praises when he was a governor between 2006, I'm ready to pass with 1 million naira. If you can give me just one of those people that are talking today, I can bring you 10. I can bring 10
of people that were really very critical of Obi when he was gone. Nobody knew he was going to become governor. I've always brought 1 or 2 here. The same people are there today, but it is what it is. I'm not bothered about that. I'm only bothered about the quality of our public discourse, because it tells a lot about us. So further the debate, the question, just generally, we are on the journey, and I've always said, and I've always advocated, nobody can get everything perfectly right. But if you are moving in the right direction, you will know. I needed to go and find someone. So I was going to somewhere earlier today, and I missed my route. I've been there before a couple of times, but I took it for granted that I would know my route. So I did not really, I did not bother to ask the person I was going to look for the address to put on my GPS. So I was driving using my sense, because I've been there a couple of times, but it's very complicated. So every time I get close, I see a landmark that I've seen before. My memory will come, oh yeah, I saw this place. Okay, so what is the next? So I started making progress slowly. It took me a long time, but I realized I was on course. If I divide, if I took a wrong turn, I said no, this is not it. I'll take a turn back, and I managed to. I mean, it was not intentional. I really sincerely wanted to get to where I was going earlier. I mean, as soon as I can. I don't want to go back and ask the person, I've been there now, 5, 6 times. How am I missing this road? But the significant thing is that anytime I am on course and I see a landmark I've seen before, that's a little bit of sense of relief. We just come down, okay, you are back on course. You're making, the right turns and the rest. Even though I have not gotten to my final destination, but that sense of relief, that kind of relief, I say, I am still on course. In Nigeria today, we are on course. And I have said, even though some people are not really happy with it, they've never really been. It does not mean that it is going to be like a stroll in the park. No. It's going to be very painful. We need a leader that will be bold enough to take the necessary, even though they are painful decisions. He's not taking those decisions because he hates the people. He's taking it because we need to take those bitter pills to be able to get out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in. I'm not looking to blame anybody for getting us to the quagmire. Everybody is responsible, because every one of us, many a times, not due to our own fault, but whether not, we have contributed to where we are. Look, every time you do something that is not right, you bribe somebody to get a favor that does not belong to you. You use man, no man. You don't even need to bribe sometimes. You use your connection with the bank manager to get preferential treatment when others are waiting for their turn. You know the controller of custom to get or immigration to get your passport. You know the deputy vice chancellor, the vice chancellor to get admission for your children. You know somebody somewhere that can circumvent the process for you. We have contributed. Or you know somebody in school, or even you do giraffe in school, or you sort one lecturer. Let every one of us everybody come and answer his father's name. Say, I have never. Or you benefited something somewhere that you ordinarily should have waited for your turn. Or you ask the taxman to help you out, how you go do it now. So they gave you a lesser tax, what do you call it now? Tax evaluation than what you are supposed to get. Or you are, you want to do your vehicle registration, you have to lobby and say, no, that want to, and you go through the back. Or you want to register some product, and you manipulated some of the processes and the rest, and you get benefit. Everyone, because that culture has been ingrained in us. Now realizing that it is not the way to go, we should be collective in our resolution and our condemnation of those things that are not right. Parents that do everything to get their children to some schools, federal government colleges, you see how much parents are paying
to get placement for their children, even when they know unity colleges, that when they know that they are not qualified, they do everything. But they want to get them to the prime universities, federal universities. Oh, my son must go to UI.
Special center for WAEC.
We pay special center, we pay, and all of us, all of a sudden, we have now become very sanctimonious. Know everything that is wrong, how we can fix Nigeria. What kind of a what kind of hypocritical can we get? So for me, I wish Nigeria well. I just appeal. I said something earlier today in a post that I don't know. It intrigues me how much the percentage of Nigerians that have come to hate Nigeria so much, and they have never seen anything good, no matter how small, no matter how. I listened to something somebody shared on YouTube yesterday, a few days ago. A gentleman that saw a homeless man and was going to help the man. He gave him an iPhone and a 50,000 as like a meal. And the man picked the bill and he was interrogating the man. And where I felt it was okay. I mean, I don't know whether it was still, but where I got very disturbed was when the man was now going to make example of countries that are suffering, where hunger is ravaging them. And he used Nigeria as an example. And I know that is not true, but I don't blame the man. You know, the people I blamed, the people that were celebrating and making noise about the poverty capital of the world. And I came here on this platform. I said, Lagos State still slaughter close to 1,000 cows every day. And people are eating it. So if you say Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world and people are dying of hunger, who are the people eating 1,000 cows per day? People are going to party. Breweries are selling like never before. But you go to where people are doing pepper soup and the rest. Yeah, there will always be a percentage that are hungry, that are homeless, that cannot afford basic things of life. They are there in America. Go to Las Vegas. Go to Las Vegas in California. Go to Los Angeles. Go and see the number of homeless. Come to Atlanta. Ask Kulata where they call Grady. There's a place, Grady Hospital under the beach there. Go and see the number of homeless. Go to Atlanta downtown. Go to DeKalb County. You see the number of homeless. You'll be shocked. But it is Nigerians that paint Nigeria as the poverty capital of the world because it suits their narrative. And they don't ever see anything working. Nothing. If it is possible, they will say the breeze that is blowing Nigeria, the oxygen we breathe, is poisoned. Because they just want to say something bad about Nigeria. And I began to wonder, how come so many people now hate Nigerians? And this politics.
Bishop, if I may interject, if you don't mind.
If you let me land, okay, if you want to, go ahead.
Okay. You know, those people that hate Nigeria so much that they don't see any good thing about Nigeria, sometimes I see them as victim of the circumstance. Now, the thing is this. You can even say things are not working in Nigeria. That's one thing. But the solution you are proposing is another thing. You understand? Okay, things are not working well in Nigeria, and you have solutions that are so called the concrete one, the one that you know can move the country forward. It's okay. But when you are saying all those stuff, and you are now pushing some kind of dubious, something we are not so certain of, and you now stand by that to the point that you want to discredit every other thing that are moving against you. I mean in opposition. That's where I see the problem. Now, I give an example now. These guys are victim of the like of Aisha and those people that are finding a new way to just enter into the political scene. That's what some people don't know. Some activists, they know what they want to do right from the beginning, and they will deploy everything to follow through. If they are not followed through, they are ready to burn you. They are ready to create some kind of psychological, maneuvering that to the point that okay, everything they see around, everything is no longer good. In that country today, in just the front, okay, when I read that, okay, the current regime wants to come to a single digit taxation. What I mean by that is that as of now, we have over 200 type of taxes that we pay in Nigeria, that they are going to streamline into 9. And someone will be telling me that that's not a progress. To tell you, then how do you decide? How do you define a progress? How do you define progress? Okay, in that country today, now the southeastern part is leading now in this power generation of things. And you see, this thing was not happening before, and someone is telling you that it's not a progress. Like, seriously? Student loan, some people are still finding a way to discredit. Then what's the definition of progress?
That is my problem.
Progress simply means that it has to be your wish. See, this one I may be different from you. My opinion may be different from you on this one. Like 2015, for example, when people went against Jonathan to bring Buhari in, that's the way I'm seeing this 2023 election, that people don't want to get themselves ill of. The question is this: moving against Tinubu and proposing Obi, people are still here to complain that they are not the same thing. The capacity is totally different. Obi, there's no way Obi, by the virtue of his own region and with historical events, then coupled with what just happened recently, there's no way that you want to say. It's unfortunate like that someone can even be coming to this kind of a permutation, but we have to be realistic. You understand? When you know how they bully Jonathan House, how some people believe, and they don't want this type of a religion there. But having people now that is the northern part of the country, the southern part of the country, and even some other part of the country can even respect is one thing. Just imagine if Obi is the only, just imagine Obi is the president today, you will be hearing different type of narrative. So,
sorry to cut you short. Even during 8 years of Buhari, the Southeast also bully him for 8 years. They call him all sort of name. So let's be fair. When you do your analysis, be fair to all. Okay, that's what I don't say. Bishop, you can.
Okay, so I think you really hated it. Now, basically, what you said brought to fore my first observation about the quality of our public discourse, because it is. I am. How do I put it? I will analyze Tinubu's government objectively. Have I always agreed with every step of the government? No. And my agreement is not basically on the results alone. Because look, some of the best intention might not come out for the results. But I will prefer a good intention, noble, just, righteous, objective, focused. Even though it did not turn well, but yeah, it makes well. So if I have to wait for the result before I can come to a conclusion whether I'm going to support, then I'm never going to make a move. So I query some of the government's decision to go on a direction, even though I will always say, look, I still, that was the right one now. I still defer to the man at the helm of affairs because he has access to information I don't have. But I question some of the decisions, and I will always. So I don't always agree because I'm not dogmatic. The way some people have taken politics since 2015 is so dogmatic, and it is either their way or the highway. We are not helping ourselves at all. So I agree entirely with Ogbeni's position. And that's why I said initially, I am really scared the quality of our public discourse. You hear some people, look, when the election came, and I was hearing sorry for digressing, I don't want to go to the election. That son were coming on television program and arguing about 25% Abuja. I
Look
couldn't
Bishop,
comprehend.
look at that woman, Kadari or something like that. That woman, I forgot her true name, her full name. She came on Arise and telling us about that Abuja is a state. It's not just, oh my God, I just can't believe
Not
this
in
is
both countries. There was this guy, Mustafa, whatever, this lawyer. What's his name? Something Mustafa. I remember his name now. He's an Igbo guy. I listened to him one day and I was almost crying. I listened to Okutepa, a senior advocate of Nigeria, call me. I listened to, and I was wondering what happened to us. Because there's no way you can defend those positions. It is nonsensical. There is no common sense. So what happened? Was it because of election? So for me, let me move away from that. Now listening to Obi tonight and people still defending, I just try to be open-minded in listening to. I listened to a portion of it, just some snippets, because there's no way I never really had the time to sit down and listen to everything. Maybe I will eventually. So the question is this: what exactly do we want? Do we want a Nigeria that works? And do we think that Nigeria that works to everybody's expectation and dream and aspiration can just be achieved at the flick, at the snap of a finger, or at the flick of a light? Like Peter Obi will just come, he will not take all this necessary medication and step, and Nigeria will become an El Dorado. And it has been completely, there has always been ethnic, whatever, and in our politics and electioneering. But it's really got worse now. And the sad thing is this is not likely going to get better. Because some people are still so adamant that if it is not their way, then it is no way.
But I think the president also has a right to punish anybody that go astray. Because if I were a leader, I cannot be folding my hands.
The president,
if you go astray and say so rubbish, I punish you. I don't need to.
The presidents have shown restraint, because let's be very sincere with ourselves. It is very difficult now to apply the law to the letter. It is difficult. There is some element of, I used to say, so they just mean to say, look, sometimes you should be able to overlook. Don't be reactionary. Because you are a politician, you expect people will not, people will not always do things your way. They don't always agree with you, but you must be magnanimous enough, obviously temperate enough to be able to accommodate every shades of opinion, shades and colors of opinion. When they don't agree with you today, it doesn't matter. If they agree with you, and you see it has played out, it is politics, and politicking is a marathon. It's a long time race. Obi keeps running it as if it's a dash.
Sorry, Bishop, to interject. I just want you to. I have a question for you.
Go ahead, please.
We live in diaspora, and we have family at home that we do send money or ask information or whatever. But I always taken aback because I listen to Ekene every time I'm on ground. I just wonder what Adobeni is trying to say. You are not even on ground like us. We are even more on ground because we are surrounded with so many people that will be seeking information, help, assistance. We send money, and you will be telling us that things does not change. What are you? The price of petrol is different from state to state. It's not the same thing. Because this is what we call the forces of demand and supply at play. And the same thing with the currency. And they are trying to tell you do not understand it, but you kept on saying the same thing. We don't look at the situation in one parameter. There's several parameters you have to look and several ways of finding solution to our problem. Please, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I mean, when I was waiting for the question, you just, kind of summarized.
My question is just about that. Ekene always say I'm on ground and everything is expensive.
Okay.
Like this.
I mean,
what about other people? That
it's difficult here to question some of those things because it's just fixated on them. I have The other time we were talking, nobody was saying, or nobody thought or expected that things would just remain the same. This idea of when people were earning 5,000, oh, it was better I can buy 10 bags of cement. I had the argument today, and it is very ridiculous. Are you saying there were no poor people in Nigeria in 2010, in the year 2000, in the year 2006? Has anything changed? Really? We're not just being sincere. That is lacking because we're fixated. We're one direction. And we're not being sincere. How can somebody come? Look, poverty in Nigeria. I don't want to go to that because some of us were not born yesterday. Unfortunately, we just have to get back to this. And I don't like saying it. We're not born yesterday. As way back as 1980, we know people that have 3 children. They cannot send any one of them to school, beyond primary school. We know when 1979, just like it happened in 1955, when free education started in the UPN state, how school enrollment shot up. People were migrating from every part of the country. We know. We don't want to talk about it, so people will not feel like people want education, but we know the cost of education. So the enrollment in the Southwest shot up because people were migrating from that place. But even at that, there were lots of poor people. When
Bishop, even today, they are still migrating.
When austerity measure, when austerity measure happened in 1983, we know when Umaru Diko, according to them, the popular say that look, you cannot say people are hungry. Have you seen people eating from dustbin? Another man said then in the Southwest that that no matter how bad it is, you have not seen people dying of hunger on the street. That's a ridiculous thing to say, but it was said in Nigeria. And people think that there was an Eldorado. And listen to people here that come and paint 1970. Oh, you just leave school, you get job. What percentage of those people that were leaving universities were getting that kind of job? And they say it as if we're so, I don't know. Really? In the 70s?
That they have it so good that time.
It was so brilliant, really.
No, I not mean so brilliant.
No, I know.
Mean, some of them, they are so good, and they just.
I mean, what percentage of people that were leaving universities were getting those jobs? Yeah, maybe it was fear, but hey, have you put into consideration
what
our
was
population?
The population as at that time? What was the population?
That's what I'm going. Have you put into consideration the population explosion? The population explosion that happened between 1980 to 1989 and the year 2000. What was our population in 1980? Our income has not grown. We have more industries that people were working. Look at the textile industries. I can count without like Shimewu. I can count 100 industries and companies that were operating in Nigeria that I know. 100 without like Shimewu. And people are still comparing now to that time when we have hundreds, thousands, an army of youths that are not schooled. They are not even willing to learn. In my law school, I law caution now. I'm out to caution but I go primary school.
And Bishop, for organizing regular and these people that are actually making money, they were doing well then. Mechanic, furniture, or not journey and all that.
My uncle is a plumber.
We know people
four flat, very beautiful.
I'm telling you, exactly. That's where I'm going.
Beautiful
I know people that learn to work. I want to teach about I will law school. Okay, we want to go and learn a trade. Either you learn carpentry, you learn for. Look, when I was going to secondary school, primary school and secondary school, I have some friends. One of them, the uncle was doing this trailer engine injector. So after school, he will go there. Immediately if he finished the work, he didn't even bother to look for work. He just started straight. I have the one that the father was a carpenter. I don't want to mention it because they are famous now. And they're still doing that job. It was long after we left school that I want to say, you know what, I want to go back to school. After I have finished, I have graduated, I have served for many years. And I was 20, I went and looked for admission. He now started his own journey. And as I'm talking to you, he's finished his master's. Slowly. And this is a man that went back to university way after 30 something years, almost 40 years. Wow. He started. We went immediately after secondary school. We did A levels, Oscars. After A levels, we went and we were doing. But he went straight to the work. It was after he married, he raised family. And I said he wanted to go back to school so that I can compare with his. He's my friend today, one of my oldest and best friends. So what I'm saying is this: if we are not ready to go through this, and so people are so destructive in their criticism, they are not objective at all. They are so destructive. If we pay heed to them, we are not going to make any progress. Look, things are expensive in Nigeria.
They should say the truth.
Things are expensive in Nigeria. Things are expensive in Nigeria. Things are expensive everywhere in the world. I came here one day and I told people, do you know the reason why majority of the water in the almighty America are not drinkable? Because the bottled water industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The price of bottled water had more than doubled from 2019 till now. 2019 till now. Bottled water, ordinary bottled water.
Sorry for cutting you short. I have what do you call it? Water softener and water treatment in my house.
Okay.
When I was signing for this thing, I thought it was just that, but I realized buying those filter, it's like buying gold. Like buying real gold. So expensive. And every 6 months I have to spend like almost $300 to $400 to buy a filter.
But water is so
Even
expensive.
if you buy that kind of jar that is made from Germany, you put some kind of thing to purify the water. You have to change that thing. Also,
Do you know? Let me shock you.
But I'm enjoying here in Finland, though.
Let me shock you. Do you know I have interacted with some people here because I question how much the amount of soda you take is too much. And the guy legitimately told me where it's cheaper for him to drink soda than to buy water. I was shocked. That happened a few years ago. Because how can somebody be eating one meal and you put that 2-liter Coca-Cola before you and you are drinking? I stopped taking soda. I'm not taking soda again. I'm not going to take soda for the whole year. I'm almost 1 year now. I'm not taking soda. I'm not taking sugar because it is something that is very addictive. And a lot of them, obesity, diabetics of all manner is a major problem in America. The food they are eating in America is practically poison.
Poison.
It is poison. People spend a whole lot of their savings on health care.
The reason is because they don't have food culture like Africa or Asia.
But that's the same Africa and Nigeria that people will rubbish and tell you nothing is working. You go to hospital in Nigeria, they ask you to pay 2,000 for card, and you get almost all the teaching hospitals are practically free. And people will come and tell us what is not. Even people that cannot afford to go to hospital in the advanced country, look, we are not there yet. We are making slow but steady progress. Our challenges are not too different. People painting that country as if the worst thing that has ever happened. I'm always very ashamed, and I pity them most of the time. We are not there. But I don't know what happened to them. And my question is this: what could have happened to a people that will hate their country so much? Even they don't appreciate modest effort. Just modest. It's not even the reason that okay, this is, and they just all they did, it's an adrenaline for them. They derive some kind of.
Sorry, Bishop, to interject.
Yes, please go ahead.
See, when you call my name like this, you have to pay money because you've been trying to give me money.
Anyhow,
no, you want to give me something.
Well, just that, hold on, Simba. Just that you know.
Simba
I
call,
don't.
Simba call, Simba
Remy,
call. Remy,
Remy. Sorry, Remy. Just that you know, you have not committed any crime, because how do you know that my name is not Ola? And I'm very sincere. That's my name. But let's leave that for it. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
as far as we know, hey,
So,
Bishop.
yes.
No, Ola Bishop, as far as we know here on this platform, you are not Ola.
Okay, agreed.
Okay, so
agreed.
So we have only one Ola here.
About to share arguments.
We have only one Ola
I
here,
was
and we
thinking,
are referring to that Ola.
I was thinking,
not Bishop.
I want to cover up for Remy, but that's
What I
want to say
agree.
is this.
Yeah,
You
go
know
ahead.
that I have a friend that when the dollar to naira nearly reached 2,000, he was sending money back every now and then. And I told him this thing will soon come down. He said it will never. He even bet with me that it will never come down. And in the next 6 months, it's going to be 3,000. But when the money started coming down, and I asked him what happened. See the way he fought with me. It's like we are fighting for like 10 years before. I was like, what do you want? You don't want it to come down? I don't understand. It's like, do you have the hatred for the leader or do you have hatred for the country? I don't get it. So a lot of Nigerians, you are right, and some people here are right. They don't want that country to develop.
Simba.
The same thing. Remy.
Àwọn méjèèjì ẹ máa ń confuse yàn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni Adéwálé àti Prince Daddy.
No, I don't speak like Prince Daddy or Bishop. I don't speak like America. I speak like
Ekiti man. Prince Daddy and BT.
Okay, Baba T. Okay, Prince Daddy and Party. Ekiti man, báwo Adéwálé.
Even I don't know. Even BT and Prince Daddy, they don't sound alike. I don't know why people mistaking people's voice on this platform. If I hear anybody's voice, even if I'm sleeping, I cannot mistaken your name.
Let me tell you something.
Prince Daddy and Baba T voice, they are not the same.
They are not the same.
Let me tell you something, Simba. You know, I was telling a group of persons a few days ago. As a young person, I used to read James Hadley Chase. I read a lot of novels, but I read Chase a lot. And I tell people that James Hadley Chase is a particularly very special writer because most of his characters, and listen to me very well, most of James Hadley Chase character, I have created in my mind a mental image of them. So when I'm reading them, I can see them.
I read more than 100 Hadley Chase.
Oh yeah, we are almost in the same. Oh yeah. You know, I mean, how the cookies crumble. James Hadley Chase was a different. So I have a mental image of every one of them. Are you getting me? Now, on this platform, you'll be shocked because of the consistency as well. I have a mental picture of a number of people that I listen to. I have never seen them, but immediately I hear Ajale Koko's voice, I know his image. His image comes to my, I have an image for him. I have an image for, at least, okay, maybe not everybody. I have an image for Simba. I have an image for Ajale Koko. I have an image for Rashanamai. I have an image for Pulata.
Please share the image for Simba on Ola so that I can know which Chase you are.
What image you have for me? You will get my image wrong.
No. I have. Honestly, I really have. Ola, I have for Ola and Ogbeni. Ola, hold on. For Ola and Ogbeni, even though in my mental head, it's a little bit close. Just I'm not saying it is, but I said I have created. If you read James Hadley Chase, like I say, there are some of the very regular, like Magaland, like Lucic. Lucic, the way he described him with his car on his face. I've not read any James Hadley Chase in about 30 or 40 years. So pardon me if I'm messing up. So Lucic, Inspector O'Brien, Magaland. Was this another lady that I used to feature? So those, because the way he described Chase described is very captivating. When you are reading the description, you'll be creating and adding, okay, this is how it look, the height, the complexion, the hair, the scar, the man that limps, he used to limp on one leg, so by the time you finish, you are sure to have a mental image in your head. So very close to that, I have a mental image of Fairly, at least.
That guy, that writer, how does he come up with all that?
Maybe
that guy is a legend.
Yeah, there are great. There have been great writers. Unfortunately, people don't write like that anymore. I mean, I have quite a number of them.
So
I mean, James
I want to
Chase.
even know the image Bishop has for me. What type of image?
It's a, I mean, in my image. I'm not saying you are. My
stubborn.
image of Ola.
I'm stubborn. I know.
My image of Ola. No, you are not. You are not. My image of Ola is average height. Average height, like 5'8", 5'8", 5'8" something. That's my image of you. Not too, there's not too much flesh there. Sora, my image. I've never seen you. I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying that you are. That's what you are.
No, you are very close to. No, you are very
No,
close.
no, Bishop.
Yes, sir.
What you are doing is not only you. Even me too. I have a mental picture of everybody on this platform. I've described Adewale before. That is going to be short. It is going to have pot belly.
No, that's not the Adewale. That's not the picture of Adewale. That's not the picture of Adewale I have. I'm not saying you are wrong, but that's not true.
Adewale, am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you tall? You are not going to be tall. Believe me.
No,
I'm not saying I'm tall, but I'm not short either.
Not short. Anybody that's beyond 5'7",
no, I'm not
5'6"
that short. But
short.
what I'm saying, you will be like
but Simba
maybe
is less than
in the
5.
range of
Simba is less than 5'6". Simba is less than 5'7".
No, you are wrong. I'm 5'8". I'm 5'8".
Okay, let's say 5. Okay, so I'm not too far from it. 5'8", yeah. I actually wanted to say 5'8".
Even you, the mental picture that I have of you.
Okay, tell me my height.
Bishop,
You are high. You are going to be tall. You are a tall man from
like
the way
what
you
height?
talk. You might even be around that 6 feet.
Okay, you are very correct. I'm 6.
So I'm 6 feet, and I don't see. Like I said, intentionally, I maintain my weight between 75 and 76. I used to be 88.
Your weight? Wow, you are lucky, man. I wish I can come to that.
You know why? Because most of my weight then used to go to my belly. So, and there are some people that will have belly and their belly will be okay, right? Yes. So I had no option than to buy some kind of a home gym materials at home. So I gym. I try to cover 10 kilometers and 10 kilometers minimum daily. So when I can, yeah.
You will need time to walk 10
kilometers. 10 kilometers is not much. 10 kilometers is not much. Like seriously, Simba.
On treadmill.
Is not much.
You mean on treadmill? I think you walk on the street.
What kind of treadmill? Treadmill, that is why I'm saying when people talk wait now, Remy, when people talk that Canada is boring and all those Western things, I ask you, what type of activities do you get yourself involved in? Now, look at it this way now. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, although I was doing that in Lagos before, I told you back that I used to put something in my pocket when I was doing that. So because
you said you used to put knife. You said you used to put knife.
No, on life now, Simba. I said that behind the show.
Allah, you live in song, go walk in VI.
No, I was living in I was saying So the thing is this. I have my private weights. I have a room dedicated for that. So I work. So 10 kilometers is not much. You'll be shocked.
Simba.
Some Baba assist.
Yes.
See, you needed to see me when I was much younger. I was looking good until my neighbor covered me. Oban supply me Orobo, Fat, Pepsi, and every night he will say, he will mention, say, but I'll keep drinking it. So I realized that I was having a headache every day. I thought it was. I went to the hospital. The doctor said, "Oh, you have typhoid." Okay, I commenced the treatment for
Àwọn
typhoid and
doctor,
malaria.
fake doctor, tọ́lá pé gbogbo headache is
No,
Now,
typhoid.
in my
wait.
mind, I
So
see
I said,
Ajayi as a very
I,
handsome
I
ladies
said,
man.
Kuluwe toku jifa. Let me go to my family's, to then I wasn't married, I was single. I said, let me go to my family. Maybe they will find a solution to my the funniest thing is that when I get to the office in the morning, they usually serve us tea and coffee, and I'll opt for the coffee. And then I will get home in the night and I will drink soda. That will be my dinner with
That
bread.
that soda also contain caffeine. No?
Yeah, even with the coffee that they were giving me in the office, all those combined, I
All
was
those Diet Coke,
having.
they have caffeine. All those Diet
Wait,
Coke you see.
wait now. I will be sleeping in the office, and when I get home,
You will
what do you
not be
mean?
able to sleep.
So I said they will soon fire me. They will sack
Ó
me.
dàbí pé
So
ọmọ pé bóyá àwọn ará Èkìtì náà ń ṣe é.
as a matter of fact, I went to church. They pray. As soon as I'm about to step out of that church, headache started again. I said, I'll be you quiet, let me. So I went to the doctor. Typhoid said it's typhoid. Do I commence the treatment? The next thing I know,
Ẹni tó lọ báyìí ṣe doctor.
wait now. I said, let me go to my family so that at least the only ever get back payment with your family. So as soon as I was about to leave, I went to see the doctor. The doctor said, "How are you doing?" I said, "No, I'm not doing okay, but I've completed the one that you gave me." He said, "Oh, till better." She paid me. I was wondering why you would say such. So the next thing I know, I went and drink and go for where energy. There's one thing energy or what else? All
Anagin,
those.
yes, Anagin. Yeah, that tablet.
So
Tó bá lò fẹ́ dì kí n gbà yẹn.
in fact, as a matter of fact, I've complete. In fact, I think I abused that medication.
Anagin àti Optalidon.
Man, I don't even know what the heck their name is, but I think I abused it to some extent. Because before you know it, he gave me another dose of for typhoid. And when they gave me a go, I said, nothing changes. Until one faithful day, I was at the Redeem camp during the Holy Ghost, where the next thing I know, I sat with one woman. In on that role were like the only educated folks I can think of. So we got talking during the break time, and I complained about my headache and all that I wasn't feeling okay. Yeah, and she now asked me what was my lifestyle. I said, well, I started talking about drinking coffee in the office. I didn't get. Oh my god! Well, I said about just drinking coffee. I don't serving coffee in office. Can I do that here in America? The next thing I know, that woman said, I'm the one doing myself that I should change my lifestyle. I said, but nothing wrong with my lifestyle. She said, stop drinking soda and then stop drinking coffee. I said, that's not a big deal. I'll be fine. So I got home. Then you remember that woman that was supplying me Orobo in the night when I get back from work around 10, 11. So that woman, I told her, I said, yeah, Lagbaja, this is the last time you ever give me soda again. This anytime you see me, don't even bother give me soda. But what I would do is I will pay for a carton. So that it won't be as if I just depart from you like that. You know what this woman did? She went and called people in the street to come and beg me. That this brother that only come
For
and
you to commit suicide.
yeah, he said she didn't know what she has done to me. That I now decided to not to patronize her. So she said they should help her beg me. I said, but you haven't done anything. You are killing me. That is the crime you committed. You are killing me softly. And now I can see my eyes don't clear. So that will not happen again. Sha, I left that woman. I stopped drinking soda. That was when I regained my freedom. A month after, I gave that woman a call that, look, I've been healed. Oh. God has healed me through this woman. Oh.
Adewale, you know what you just said. Let me tell you. When I got to Saudi Arabia, the same thing happened to me. Here, I don't know why they have this culture of consuming. An average Saudi is addicted to coffee.
Yes, you're right.
And I don't know, you don't grow coffee. And they even have it. They said they have their own brand. They call it a Saudi coffee. I don't know why you don't go coffee. Then you have your own brand of coffee.
You know what you don't make, you like it. If you
You
produce
understand?
it,
So when I came newly, you know, everywhere you go, any office, the first thing they will do is that because they have this culture of saying they want to offer you something. They will everywhere. They will just as you are sitting down, the next thing they will bring is coffee.
Do you know one thing I like about the Chinese? They don't offer you coffee. They offer you what we call Chinese tea. And most times it can be
You
green
understand?
tea or just normal
Let me.
Simba, let me tell you my bad experience about coffee. It took me time to know. So it happened, that was around 2014. So because I would go to the office and I was not really taking coffee as serious as at that time, but I was taking this energy drink like Red Bull and those
Power
stuff.
Horse.
Red Bull, it was common. Yeah, I used to
Red
take
Bull.
Power.
Yes,
Yeah.
Red Bull.
So, but I did not really know the implication, right? And to the best of my knowledge, I was taking zero sugar in the.
Yes.
But that's my mentality. But you know what I felt later when I started adding coffee? I decided that you asked me 1 + 1. 1 + 1 is supposed to be for me in microsecond, right? To respond to you. 1 + 1 will now be taking me like a second, 2 seconds before I will tell you 2. What happened? I later now went, I think, is anything wrong with my brain? I realized that I was taking way more than necessary coffee.
Yes.
And I was suffering from brain fog. So making decision, making a productive contribution to discussion was becoming difficult for me. I was now asking, for several years,
If you check that period also, you discover that you will not be sleeping well.
Yeah.
I was not sleeping well. Simba, even let me tell you one thing. There was a time too when I wanted to cut my weight. There's this I forgot this protein this protein supplement that I used to take before going for workout, because when that time I would prefer to let me go and work out for like 1 hour or a little bit above 1 hour. So I would take that supplement, then I would take this oatmeal, all this cocoa, all this I would take, so for me to have energy to work out for 1 hour. I will still do some kind of aerobic that time, not knowing that protein supplement that I was taking too was heavy on caffeine. Can you imagine? You understand? The day I knew, I thank my star that I didn't destroy myself, because when I read the implication of all those stuff, I don't know, you're a doctor, they say even that caffeine, excess caffeine, has caused some people erectile dysfunction.
The effect, let me tell you, the effect of caffeine, is a stimulant, and it's also addictive.
Yes.
You understand? What I discover here is that they cannot function without it. Once they wake up in the morning, for them to remain alert, they have to take coffee. Now, apart from all those things that you mentioned that happen to you, it will also raise your BP, your blood pressure. Your blood pressure will go up. And that
But
was what happened.
the white people BP is not always you can't compare it to the black people.
We black, we suffer from hypertension more than the whites. I hope you know that.
Simba, those white people that Adewale is talking about, sometimes I say they are more active than us.
Yes.
See, whenever I go to the park, probably
but you, Ola, the us that you are talking about, we are the new generation. No, our own papa, all those ones. How many of them do you see with hypertension? Because they don't.
Okay, my grandpa, even
my father used to drink coffee every morning.
Your papa is part of our own generation now.
Yeah, I know, but that's
my grandpa. My grandpa died while
we are talking about the people that normally goes to farm, do all those active work. It's not your papa is one of those people that sit in the office and then somebody will serving him coffee.
Simba. Look, when you go to gym today, I don't go to gym. I have a private now. I don't go to gym. It's my son that goes to the gym now. Now, the way it is now is this. When I go to the park, running around, trying to do exercise, all those stuff, out of 100 people, sometimes now only me go be black. Maybe by the time I will see another black, maybe there will be old woman around there, maybe some Nigerians that we around over 60, just trying to move around just because the mama know it's no longer hustling. But you will hardly find a young Nigerian like myself.
I don't know about you,
Because because we don't value what you are doing. Most of it, the only thing that we value is they are looking for money, is money. They are forgetting about their health. In fact, what happened to me? Let me tell you what happened to me. There was a day I was just having the discussion, and the discussion was getting a little bit tense. I just discovered that I was about to lose my consciousness, nearly fainting. I said, what is happening to me? I just sat down for a while. Then immediately I called the nurse. I said I should bring a BP apparatus for me. That day when I checked my BP, it was 170 over 105. My BP has never gone beyond 110 before. That was when I knew. And the only difference, that's okay, what has come over me? What am I doing here that I was not doing in Nigeria that made my BP to
So you
shoot
are
up?
sitting in the office a lot.
It's not even sitting in the office because so first of all, I cut off coffee and tea.
Yes.
Because another thing that if you are taking a lot of tea, also you discover that you go to toilet often. You just be urinating.
Especially coffee. Yeah, when you want to.
You just be urinating. Tea is worse with that. You just be urinating. So now I don't take coffee. I don't take tea. And my BP now, I'm not even on any antihypertensive.
You take any Coca drink?
But as you
Even before I
age,
left Nigeria, I take Coca-Cola and all those things on the social thing. Let me tell you one thing. If you are going to die, is what you put in your mouth that is going to kill you. It is what we are consuming these days that is killing us. Believe me.
Simba.
Simba,
those days when
I
I
don't
used
know
to-
many of you. It seems many of you grew up in the city. You know all this food that we complain about.
with this your accent.
Wait
Oh, so
now.
it means to me now.
Wait now. So for some of us that oh yeah,
Ó
oh
tiẹ̀
yeah,
ti
I
di
don't know.
sónẹ̀, ó ti di sónẹ̀ látàárọ̀, not that no.
Our father now cousin. Oh yeah, no. For some of us like this, after you eat in the house, all those heavy food, the kilometer you will walk to get to where you are going to, you've already bought them. In fact, you eat food in the farm. By the time you get home, you will be looking for another food. So that is the way people like us were brought up. All right. So
You are not different now. You are not different from us now.
I'm just saying. So now
let me even tell you this. My secondary school is like about 3 kilometers. You understand from the town. If you go to school in the village, you know that they will usually site all the schools at the outskirts of the town. You understand? So you trek to the school in the morning, you trek back, and you dare get late to school. But you know what is awaiting you if you get late to school. So if you are a little, you see that you run or you jog to school in the morning.
We have cement. We have a block molding industry there that when you late
toilet
once,
in my school is student that will
go and
construct
mold
it, and that time of using pit toilet. Yeah, the one that is student that will dig the toilet.
Yes,
late comers. You understand?
My own principal is very wicked. He never beat any student, but what he does, you can never imagine it. If you want to punish you, there are several trees in my school. and there's some that are dead. He will tell you to go and uproot it from the root base.
We used to do that one. We used to do that one in my school also.
Sometimes if you take it the whole time,
They go and uproot a tree. Yes. You can spend 1 week, 2 weeks doing that.
They are so wicked people. And then my math teacher is the most wicked out of them. That one have every time in his hand is six pancake, that long one, so dry. And
let me tell you, you know the repercussion of what we are doing now. Go and see our children, especially in Nigeria now. Most of them are going to public school where they don't even have playground. Maybe it's just a building. You understand? You now see obesity and they are so docile. You see, we don't know the kind of generation that we are breeding.
I went to my
but Simba, that's our generation too. We know nice you. You know when your senior or your teacher will be pursuing you, you see the situation where you'll be playing with, even finding a way to jump from the first floor down. You know, it got the time that we mastered that okay, if you cannot hide inside the foam chamber, you know, in our science laboratory foam chamber, because that used to be my favorite, because I used to dodge assembly. Oh my goodness. Inside the foam chamber, you look for everybody. So when it got to stage when they started discovering, you know, there was sometimes that you find a way that with monitors on batting to the point that we go through the railing and you now just go gently, you descend down and you put your hand in between the floor and where the height, the distance between floor and your level, and you will just jump. All those things, you know, some of those we dare not do it now.
Ola, you know, let me tell you, the school that time is a package, and they design all those things to aid your education and to aid your physical fitness. Do you understand? You can imagine the type. You can imagine. They teach us everything. They teach you. You if you are doing a Greek, you have your own farm. We call it experimental farm.
You will put manure.
You understand? You call it experimental farm. We use that one as even a competition that you say, okay, my own farm is better than your own farm and all those things. You know, those are healthy competition.
They will score you in my school.
They will score you exactly.
If I remember,
They will score you.
30% of our total.
You come, you go back to school in the evening to go and do sports. When you are preparing for entire sport and all those things. If I like me now, I was part of the school relate team for my school.
Bishop, you still have the flow.
Good morning.
Somebody said good morning. Adewale or Bishop.
No, it's
good morning.
Somebody saying good morning.
Maybe
Gani.
Sorry, everybody. Yeah, it's me, Gani. You see, last week, a lady came to this platform. I'm so sorry about the way I talk, but I was just too emotional about the whole issue. Because you can see the lady, she's a Yoruba lady, and the same thing happened. She was the first person to call me Agbero. Today might be the last day that I will say this type of thing. I'm just defending. I'm a full Yoruba person, and I love my Yoruba heritage, and I'm trying to protect it anywhere I go. You understand? For example, today when I listen to Peter Obi platform, you see a lot of our well-educated Yoruba people, young, vibrant, and everything. Their mommy Bimbo to sing. It's so sad. Like, what kind of world are we now? Because, and you see them say, my president will be all this. In fact, I don't know. I'm very sorry. Yoruba race is going to, I don't know where we are going to now, because
Daniel, don't be surprised about that. When you roll your coin at the end of the day, those number does not outnumber the majority of Yoruba that think along the line that
But there's still a danger.
They are the one confusing the lot of our children. You can't be like, when you see, when some people talk to me, like, I'm 55 years old. I'm not a baby. Like, you understand what I mean? It's, I mean, I'm so sorry to just say this, but
I
it's
understand
just
you.
a,
So,
it's
and
just a fact.
you are taking it like a man and coming back here, it's okay. But at the end of the day, everybody have their rights to join which
Ganiyu, one thing you have to understand, let me tell you, you don't have control over what people say or feel about you, but you have control over the way you react to their action. Just try and control yourself. Even if you don't have a modest way of responding to those people who try to actually aggravate you or try to
But
infuriate you.
sorry,
You
Simba. I
okay?
I, I heard one man earlier who called Genio out, and he was saying that he heard the conversation. But it seems one man did not hear the part of being called Agbiru, to the
He did
point
not
that.
hear. I get first calling Magbiru that day. I know. But woman did not hear.
So, and the part I listened to that, Gani was trying to explain to woman that he was the one, but woman did not want to hear that. It was more of, you shouldn't be calling names and all that like that. I mean, did you about but you can know being or not? So, and I was wondering that nobody.
No, me, I was there when the Ghanaian was
One man
actually
is just trying
one
to
one
protect his
one. What you can. That is what I'm trying to tell. Even the reaction of one man, whatever. Ghanaian, you only have control over yourself. You don't have control over even one man. You don't have control over one man. He can decide who he favor, he likes on his platform. Do you understand? And if you don't like it, then you go. That is it. So you on your own, don't say something. Okay, like now, I'm very sure that you're having some regret of your action. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't do certain things that after a while you now be having regret. If you don't know
No,
at the
no,
appropriate
no,
answer.
no. I'm sorry. I never regret because it's self-preservation. I'm
Well, no,
preventing my
no.
Yoruba
If
name.
okay, if I use regret, just wait. If I use regret, it might not. But
Let me just
you
move
say
here.
something that you go back home and you be even be wondering why did I say this kind of thing?
No,
You understand?
No,
Simba.
at that moment, Ghanaian felt offended and he used another word against the lady. If you are in that position too, something like that might have happened. But one man did not hear everything, and because was the first time that lady was coming to that show. I mean,
Sometimes if somebody says something against you and you responded in the same way, you have brought yourself to the same level with the person.
you are right.
Are you
But so
are you
many
talking
people,
about
Okay, like
Folake?
this morning, let me tell you, like
Yeah.
this morning, I went to the comment section. And then Chioma was talking to me. I just look at say that she said she's not my mate. I just look at her and say, Chioma, how can Chioma be talking that she's not my mate? You understand? I
somebody you
didn't
can
actually
find.
respond. I just deliberately did not respond because how can I bring myself down to the level of Chioma? Who is Chioma? That I be talking that she's not my mate. In any way, whether in time of age, in time of everything, I'm very sure that I can't be in the same category with Chioma. For the fact that he's now anchoring the comment section, he can just be talking to any people anyhow. It's just those, but I can't engage such a low level person, and then because and if I engage whatever she says, she will hurt me more rather than the way I will hurt her. So it's rather I just leave her. Silence is the best answer to such people. So what just telling you, Gani, is not everything that you have to react to. That's just that's what I want to say.
You got yourself. You like basketballs too much. Kilo day.
I think I understand Ghanaian as a Yoruba man. As a Yoruba man,
Oh,
when you
uh,
see the other side,
Gani.
Anyway, sometimes we react and sometimes we let it go. Like I said, I've just promised myself that I will slow down my reaction because I knew that in as much I'm trying to create it, I know that it's not being effective like the real master of it. So I will stay true to myself because sometimes you need some kind of oboju. But what I don't want to do online is to abuse someone or to make someone go back home and just have depression because of what I said onto that person.
We don't do that. We don't do
exactly,
that.
you know us
The
now.
real
Of course,
we
you know
don't do
now.
that.
So because that's why sometimes that's no, that's why sometimes that people
You know how
think
many
that
times I
maybe
would type something in the comment section and I would delete it right away.
exactly
Because
because
I'm like, I
sometimes
know I can't do this.
okay, like you know, one day when I said I when I said the way one man reacted to me that I feel somehow, I was actually passing message, not because I really wanted to accuse for the purpose of accusation. See, you have to be very careful. There are some things you can see online that will have impact that we don't know somewhere. You know, like okay, why is it that they don't show all this down voting on YouTube? Some people actually pie themselves when they saw people down, just thumb down on their thing. You know, they first so hated, and what they went back home to do, it's not funny. So I learned that thing in this environment. When Yoruba are when these Oyibo are trying to be diplomatic with you, they don't want you to go have some kind of a mental challenges. So that even when you are wrong, they will say fantastic. They know you are wrong, go, but okay, they will say okay, let me go to my own perspective. They didn't want to say you are wrong. You understand? It is country that I learned that when you tell people, of course, yes, it's an offensive language in Canada where I am. Let's say, of course, yes. Oh my goodness, you will have issue with your colleague. Because they will tell you, you are telling them, say, okay, oh yeah, okay, you have to have no doubt. No, that means you are not intelligent enough to have known this before. That is the way they feel it. So sometimes act of what we say, sometimes you have to understand your environment. Why we talk like this sometimes just because we are Nigerians. There was a time we were working somewhere, so we Nigerians were talking, and one of the guys there, the supervisor, said, why are these people fighting? So one of our guys told them, say, no. He said, look at those guys, they are Nigerians. So all those way they are talking, they are not fighting. No, they are just catching their phone. That's how they talk. So they understand themselves. That they won't talk the way they are talking to themselves. You say, look at those guys. When they come to you, they won't talk exactly the same way. But when they see themselves, they will be talking like they are fighting. That's their way. So what I'm saying is this: when we are online, we have to be very careful. Our words have some kind of mental impact on some people when they go back home. The way you discuss some people, it has some implications. So as far as I'm concerned, I would say let us be nice to one another.
Ola, let's call
What?
it our no Atiwa.
Mr. Gani, Mr. Gani. Sorry,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Remy. Regarding what you said, you see, people don't understand one thing, and it is always easy. It is always easy for us to advise other people based on their action. Meanwhile, we too we could have done the same thing or even worse if we were in that position. You see, one thing I notice is when people are talking, sometimes we listen to the eloquent part of their words, what they are saying. Òyìnbó dùn ọ̀rọ̀ sọ. But sometimes some people pass something called indirect insult, or polite insult. If you can go back to that show and go and listen to what that lady said, it's not something we should be discussing actually. But
What is the name of that
but
lady, sir?
I don't. But the insult the lady threw at Daniel, most people did not.
Folakemi.
Most people did not hear it. But I know Daniel's reaction was, and Daniel's reaction, I mean, I won't say it's so much because Yorùbá ní kájá wọlé kégún má gbó. Kò ń ṣe gbogbo kégún wọlé kájá má gbó. Kò ń ṣe gbogbo ara ajá ló lè gbà.
Biggie will kill me will pie me with proverb today.
Yes, me. So
Continue.
someone
I'm
like
enjoying you.
Baba, let me tell you, someone like me, bí abọ́ ṣe bí mi ni bí mo ṣe dàgbà ni ọ̀rọ̀ ò kí ń kọjá lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi kó dàgbà jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ tó bá mú wá èmi náà dá padà fún ẹ respectfully. tó
bá sọ̀rọ̀ sí mi, tó bá rán mi sílẹ̀, èmi náà rán ẹ sílẹ̀ politely. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes that's why you see, I've learned one thing. You will never, hardly will you see me on the comment section anymore. Because more find out, way there are some people there, I don't know, I don't want to mention him, I don't want to get upset because I'm from this school of thoughts. Anything about exchange the word to me, if you maybe I don't want to do it because you will hurt me to the point where I mean I might do some things that you will not say. I might say some things I don't want to say.
Yeah, the like of Biggie should not be someone that be drumming. Biggie will just be using the proverb to.
Papa, let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. If I go to my family house, if I go there, I have some cousins that they are very senseless. So mo láwọn orin tí máa ń play fún wọn, mo ti máa ń gbé speaker sójú window ni. Mo rẹ Pàtí ní Àlàkẹ́,
ọmọ máa forí pòwe fún wọn.
Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà, Odòláyà rẹ̀ mú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú àwọn.
Bàbá ẹnu pọ̀
listen to them very well.
Àwọn pàtà olówó yọ àyíbá ọ̀dọ́ ṣe máa ń pè.
Olówó yọ eléwúrẹ́ wọlé, ẹgbàgùtàn wọlé, tẹ́lì òkùnkùn wọlé, alákọ̀ọ́rí ìgùn Toyota, gbogbo àwọn orin yẹn. Because me, I'm this kind of person. I can't stand insults. I don't insult people. But when you insult me, I will go any length with you. Any length. In fact, tó bá sọ fún mi pé wọ́n á rape ìyá ẹ̀ kékeré, tó bá di pé kí n bú ẹ ní public, wà láìtàláì máa sọ. Tó bá máa gbé nǹkan jẹ ló máa gbé nǹkan jẹ. If you cannot receive, don't throw. That's my own school of thought.
You know, let me tell you, I can explain why one man reacted like that. You know, maybe one man just sees that lady as
I know one man did not hear it.
No, even if you heard it, it can still behave like that. The reason is this: being a lady and being maybe the first time that she's coming. She might, one man is a businessman. He's doing business with his platform. He wants more. He wants more patronage. Exactly.
I understand. I mean, Ghanaian not lawyer wire no, but
so àwọn tá a ti wà ń bí ìbá ní ká máa fi ti gbọ́ yín pín.
OTA is like you people are already in his bank. So you need them. You don't need to invest in you people again.
The comment section, you only stand there, but I just can't talk. I mean, I don't have any stake to talk. That person insults Bishop like Jesus. You only stand there. Alaman coming.
There is one guy that, let me tell you, there is one guy on the comment section. They call him Nwachuku. That guy is a doctor. He's a junior doctor. He worked in Saudi Arabia before he left. If you see the way the guy used to talk and harass me on comment section, I just look at him. If he's working under me, I know what I will have done to such a guy. It can don't let me see it on the platform.
Simba, you want to abuse power?
No, let me tell you, every profession has an hierarchy. You understand? You have to maintain that. You see, when you Adewale ask Ogbeni about Falana, you can see tactically how he responded because he has to respect his senior learner colleague.
No, why I'll agree with you. You know why I quickly react to that because I'm an apostle and a preacher of. When you know when I'm an apostle. I'm an apostle and preacher of. Now apostle of responsible leadership.
Okay.
Look, me that I'm talking to you before. If you see what I did to my boss one day, I swear, if that Nigerian, if you fire me that day, you understand? If you fire me, but this man still coming back, instead of doing that, although the person that caused that thing, he gave that person order to go and look for me because I resigned without even thinking of consequences. Me that I don't get job, I for suffer like anything. If a Nigerian person will say go, You know what it means for you to resign without even getting a job because you were angry? It was one of the most stupid things I ever did in my life. But the guy mandated that lady to go, that lady must find. And a matter of promotion, and I just say, how can you just be subjecting me to this? Give me what I should have known that. Okay, I was just a worker. So why I was so entitled to the job that they didn't create. You understand? But that man used maturity. He used maturity. He called me, I thought he was going to fire me. He didn't fire me, but he called meeting upon me and tongue-lashed me in the presence of everybody. So one person just advised me. They said, you know that your boss really like you. So if I were you, I will go and meet him personally in the office and I will beg. I went to that man truly. I prostrated. I begged the man, said, okay. He said, you know what, Ola? Nobody will ever mention this thing again. And to be fair to that man, till I left that company, nobody mentioned that singular incident. He kept to it. So I learned something about leadership from that man. He was the MD. He could have immediately I left, could have just fired me like that and say go. But he knew that I was ignorant of what I was doing. You understand? And he knew that I was very
Thank
stupid.
you, Allah.
So
About the layer, mo ti kọ́gbọ́n orí mi, ìwé yàtọ̀, ọgbọ́n orí mà ló jẹ́
anytime I remember that incident, I will just look at myself and say, oh, I was so stupid. You understand? So what I'm saying that in the position of leadership, sometimes you have power, but you don't use that power because you know the consequences. I know in some cases that HR sometimes in the where I work could have fired people, but instead of firing you, they would rather train you. I've seen someone drag to HR before to be disciplined.
They don't have alternatives.
And HR was the person even different. Even in Nigeria, I've seen people that drag to the HR. HR was supposed to be the person to fire because those people were recommended for firing. But HR said these people are our partner, and they started defending. I was shocked. You understand? Even people that were so junior to me that I believed, okay, listen, when I saw the way they were defending the people that would, those people were not from my department though, but I was inspired. I said, look at the way these were the people with the power of firing, and they were trying everything to make sure they meditated instead of using the last resort. So what I'm saying is this:
it's more expensive to fire and hire a new person.
Yeah, but over time, I didn't know all those things until I was opportune to be trained to attend schools too. Now they said, okay, when the higher you go, you become more humble. That's the training. As a matter of fact, they told I got to learn that even when you attend some of the Ivy League schools, that one thing they told you is that, okay, you've been to Harvard, you've been to Columbia, this is time for you to talk less when you're in your team meeting, because it is normal. When people see your profile, they want to think you know everything, and you start losing it going forward because nobody wants to challenge your authority. You should make yourself available to be challenged. Otherwise, you will lose information benefit. So don't be a boss, be a leader, and don't abuse your power. So, in fact, when they say experience, I learned those things because of my career. So that's why you see some junior, they will just talk to their team lead sometimes, and the team lead will just look at them, won't do anything. Not that they cannot fire, they can, but they know that that's an abuse. So that's the only one back I ever won before that they will shackle us. Akinbola then. We will see Akinbola inside leave like this. You want to run because MD. You say, my friend, come here. We drag you to that this. You just be shouting like you are mates. That's Akinbola for you. Erasmus Akinbola. We drag you to that thing. You'll be talking like you were mate. So position of leadership is
It's just like when you go to the military in the barrack. You see the general walking past you and you never know he's a general. But when you see a recruit walking past you and he sees you as a civilian, gbogbo power ló máa exercise pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
So No verse, so Simba, I'm just talking from my own experience. So like that Owashuku, I prefer to do fire for fire with him rather than see. Sometimes I prefer to do fire for fire. You understand? Once we were hot to drag out than to go behind you to say,
You know, let me tell you, what you have to that I know about online conversation. It's very easy to abuse, to say anything against somebody that you don't see. That
exactly.
same Iwachuku, if we see face to face, there are so many things that you can say on the comment section that I will not be able to say to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I don't engage people online because you don't see them, they don't see you, and
Baba, you know what
they,
I call them the keyboard warrior.
You know, like Patrick that used to come in, you know, he's now senior man for the bank we work on, but then if you see him in real life, you will even think saying now your mate, you know, and he could shout to shoot normally, but you know, so the thing is, those people that abuse others, the way I see them sometimes is that it's just their own level of exposure. That's the way I see it. But sometimes if you bring it out, I prefer to return it out for you so that you know. But sometimes too, I want to be very careful so that I don't talk to people and the thing will have implication without my knowledge, because I know that, like you raised it the other time, and maybe you or someone online this thing and
Allah,
it's becoming a place of mental illness if someone
Allah.
don't manage this. Yes, sir.
With all respect and apologies beforehand, you see, a lot has changed in the recent past. I know very well that how do they used to say this thing? Yoruba used to say, "I fele kibusi, I fele juicy." Isoro deni gbesi. A lot of things to change, and I understand the position of pain that Gandhi felt. Wọ́n ní pàálí ní pàálọ́lá tójú náà bá fọ́ bàràbàrà ló máa wò kọ́yìn. The gentility of a tiger,
of a lion is not
of
the
a lion,
stupidity of him.
is not the stupidity of inability lie with the peroje. Sometimes ọ̀rọ̀ ló máa ń mú èsì wá bí àwọn Yorùbá ṣe máa ń sọ. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ní sunkún èkejì tán bí aṣọ funfun ṣe ń sunkún aró. Gbogbo wa ò lè sùn kákọ̀, sorry, that's Fidemi speaking. All of us will not be, our response will not always be the same. Some of us were really, very liberal. But it's like we have gotten to a stage now that liberality was no longer working and it was not going to work. Some people will apply or approach it from the liberal angle, the gentleman, but one nítorí wèrè ìta àṣemánitilé. Sometimes some people deserve answers, because when you don't answer them, they create this false impression that they've been able to cow you to silence. Especially when they threaten you, they intimidate you, they bully you, and you are just walking away because you just want that they don't deserve it. And it now becomes a pattern. They feel like, well, it's something they can grow used to and they can do it often and often. Once in a while, gonna start if you met us, why? Ojú everybody da. See, there are certain things that we cannot say on this platform based on what we have experienced over the years. And the trajectory does not seem to be changing. Things were not getting better, even though we have been applying one particular method to douse it, to just be the bigger party, to just be like, you know what, based on experience, I won't face it, I won't face it, you won't respond. You don't want to
Ọlọ́run ní
go there.
pàlàkàyè yín, Ọlọ́run
We
ní
don't want to go.
pàlàkàyè yín.
We don't want to go to that. Thank you, sir. We don't want to go that route. We don't want to go that route. Listen, sir. If we want to preserve ourselves, look, I listened to a tape, one of the space a few days ago, where a young man was telling us the story of how Ijebu Igbo actually belongs to the Igbos. Ijebu Ode. Erua. What's the name of this place? And I was just laughing. Ileife. Just giving us some foolish interpretation. Some people were believing those nonsense and they were running with them. And that's the kind of narrative that is taking root. I was very liberal. Exactly.
That means Yoruba too owns Enugu. So
no, let me tell you. So sometimes while I understand the need to be very circumspect and to restrain, to be cautious.
No, Bishop Emma, continue, but I don't want you to misinterpret. I don't want to be someone that I will abuse person, but if someone abuse me, I may respond immediately, fire for fire. That's what I'm saying. But I won't be the one to go after you because I don't know the impact that we have on you when you go back home. That's what I'm saying. Two different things. So, like, you can't just come now and just come in now. For example, come and run me silly now, and you think I will keep quiet? I won't. I won't. My take power. We gonna be big to any until about understand the way gun. I'm away to about 2 minutes. The next one wanting.
Bàbá mo fowó àtọmọ dín in lẹ́nu. Nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ńjọ́ kan mo forúkọ bo ọba yẹn láṣìírí. Nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ní area farm mo ní small farm lérí àyẹn gbàgbé tó lọ sí big farm. Nǹkan kan wá ṣẹlẹ̀ mo wá gbé kéèsì lọ sọ́dọ̀ ọba yẹn. Normally téèyàn máa ra ṣìnáàp lọ tó máa fowó lé nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀. So àmì kò sí bí máa ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ bí mo ṣe gbọ́ Yorùbá tó ti bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ máa sọ òyìnbó pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Bí Balógun ẹ ṣe dìde nìyẹn pé máa wo ilé ń sọ̀rọ̀ ó tún sòyìnbó wájú kábíyèsí. Màá fọ́tí fún ẹ. Mo kàn dìde lórí orí ìkúnlẹ̀ tí mo wà mo kàn dìde mo ní Balógun tẹ bá gbá etí mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan wà láì máa gbá 10 mi kọ̀ láti kú instantly. But máa dán etí yín lẹ́ẹ̀mẹwàá tẹ bá gbá ẹyọkan ẹ gbá mi létí for what? I wasn't rude to you. I wasn't insulting you. Yorùbá ni mò ń sọ bọ̀ kò sí bí máa ṣe. You know what I mean now? Téèyàn bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó yẹ pé you get to a point ó máa lóun máa gbá mi létí màá ní lóun Balógun ìlú. Wàláì kàlàkà ló gbá mi létí ń jẹ́ yẹn máa gbá tèmi padà o. Kò sí ẹni tó lè bá mi sọ. Ó pipe lò bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ni.
No, that's it. It's not for someone. No, not that one. No. But the thing is that I will not go after you. That's what I'm saying. But if you tried me and the degree is what I cannot accept, I will retaliate. That's why when some people try to manipulate me, if I want to respond and someone is not allowing me to respond, that will see me. I try everything to call crazy because I will not, even for people to even quote me wrongly or misrepresent what I'm saying, I won't let that one thing go easily. That's what I'm. But I won't come after you. And I see them in now, for example, I say, Baba I won't say that because that may have impact on him. But if Remy now tell me that Emma Wola to show Ori Aduko, I cannot respond.
Bóyá lọ́jọ́ kan màá ṣe àfọ́tò mi pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ wá rí pé nǹkan tó ń sọ is not totally true.
I saw you in the background. You where you say you be my dad.
No, I'm not your dad. Àwọn tó bá ti rí wọ́n lè sọ bí mo ṣe rí fún
ọ. Mr. Olawa very predictive. Can you predict what I look like?
I know. I know you may be older than myself, but I don't know what you look
like. I cannot be older than you.
No. Biggie cannot be older than you, Ola. But if I want to make a suggestion, Biggie you will be an average height guy.
You failed.
Nobody's ever called to you. Everybody's always average height, short person, pot belly, big head. Never a time you
I
say this person look
predicted
cute. Oh.
Bishop and he said I was right.
Anyhow, so truth is this. Wọ́n ní aṣọ ọ̀gbàlà ń dá fúngbà. Ọmọ táyé dẹ̀ ń bí. Etí là ń sìn. A lot has gone wrong. Unfortunately, we are not paying attention to that. I was tempted to write a letter to Southwest governors about a year or 2 years ago because I saw in my own little corner that we are really in a very serious way. And dilemma. Yeah, it's like, in fact, mess is an understatement. Unfortunately, a better part of us we are losing is our heritage. And we are losing it because we want to be nice. Look, Jagu, wow. I keep telling people, yeah, because we want to be this posture of Moluabi, we are accommodating. And we are beginning to agiti one part of one on for lale. Only the river penly, and I'm seeing it unfolding in my kuru eyes.
Yoruba get proverb.
Say that again.
I said Yoruba get proverb. Yoruba penly Yoruba
ní proverb gbọ́ tí Yorùbá ní pé nígbà tá a wá dé yìí ọ̀fọ̀ ti tàn sí gbẹ̀gìrì kíkó wa kó kálukú kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ lórí àṣẹ òótọ́ ni nígbà tí wọ́n ní àgùdà ọ̀jẹ́ lábẹ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì.
Àwọn ìgbàlódé tẹ̀sẹ̀ làwọn yẹn bàbá we've lost our heritage. That's why I love listening to Odolaya Remu and all those Shola, Kiwumi Shola, all those Olarewaju Adepoju.
Nobody is even doing like if we have an encyclopedia that is in 50 editions of Yoruba from beginning, the anthropology, the etymology of Yoruba, títí tó fi dé modern day the way. Who is doing the compilation now? Because people are passing on and we are losing all of those things. Now we are losing.
We have online books so that Yoruba proverbs.
Okay,
with their meaning.
I'm talking of Eliasha. No, we are losing our culture.
Good night, everybody.
Yes, sir.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone.
I'll be joining you. I'll join you very soon.
Thank you.
Bishop, how can you be joining Adewale on bed?
You know whether we are living in our neighbor. So we are losing our culture. We are losing our heritage. We are losing our tradition. And we are beginning to lose our land. And that is the angle. Because
I think our liberality
our liberality is Gadiu is always very protective. I don't engage him. We've never really engaged, but I listen to him. I hear him. It might be a little bit hard in coming out, but hey, there is no rule that says our approach must always be the same. Do we have things that we need to protect, even with the last drop of our blood? If you are a true Yoruba man, I will say yes. You have a lot we need to protect because the last few years.
That's why I won't want Ruga on my land now. That's why I won't want Ruga. I even want it to be used for lecturing. So
the last election really exposed a lot of I don't want to use the word shenanigan, a lot of underlying conspiracies.
But do you know that the enemies are within?
Of course, we have it within, and that is why we must take care. We must deal with Toripe. We must deal with Toripe. You know, they used to say that the way you deal with your own son or your own word the enemy will run away. To bá lè ṣe ilé ìfọ̀pọ̀
let me put it in proverb òwe ìgbàlódé. Tó bá fẹ́ kára àdúgbò bẹ̀rù ẹ̀, ara ilé ẹ̀ ló kò fi jẹ́ṣẹ́.
ló máa fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ló máa fi.
Nígbà téèyàn bá ń ná àbúrò ẹ̀ lóòka, àwọn aládùúgbò gan á bẹ̀rù ẹ̀.
Kí ló lè tó bẹ́ẹ̀? Ó tọ́ ni.
Bishop ẹ fẹ́ tún bígì ilẹ̀ lálẹ́ yìí, ẹ̀rù bígì bà mí o tó dọ̀fọ̀.
Ó tọ́ ni. Yorùbá ló máa sọ fún wa, wọ́n máa sọ fún wa wá ní pé òòjọ́ báyìí ni àfìfìlà péré. Ṣùgbọ́n láyé àtijọ́ nìyẹn.
Gbígbóná láti òkú ọ̀pọ̀lọ.
Gbígbóná.
Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ nǹkan?
Ṣé rí inú Yorùbá tá a bá ti ń fa àṣà ọ̀rọ̀ yọ tá a yọ òwe bí àyájọ́.
Lẹ́sìn ọ̀rọ̀.
Ìjọba ti yọ àwọn yẹn kúrò mẹ́ bí àyájọ́ bí àwíṣẹ bí olúgbòhùn ló dẹ̀ ṣe kú bí ògèdè bí ọ̀fọ̀ bí àwíṣẹ bí àyájọ́.
Bishop,
yes,
I want to ask you. You remember Eno?
Of course.
You know those days when we are growing up.
Ogoriki Baba Genge, all those stuff.
That thing.
Òǹkò lẹ́ ń sọ yẹn, òǹkò yàtọ̀ sẹ́nà, wọ́n jọra wọn bọ̀, òǹkò yàtọ̀ sẹ́nà. Èyí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ ogologiri gọ́gà, òǹkò nìyẹn. Ẹnà can still be straight, but á dàbí àròkò láàrin yẹn méjì. Bá a ṣe pé mẹ́jọ àbí mẹ́wàá níbi tí bá ń fọ ẹnà, wọ́n máa gbọ́ òkò níye wọn, bọ̀ ní tí mo fẹ́ sọ sí gangan ló máa yé. It's like a code. You know what they call Morse code in military? You know what they call Morse code?
Yeah. There are something I will speak in Ekiti now, for example, that I know that my co-Ekiti that is even the people within my town that we know. Even people within my town that we know, it's not even, and those people that really learn the language that we know, but it's still Ekiti, right? But I've gone deeper beyond what we expect within Ekiti. So that's the beauty of Yoruba language anyway. That's the beauty of Yoruba.
Maybe we are losing it very fast, and I can because even young children of those days can say all these things. But even me now, I learned it that time. I can't even say anything of such again now.
Somebody asked the question. That I said something earlier on. That bí ẹrú bá pẹ́ nílé èpè alájọbí. I don't know whether somebody was asking that. I think
I know. I was saying. Over there by any, you know, that's a very strong proverb. So
somebody was actually asking in the comment section.
The meaning, right? Okay.
And that I think he did not get it well. So bí ẹrú, that's a slave. To bá ti pẹ́ nínú family. So you begin to claim you want more, you know, so he's beginning to lay claim ownership to the family land, you know, it's beginning to put, you know, and that is why in Yoruba land, as a way, if you job like Erukunle. Alọ sìnkú ẹ̀ sóko ọmọkùnrin agbógun ẹ̀ wálé ibi ó jọ bí bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ rí labọ́mọ láyé àtijọ́ ni a máa fàyẹ ẹrú hàn àfàyè ọmọ hàn.
Ìjọba ní kò ka ẹrú inú ẹrú á bàjẹ́ olórí ẹrú náà ló máa lọ kẹrù wa.
So back to that's just a little, somebody was asking, I just so that the person will know. So the proverb says bí ẹrú bá pẹ́ ní ilé, like a slave that's been serving a family. And they gave back to all the children in his presence, to the extent that when time comes, there's an issue. And the Alajobi had that. Alajobi ati watitani. What is the Alajobi?
Atitana Jobi Papo.
Exactly. Alajobi had that. Lenwe Rufa. Are you kidding me? So that's what you do. By say, Beruba Benli, Alajobi Domanda. So back to something. So sometimes, like I said, to the way Ashemanitili, Sometimes some children, even some of our fathers in those days, they know the stubborn ones among the children that will come and fight the enemy at the gate. Though they will be telling you, Ochito, Shoki Boroni, Tiamiyu, Shoki Boroni, Leadi, but about they will still greet you. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. They will tell you, Ochito, but they will come and praise you because they need somebody to stand up and speak for the entire household. So all of us cannot sleep from the same place. And it might be, it might appear that it is in the extreme, but in this time that we are a very precarious time, it is needed. But yes, let's moderate it. That's my take on that. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Thomas, can we confirm that we are backstage now?
No, we are not at backstage. We are Thomas going to soon.
Okay.
We are still. We are still.
He was up a few minutes ago because I dropped out and I joined again. He was able to. I don't know. My network just fluctuated, so he was able to keep me also.
It doesn't have that capacity to stay long. It will just be coming on and off and off. That's the way Thomas operates.
Let him on Australia now.
I know Australia by because even Emi Gatumo insurance is already past 12 here.
Tèmi ṣe cut over níbi tèmi wà ilẹ̀ yìí ń sùn ó ga o. This life no balance.
It's past 3 p.m.
This life no balance. All this one, I said,
and it's just past 9 in the morning here.
It is already 1 o'clock and now it's past 1 here already.
Past 9 Saturday morning.
Or Sunday, me one bill.
I need to sleep in the next 1 hour so that I can watch Chelsea match later in the day. So
what time will it be for your own? It's going to be around 6 p.m. here.
It's going to be 9 p.m. here. So
9 p.m. I'll be 9 a.m.
Woke up me.
Premier League, Baba.
Oh, Premier League.
Premier League,
9 a.m. You are talking about 9 a.m. your own time.
Yeah, 9 a.m. our own time. That's like 8 hours.
Bishop, Gungba ti ń ṣe àwọn ICC ayáyé ìjọ àwọn Rangers International. Àwọn stationary stores. Àwọn ACB of Lagos. The Adebayo Babes.
Stationary stores ní Adebayo.
Ṣebí ìgbà kan wà tí bóyá mo ti gbàgbé ìgbà kan wà tí
stationary store lẹ́fìsì wọn yẹn ó pọ̀.
Ìgbà táwọn military fẹ́ bà Oòduà jẹ́ ńgbà kí náà orúkọ tó kọ́ ṣèǹjì Oòduà investigation ṣe ICC náà àbí kí náà tẹ̀ ọkọ̀ pé ńgbà yẹn náà.
ICC ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ jẹ́.
Can you just imagine all those military? In fact, when people are
no. Àwọn kọ́nà
no ICC náà ni the maiden name
ICC
now.
ni original ni indigenous.
Àwọn change sí shooting stars. On your kúrò.
3 years.
On your ICC
not the club. You know, Oòduà group itself.
Oòduà investment.
No. You know, it was a name before Oòduà investment. You know, when the military. So you know, ICC. I think it's part of Oòduà club or whatever. I don't even know. I've forgotten that history along the line. So, man, you see all this language we are talking about. You know, as part of this restructuring, like people say, you know, all those sovereign national conference, all those things to me. I used to believe it like 10 years ago, but I now say it's a BS because
if you look at the Arabs, the way they value their language, and they use their language to teach their students in school. And some of the things that I will even look at, like the Yoruba doesn't even have a language for. They've already created their own for it. Even point. You understand what I'm saying? They can say, can't figures in point something. Because whenever I ask my people to explain to my patient that this is the result of a certain investigation is maybe 4.7, they will say it in Arabic and they will understand. How can you say point in Yoruba? Like, okay, 2.7 in Yoruba. How can you say 2.7 in Yoruba?
Mi ò mọ̀, mi ò lè dáhùn sí, but ó wà.
2.7 Igeni.
But Mr. Timber, but no, that's fraction. Igé is fraction.
Against na say Igé náà la máa lò. Okay, kí la fẹ́ fi kí la
Mr. Timber,
Yes.
do you know that
Yes.
the greatest mathematics actually itself,
Origin from Arabic, yes.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. Algebra, Pythagoras, trigonometry, all those stuff. It came from their side, so they would
You know what? It's not only that. I can just use that one. Like, let me give you, for example, that this disease is also common in Nigeria. You just discover that if a child or anybody, it usually is a male problem. If you take certain food or certain medication, you just discover that your blood will be hemolyzing. I don't know what I can explain hemolysis. I mean, your blood will be breaking down, and you will now be having this dark colored urine. You understand? You'll be passing this dark colored urine. In Yoruba, we don't even have a name for that disease. But here, okay, maybe because it depends on maybe it's me that does. But if I've worked in Nigeria, you understand, in Yoruba land, and I don't
Simba.
know the Yoruba, you understand. And the few years I work in Saudi Arabia, I know the Arabic name for those things. That is why I'm saying that might not exist. Because when I was in Nigeria, I don't even know the Yoruba name for it.
No, Simba, it's just because we've lost it. When you look at Yoruba generally, our language is descriptive. Early when you see anything, we just call like just one word in Yoruba. You know, there are some we call one word like Ojo. Ojo, yeah, we know that. But when you see some of our statements too, they are mostly like descriptive. You understand? Like
anything descriptive, people are trying to explain by description. That means you don't have a word for it.
Okay. No, what Oluwaremilekun now, for example, was it? It's descriptive. And it's a one word. Oluwaremilekun. So it's a word.
But that's a name now.
That's what I'm saying. It will explain. Because that's why I say descriptive. I'm not even saying phrase now. For example, okay, look at Fajuyi now, for example. Fajuyi is descriptive. It's not like you just say a word like go, come.
All our names are descriptive. All our names are descriptive.
That is exactly how Yoruba is too. You understand? Yoruba, we have name for all those things just because over time we've lost our language. Even some of us that we are pretending now to speak Yoruba now, probably we just have like we are just knowledgeable to 1 out of million of what Yoruba will have called all those stuff. Like, for example, now when people are saying ito sugar, I'm saying I'm sure ito sugar will not be what they will call it because sugar self is not even Yoruba language. For example, ito sugar.
You know, sugar. I don't even know who borrowed the language because even in Arabic, it's sukri. You understand?
So yeah, but probably sukri may be you know English to borrow languages from German, from French, from the French people.
Sukri, because I think sukri is French.
Yeah, so English itself is fake because it was created. So
no, even most of the medical terms are not English.
Probably Latin.
Yeah, they are Latin, yes, and Greek.
Yoruba is good, but one thing I love about Yoruba is the proverb. Because one of those things that make me enjoy proverb is this. You know, it takes time that I know that most musicians those days, like all those Sonny and all those drummers, what made them so good is just because they know proverb. You know, it took me time to know that all those Sonny Ade, for example, all those.
You know, Ola, when you people talk, especially you, Bishop, and Biggie, I used to envy you people. My Yoruba is not that good. You know why? I've said it earlier. I'm the firstborn of my family in Nigeria. All my elder siblings were born in Ghana. I grew up in a house whereby my people speak in Ga language of Ghana. You understand? In fact, àwa tó ń bí ní Nàìjíríà ń gbà yẹn tó bá fẹ́ ṣàbòsí, tí wọ́n fẹ́ káwọn mọ nǹkan tó ń sọ nínú ilé, a máa ṣèdè Ghana. And my you understand? My other siblings, even our mothers, those days, that is what they were speaking. So kò jẹ́ kí Yorùbá mi kó fi bẹ́ẹ̀ rich lọ títí.
No,
You
Simba,
understand?
you can still revive your Yoruba to point because you just need to listen to some Yoruba, call Yoruba thing for like 4 or 5
You know
months.
what I would do? All those gbogbo àwọn bàbá yẹn, àwọn Yusuf Ọlátúnjí nǹkan yẹn, bóyá when next I go to Nigeria, I will get
on
their
YouTube.
music.
Exactly. Let me recommend for you
Simba.
Alabi Ogundepo. You
Simba.
understand? For your moon.
Download Radio Garden.
You can
Okay.
YouTube. Those things are on YouTube. You don't even need to buy all those. They are
On your
YouTube.
phone, even on your phone, Radio Garden is an app. You listen to some radio station in Ibadan. All they do all day is to play stations like Alore. And if you used to listen to Dele,
Bishop,
this Agbaletu.
Agbaletu.
Bọ̀bọ́ yẹn mo tiẹ̀ ti subscribe. In fact, bọ̀bọ́ yẹn mi lè máa wò lójúmọ́. Irú àná sí báyìí. Interview one of the guy tí mo wò, kíní kan Aládò kan, ara àwọn boys tó bá Sunny Adé ṣiṣẹ́
Aládò kan
nígbà
ọmọ
yẹn.
Sunny Adé Aládò kan. Adẹ́fẹ̀ gbọ́ interview yẹn.
Ṣé o mọ̀ pé bàbá ẹ̀ náà oní májíìkì ni ní Kírun? Aládò kan, yes, I know Aládò kan.
Ṣé kìí ṣe rondo nìyẹn? Àbí 27 Òṣogbo ní 27.
No, Ìkírun nílé òun náà máa ń ṣe májíìkì bí àwọn Professor Fela kankan yẹn ń gbà yẹn. In fact, then wọ́n tún máa ń tọ́jú àwọn ní gángan. In fact, ọ̀kan lára àwọn tó ń tọ́jú yẹn ló pa. Òun ló kàn ló.
Simba, sorry, I was going to say something the other time. When you look at all those drummers those days and those guitarists, like I said, do you know why they are so good? It took me time.
They learn it from irú woru bọ̀bọ́ tó ń recreate controversy pẹ̀lú Wasiu Ayinde nsìn. Sọ pé bọ̀bọ́ Àgbàlẹ̀tù yẹn náà ló interview bọ̀bọ́ yẹn tí gbogbo wọn ti wá gbà lórí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì nsìn.
Mo listen sílé ní láàárọ̀ ìní àbí àárọ̀ ìní náà ni.
Bọ̀bọ́ kan ó rà pé ṣé Èrúwà àbí area ibo náà ti bí ọ̀bọ ẹ̀.
Is the president of Onilu now, for now. He used to be governor before. Shebi Nadama, right?
No. Ṣorélé tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ yẹn aftermath gbogbo wọn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jáde. Bọ̀bọ́ yìí wà lára àwọn he spent like Àyànkúnlé exactly. He spent almost 30-something years with Wasiu.
32 years.
That story is just an emotional emotional blackmail.
No, the only person, like I was Professor Kinimi like I said, it took me time that all those guitarists, all those drummers, they were actually using their guitar to sing, to make proverb in Yoruba. That's why they were so good. See, you don't just all those rhythm. When I was listening to Ekilo Famode, I started thinking of what they were even thinking there. Like someone beating the person playing the bass guitar now. Someone is saying, I want you for nothing, but I realized that that's one thing. Now you say pa 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 pa. I got to say that I knew that's when that story didn't start. It was a story. You understand? But that wali, the law, so they just use all those things And it will form the reading, but naturally you would think that, oh, they are just
Okay,
making it. No.
okay, ó jẹ́ kí n rántí kíní jìtá kan ṣé Sunny náà ni tó ní ó wá mi wá kò wọ pátá ó wá mi wá kò wọ ṣòkòtò.
mo béèrè nǹkan kan lọ́wọ́ Adéwálé ńjọ́ kan tó bá ti gbọ́ orí General Prince Adékúnlé níbi tó ti kọ Adékúnlé tó ti kọ àwòdínfò ó fi jìtá sọ nǹkan kan lẹ́yìn yẹn ó wá sọ nǹkan kan ìgbàlégún ọ̀run ọ̀tá ẹyẹ ọ̀tá ló lè gbé èsì mi ò gbọ́ mo ti try láti mọ nǹkan tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ó ní àlọ́ la rí àràbọ̀ wọn.
lẹ́yìn yẹn ó sọ ìgbàlégún ọdún.
No, what I understand about that narrative is this: it was just talking about their preparation. You know, it was just an analogy of what they prepare, how to attack him, but
kí ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gangan because òun kọ́ ló kọ́kọ́ sọ bàbá yìí náà ó fìlù sọ kí lórúkọ kí lórúkọ ọ̀hún tó ti kú yìí.
Maybe I would say Igbalelógún. That's the way. I don't even know because I don't know that proverb really. Igbalégún, right? I will interpret it as Igbalélógún.
Ẹyẹ ọ̀tá ló gbèdé òsìkà àbí kan.
So it was just like saying their preparation, right?
But it's an òwe ni mo fẹ́ mọ òwe yẹn kí ló yẹ kankan sọ.
That's my own. That's why I'm saying that don't quote my own interpretation, right? That's the way I understand it. That way, okay, as it's talking about all those, okay, Orun that we are talking about that time, for example, Orun would mean like arrow. You understand when you say Orun, like a bone and arrow thing, or you know, we have bone and arrow. You know, you feel Orun see offer all those stuff. So
Yorùbá máa ń ní pé ọ̀run já ọ̀sán-dọ̀pá.
So ọ̀run yẹn gangan ni arrow tó wà níbò, right?
But kì í ṣe
no tó máa ní ọ̀run já, that means okun ẹ̀ nìyẹn.
ọ̀run já ọ̀sán-dọ̀pá.
So meanwhile without ọ̀run.
But ọ̀run another ọ̀run wà ọ̀run bíi tó máa fi òǹkà ọjọ́ Yorùbá tó bá di ọ̀run.
No, ọ̀run is like 5 days to come. I understand what you're saying.
Ọjà wọn náà sọ pé kíní ìbéèrè ìṣeré ọ̀la rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ló mú babaláwo dífá ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀run.
And the thing is, that is why they have contextual meaning.
If I knew the judge next week.
They have contextual meaning in English, so is Yoruba too. So and ó tún wá depend lórí èdè àdúgbò. You know, in Yoruba too, èdè àdúgbò náà tún wà. So to help me, the one you speak in Ibadan will be different from the one you speak in.
But we have Yoruba as a universal language.
You have to general Yoruba.
No, general Yoruba was just developed during these colonial people now.
No, what we are saying is that all these adage, whatever we are talking about, is the same everywhere.
You know that general Yoruba that was developed by Awolowo in 1955.
No. Okay, you know Yoruba, we have this where we pay lórí òrùlé sùn. They are still all the same thing, referring to danger, right? You don't just see dangers and you just go and relax, right? They still mean the same thing,
And while I lè fi ejò sí abẹ́ ibùsùn, but I lè fi iná sórí òrùlé.
Can you just imagine? Now, Yoruba will say, kì í fi ọmọ àparò sábẹ́ gbìnkà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You understand? So Yoruba will say,
no, ló máa wú yóò jẹ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà.
Ó fọmọ ẹyẹ sábẹ́ ọ̀hún gbìnkà.
Wọ́n sọ pé kì í fi ọ̀nà olè ọmọ àparò. You understand? Yoruba with bad proverb. Yeah, kì í fi ọmọ olè. Because number one, if you pick a aparo offspring, if you bring from Nigeria and bring that aparo to Canada, you don't need to teach aparo how to steal. Well, you know, that's what Yoruba will say. I give fear no holy aparo. So Yoruba with bad.
I can't for anyone.
Can he just so it is no, there's no way. You know, it is disheartening for me to know
But
that
if
we
you
lose
want
our
to enjoy
culture.
those proverbs, Elema Gbosakara, Kera Tẹ́tí sí Gòjé.
Nǹkan tó fọ́nì ni pé irú àwọn rubella bàtì yẹn tó bá pa òwe burúkú kan báyìí, and you think see the way they speak English o, it's one thing for you to embrace foreign language. Tí Wọlé Ṣóyínká yẹn náà bá pa òwe.
No, Ola, they have already did the research. If you don't understand your local dialect, your local language very well, there is no way you can speak another man's language very well. I used to have a professor emeritus of pediatrics. This man, if he's speaking English, you know what they call the Quincy English. That's what this man used to speak. But immediately he changes to Yoruba. Wàá máa wò ní pé ṣé bàbá tó ń sòyìnbó ń sìn náà ló tún sọ Yorùbá yìí. They are so rich.
Only
And
Professor
that is why
Okonkwo.
mo máa fi wo pé this thing now that we have this culture of people now right from birth, they start speaking English to their children. No, just to show, I don't even know what they mean. They say if they are doing that, that will make them to speak good English.
Wọ́n máa ń ṣèmù àwa tá a bá gbóyìnbó gbà yẹn ni. Wọ́n máa ń ṣèmù wa ni.
Because we have we you know, and even people are still doing it up to now. Your eloquence in English is what they use to judge your intelligence.
Simba, and you know one funny thing, those people talk to shame one by anyway. Although apart from my first attempt in English that I didn't pass English, right? But the other one that in fact mo beat was silly. You know that I beat them, mo beat was silly below. Now when I say I didn't even pass English the first attempt, because you might not pass English the first attempt too. It's not as if they pass, but the subsequent one no. So sometimes people now look at your how eloquent you are. So it simply means that okay, you are so good because you are eloquent. No, we are sometimes problem with people is this. It's not when you know more than no, that one may be too. See, when you know within a little boundary, you may be able to present what you know. But when you know many things and you want to present sometimes, it may be very difficult. You understand? So that's just the way it is. And we understand English so much that we don't understand English culture, and that's the problem. When you don't understand your culture, I don't understand the culture of.
I don't think understanding of that English. I think sometimes we just speak it and we don't really understand what it means.
That's what I'm saying now. No, that my boss that I was narrating the other time, he said, "You guys, I know you have master degree, you have everything, you speak English." He said, "This guy in South African," he said, "You guy, you speak English, but you don't understand English." It took me almost 3 years to understand what that man was saying. It took because meanwhile, he was telling us that time that the way we speak, we were rude with it, we were not decent with it. That those were the messages that this man was passing to others. That we speak grammar. Okay, you say we speak grammar, you don't understand English. That is exactly what they used.
Exactly.
So may God just help us. We are just meanwhile, if we are preserved our language.
We are just, I think the problem is that we have lost our identity. And if you have lost your identity, you just be floating.
We are suffering from that identity crisis. So
we've not lost it, but we've lost some, but we've not lost everything.
No, you know one thing, pé àwọn òrìṣà tí Nàìjíríà tí àwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n party yẹn. You understand? There's no way when you losing all those òrìṣà too, you are losing all those proverbs around those òrìṣà.
Ọlá ṣebí wọ́n ló ń jẹ́ Fájuyì ń sìn báyìí. Some people in Nigeria now, they don't want to even associate. Wọ́n á ti sọ orúkọ rẹ̀ yẹn di bóyá bí Jésù Juyì or something Juyì. They will remove that.
Make I give you one line.
They said it happened to Awolowo now, that Awolowo just tear for the teacher. In fact, it happened to one of my colleagues. they changed his name. The guy attended University of Lagos. You understand? The professor changed his name from what it used to be. He changed it to Jesus. This guy tear for the lecturer like mad. You understand? You know, naturally, you won't in Nigeria. Your teacher will be like, your all in all. I said the guy just went to that teacher. Sir, never try to do that way.
I have a professor is bearing Adedoyin today. His name is not Adedoyin. No. I think it was something, Godoyin or something like that. Lolo change see Adedoyin.
Do you know that even here in America here, even my colleagues at work, someone will call me, hey, and I'm like, that's not my name. Oh, I find it very difficult to pronounce your name. The same way I'm finding it difficult to pronounce your name too. You gotta learn it. If you want me to learn your name, then you learn mine too. Else, I'm gonna be calling you like a dog. Yeah. Your language is not my language, but I learned it. I mean, just to pronounce my name, you should learn it too. It's not a big deal.
Because they don't, they don't see any reason why they should learn your own. But they wanted you to learn their own.
I don't have any reason to learn your name too. I'll call you whatever I will call you whatever I want.
Please, I think maybe I don't know. I don't think there's any solution to what we are discussing because I just see us.
No, Simba, there's solution. There's solution.
Or logic in something, professor. Let me tell you, I gave you an example here. Let me tell you, if you see the way they respect themselves, if I'm talking to an Arab person now and another Arab guy comes now, he will abandon me and he will start talking with them until when he finishes, he will not attend to me. Àwa value báwo tó ń bá ń bóyìnbó sọ̀rọ̀ ńsìn báyìí or fẹ́ parí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ kó tó dá mi lóhùn. You understand?
But wait,
it's like me. I've seen us as like people that we have this loose. No, let me tell you, they can do it to them. Only shishi arawa. But when they are dealing with a foreigner, they will not behave that same way. It's like the thing is already in our gene. It's already inculcated into our mentality that we have this inferiority complex, low self-esteem.
Is that how you? Well, no, I don't know. Me, I don't. I don't know how other people see them. I don't see them like that.
Let me tell you, the way we treat Oyinbos in our own space, is that the way they treat us in their own land?
Baba, let me tell you one thing.
Let me tell you, let us take even Yoruba culture. Yoruba máa ń tọ́jú àlejò. Yoruba máa ń tọ́jú àlejò tó jẹ́ pé wọn nǹkan tí ara ilé ò lè jẹ gan-an máa gbé fàlejò.
Yes, you are right about that.
You understand? But they will not inconvenience. Yoruba can inconvenience themselves to pretend this omoluabi things to a stranger.
No, I think it's a colonization thing that because especially when the capital moved to
before colonial Yoruba lápọ́nlé àlejò. Even before colonial.
Biggie, Timo wants something. It's not only I'm generalizing. It's not even the Yoruba thing alone. Even the other people that does not even do that to maybe the fellow black person, but when they see people of other color, they fizzle away.
I know what we are talking about.
A little bit of complex one, but a little bit.
Culturally, this thing over time. Okay, like look at it this way. Now, when those Oyibo were working with us, they used to be in key positions. Like even there was a time, even up to early 80s, that even Indians used to fill our general hospital too. So our people, in the name of diplomacy, just to look for favor, for promotion, all those stuff, they start doing sa. Even even as you speak today, even if you were the one that you are in a specific position in your company too, for people to get your favor too, they will start doing some kind of eye service because you have the power of promotion and all those stuff. So I believe that over time, they were doing it to those Oyibo when Oyibo were on grant because they were the managers, they were the GM, all those stuff. So you have to still be calling them boss. So, you know, those people that started that, they don't normally know the long-term implication. That is why we say some of these things are just like what language we normally use, significance. I've forgotten the term they normally use for it. So that significant action, they don't know how it's going to extend beyond them, because some people will see that and they will embrace that style without knowing how it started, and it just extend like that. Or for example, maybe Leventis before now, maybe it used to be Oyibo, like Kingsway, maybe it used to be Oyibo. You'll be doing sasa, you'll be taking care of all those people because they were your senior. Some people that were seeing you from afar, that learned some from you, they will just see ordinary Oyibo along the street too, and they will extend the same thing without even knowing what the person they learned that thing from was trying to achieve. That's just the way I see it. I could be wrong. So
No, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. That conquer, the way they conquer us, they impose themselves on us. It has been, that thing has been imprinted in our mentality that they are superior, whether we like it or not. It is
that's
there.
it. And for example, an Indian man, I will never, in fact, okay, look at this way now. If our people are in a company, where we'll be dodging, oh, let me be very careful. No, the Indian guys, when they are there, they are not being careful. In fact, they'll be looking at themselves as even superior to their boss. As a matter of fact, not only that, they will even be looking at how to replace their boss with themselves. That's Indian people to you. And they do that a lot. That is why some people were telling me that, okay, one guy was telling me what he said, do you know why we have more contract staff here? He said, because all those bosses that are Oyibos, because they love holiday, they do things, they don't want a situation whereby they will go on vacation and their bosses will not understand that, oh, so you can even perform better than this your boss, and they replace them with them. So, but if your boss is taking you on a contract, at the end of the year, if he knows that you are becoming a threat, he will just tell his boss that, okay, I don't think I need this position for now. He will discard you. He can come back three months later and say, okay, I need this position, and bring another person entirely. It won't allow you to stay there too long for you to start competing, because that is what the India guys do. Give them a space, they will take a car from you. You understand? That is why you see them now becoming the CEO of Microsoft. You see them going to Amazon, all those places.
Because they work in unison. Let me give you
Exactly.
an example. The year now in my pediatric intensive care unit, there's one Ghanaian nurse, very brilliant nurse. She's only black. She's the only black nurse among the Indians that are working in that. You know what they did? Because they knew what she was. She's so good. She's better than all of them. But they gang up against her. Any little mistake, they will amplify it. Any little mistake, they will amplify it. To the extent that they have frustrated this lady out of the unit. You understand? Our own people, instead of them to work in unison, you will even be seeing them, they'll be fighting themselves. They can even join other nationality to be fighting you.
I told you that I work with Walmart Logistics for some times. You know, immediately I got to that place, every position there, you know, that time job was so scarce. So the next job, because I did some courses too that will fit me into logistical position. So when I started applying for some position there, you know what my people started telling me? Well, between those people that have been here 12 years, they don't know. They don't know better than you. You've already defeated yourself. And among these people, there was a guy there that the guy told me that before he came to Canada that he has just some few months left for him to defend his PhD. I didn't defend that. So that guy said he has already spent like 12 or 13 years there. If this guy, the Shakara, is fellow black people like this. But when it comes to all those India, this thing, you will see the way we just calm down, be trying to explain. But when it comes to his fellow, this thing, Agidia, one day I just asked the guy, said, look, why don't you even try to apply as a supervisor? He started telling me some kind of story. Look at those people, all those things. He was telling me all those bad stories, how they won't allow you to. I said, no. Because you guys, you focus on different purpose. You focus on different purpose. Those people you are seeing now, you understand, they are not, okay, on average now, those people working on floor, their pickers, they all those stuff now, they make average of, if you can do overtime, they will make average of 70,000 that time. But whereas some of those supervisors, some of them do not, they were not even any more than 55. But what happened is this: if they make profit, if they meet target, they can now share some kind of profit sharing. And when you have that profit sharing, probably they will get closer to those people picking on the floor too, right? So our people focus so much on that money that they forgot that when you are in influential position, you'll be the one to take decision. Now, what am I saying is this: when those guys now get to that position, they will now be bringing their people in. You understand? So that is where our people miss this thing. So when they are in a place, instead to focus and position, they prefer fight. They don't look at how to move up. Instead, they be afraid. And when now they now see some fellow Africans or this that want to be fairly competitive, they start moving against the person and they start discouraging. You know, so I don't know, that's the kind of caution, that's the kind of positioning we've given ourselves over time, and it's really affecting us, honestly, because sometimes I will look at all this like I executed a project last year. I even cross-trained the technicians there because we were supposed to make provisioning for thousands of, over 40,000 devices. And we needed to do that thing very fast, right? When you look at these people they were talking about, when I got to that place, they didn't even invite me in initial stage, but when I got that contract, when I got to that place, they were struggling with a lot of things. I got there, someone was even teaching me what to do. Well, I have to be humble. I was just looking at that person. When I stayed there for a week, they asked some people to go. They terminated some contract. They asked some people to go. So I was now left there. Now, within 2 days, one of the bosses came to me and said, "Guy, we've noticed one thing about you. How come you are able to do more than 6, 7, 8 people?" I was just looking at them. What do they mean? Say, but you seem to be faster than the people that were here before. What exactly were you doing? I said, no, I'm not doing more than what others are doing. Even myself, without even really, because I didn't even know that was the situation initially, to be honest. You understand? And what is that what was doing is that someone may be doing some kind of installation. You have like 2 sticks. They will leave that stick from that installation to the beginning to the end. I just laugh. This is just a simple trick. Me, give it to me. I have my own script. I just copy the file. Bam, as the file is leaving, bam, to another person and another. So at the time they were doing only 1, I was already doing like 10 already. And that was their goal. But you know what? As I was coming, they were looking at me and saying, "Kilele Imo." You understand? Because they've seen their color, because once they carry the brown skin, so they believe that this is automatically. They knew what they were doing. That was how they asked me that if I can engage some of my technicians too. So I now brought technicians there too. So I were doing. So some of those people we met there. Some of them were Indian, so they were sent away. Why am I saying this thing is that sometimes we need to believe in ourselves. My experience in the world of IT it's not what you can just push aside. But once you have some element of fear, that's just the problem. Okay, look at what I'm doing now. As I'm speaking to you, I'm not at home. No, that's not. I'm at home, but I'm at work. You understand? Doing some migration. I'm working as I speak, doing but what is doing the migration? Just script are doing the migration. But what will I do sometimes that I take my time to plan. I know what I have. You understand? I know what those people that want to compete with me do not have. So when you give me a job, the first thing I do when people rush to that job is that, oh, let us do this. No, I will look at the pattern. Because over time, my experience, okay, watch for the pattern. Once I understand the pattern, okay, can this pattern be programmed instead of going physical? You understand? So instead of me saying, okay, when people now want to put me at rate, okay, we are going to put you at rate per device, I can tell you, say, no, I don't want that. I want it in bulk. Or where you want to play me per hour, for example, I say, no, I don't want. I want to place it per device. So that someone that is doing 2 devices in 1 hour, you will be paying the same rate as me that we do like 20 devices in 1 hour. I don't want that. That's BS. You understand? I want my own contract to be per devices. So if I do 1,000 devices a day, instead of, okay, maybe you place someone on, let's say, $1 a day. And if that $1 per hour, if that person is doing like 10 devices a day, so that's like 100. That's like 100, right? No, that's like $10, right? I don't want that, but I will say I want to share per devices. That's what I do. All this story is this: we are not inferior to anybody, and in reality, we can be better than those people that they think are better than us. But who owns the duty to prove to the world that we are better? We. Nobody is going to.
Ola, let me, I agree with you. But you have to prove yourself beyond reasonable doubt before you can achieve what they will achieve. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got your point now.
Hey, okay, let me tell you, when I got to Saudi Arabia, I was the first Nigerian doctor in my department, and I was the only consultant. All the other people that are working with me are specialists, and they are mostly Egyptians. At the time, I started hearing, because I didn't even understand their language, but the Egyptians also speak Arabic. They started talking that that Nigerian doctor does not know anything. Then, after like 3 months, another lady came and joined me in Nigeria also. So, before 1 year, we now became like, how many of us? Four of us, and we are the only consultants in the unit. They started peddling rumor, the Nigerian doctor doesn't know. But by the time they now see the way we are working and the way the patients that were complaining before, they were not complaining any longer, the management now see that the department is now functioning. But it took us a long time before they believe in us, because they are the one feeding the management. They understand the language. They will be the one that will go and be telling them, all this, lie to them that these are the things that we are doing and all those. And I'm very sure that is the same thing that you people will face in the Western world. You understand? For you to prove yourself as a black, where you are starting from is not the same place they are starting from, Ola.
Simba, exactly
Yes.
what you are talking about. People are talking here that, oh, I love degree. No, my degree is my branding too. Someone once said that, okay, you guys, why don't you do certification? I said no, because the school I attend to, there are people here. I said, someone told me one day whether I speak English. Can you just imagine? The person speak. I was not angry. I took it. No, I took it cool with the person. I said, do you know what? I said, okay. He said, I said, I said, you know where I come from? I said, I'm from Nigeria. Okay.
Can an India person be competing with us in English? Did they even speak good English?
It was even Oyibo. It was even Oyibo here that asked me whether I speak English. Look, I dressed the person down. I dressed the person down because our project crossed my project. Because when I come to this place, I didn't start as a call techie when I got to this place. So I started as a PM. I started as a PM. I did PM for like 17 months. And since that time, not again. Now, so ask me whether I speak English. I said, you know what? We are 120 million. We are about 200 million in Nigeria.
Is there any country that speak English more than Nigeria?
I waiting now. I'm waiting now. I said, if you divide Nigeria to 3, that's 60 million. I said that alone makes us more of English-speaking country than Canada. I said, look at it this way. I said one misconception here is that's why your English here is so erotic, and it's in the sense that you want to pronounce car, you have to say car. You have to pronounce every R. So, but when we pronounce, just because we were trained in received pronunciation, otherwise known as Queen's English. I said, Nigerians speak academic, standardized English. We don't speak straight English. I said, because that's how bad I can be when I'm trying to dress someone down. And I'll be just talking that thing, I'll be laughing, I'll be smiling, but I know that I'm dressing the person down for you to even try to ask me whether we speak English. Like seriously? Like seriously? So when
it's an insult. When you start right from your cradle, you do all your instruction in English right from maybe kindergarten till you finish university. Then you want to now go to
One second, please. 1 second. Thomas, if you can hear me or one man, Tandu wants you to bring him in. If Thomas can hear us.
Maybe Thomas has gone to sleep, sir. Or one man, whosoever that can bring people in there.
So now you not
I dealt with that guy one day, that woman that day. I dealt with that woman.
You now want to go, maybe you want to go and school or you want to go and work, maybe in UK, US, Canada, then somebody be asking you to go and write IELTS. To me, so that means all these years, at least it will take somebody, let's say 6 years of primary school, 6 years of secondary school, probably 4 years in university. That is about 16 years of English. And then you will still say you don't know the English, that you have to go and write test again.
Wait now. They now
but
ask
someone
asked me that.
Let me tell you, it's not any exam. Exam is not a true test of knowledge.
They don't even do better than us in English.
You want to tell me that even that same exam, if their children, if their own people write it, they will pass?
Simba, let me tell you one thing. Because these people are so limited, they will tell you, you have to speak active English, that we don't speak indirect. I say, it's telling you that they are limited to. Because I got to know that English is artificial from one of my lecturer. That English is, although that was in Nigeria anyway. So one thing is this. So one day someone asked that only native English speaker should apply for this. So when I apply for that,
can you imagine that? What do they mean by native speaker?
Wait now. I told them, I said Nigerians are native English speakers. I said, don't get it wrong. I said Nigerians are native English speakers. I said, do you know the type of English they speak in Nigeria? It's just because it's wrong. Okay, I asked, but now when Nigerians write, can you compare what Nigerian will write or Nigerian will speak to what an average person will speak on the street of Calgary? Because an average Nigerian will speak pure English, but you will mix your English with jargon. Nigeria is not going to tell you I gone that for where. Nigeria will never speak that way. Okay. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one thing. A Britico, you will think because they are British, Abby, they are the pay working tab, Abby. Okay, look at it this way. Okay. Oh, I forgot that. What funny you quickly? No, not there. Another person say I wasn't come yesterday. No, not that one. You know, what Iboye Oro Kolani. Papa Iboye Osram. I said there's a British. So a friend of mine was telling me, I say, oh, so I don't know. British woman. Are you okay? You is not here yesterday. You is not here yesterday.
You know, you was there. You was there when I was telling you.
You was there yesterday. You understand? And they will tell you. No, it's funny to you, right? I swear. It's not.
Mama, I
It's
deal
true.
with them. I deal with them every day, so it's nothing.
It's true. It's true. Do you know one thing they say? Ni Igboro Canada yi one tabo.
Everywhere,
Ó
even
ṣe èèyàn tó
Yankee
wà
that
òdúdú àwọ̀ funfun tó ní access wọn wọ́n ń ta ìbọn. Now, a lady asked me one day, although a lady I know the oníbàárà yẹn bó lè bọ̀ ni one VP like that. Bóyá ọ̀rọ̀ bíi pé bóyá ọmọ street kan ní mi tó yẹ pé mò ń wá ẹni tó máa ràn mí lọ́wọ́ ó fẹ́ máa wọlé sí mi lára. So ó ní òun like voice mi mo ní really. Only my voice sound like something. Money, kí ló rí gbọ́. Okay, don't worry. Money, you will be bow. Mo bi tó ń lọ. Èmi ọmọ àná ló pè mí ni. So we are not discussing. She now asked me the question that where do you Nigerians, where do you learn your English? Within myself, I was very like seriously. One English is the official language in Nigeria. That's our primary language. So I said that's our primary language. Only you know why I asked. Only there is a lady in my office. Only me that I'm a native English speaker. You understand? Only maybe okay. So some of them will be telling you that maybe we take it for granted because we are native English speaker. But no. But Nigerians are native English speakers too. Just like you find Australia, you find Britain, you find the Republic of Ireland, you find American, you find Canada. Only Nigerians are native English speakers. Only do you know this girl we write, we speak, the only person that speak pure English in my office? Only yes. Because we speak received pronunciation, otherwise, we speak received pronunciation, otherwise known as Queen's English. Only that's academic English that everybody around the world will understand. So
ọ̀rẹ́ ìyàwó mi ti béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi pé ó ní ṣe mo major in English ni mi gbọ́ rí ẹni tí ò gbọ́ twice ni.
No, Biggie. No, tí ìgbọ́rí tó bá ti ń kọ sentence tó bá yẹ pé tó bá ti ń ju 8 words 10 words wọ́n máa wà confused wọ́n á sọ pé can you shorten your báwo like seriously ìgbà tí à ń write ayet our complex word now ìyàn tó bá fọ́nì nísìnyí pé a school gan-an tẹ̀ tó bá sọ léyìí ìgbà mo lọ school MBA ni mo ṣe ń gbà yẹn o tí bá ti wá kọ ọ̀rọ̀ bí àwa tá a ṣe MBA you'll be expecting that okay complex English gan na lie o I'm gonna look for like 8 word to 10 word sentence. Can you imagine? Whereas by the time she ayet won't measure how complex the lexical structure can go how complex to get. And people here they say no, it's good to use active language. It's just to use direct, don't use indirect. Many of them will do indirect words, so they are trying to simplify even the English, and these people will be claiming that they know English better than you. Meanwhile, I want the indirect statement, direct statement, compound sentence. So, but where it is possible, they want to avoid compound sentence statements.
Oh yeah.
They want to. So because they don't. They said your English is difficult to read. I mean, like seriously, English don't need comma, don't need semicolon, don't need semicolon. So what's the purpose of? Do you know what they are doing there? Some of them are dodging all those comma, all those punctuation mark. Some of them they are avoiding it.
How come I call it?
And these people are telling you that you cannot speak English. Can you just imagine that?
You don't start a sentence with because. What about me argue? Only you don't start a sentence with because. Oba me foul. But I give up.
I need one guy when that when they oh my goodness. Now those people that were telling me when I initially say, oh, they don't understand your accent was it's very difficult to understand. But the moment they come back here. If you're in Nigeria that you work in corporate environment that you don't know how to write mail, I will question whether you actually work. Nigerians anchor pagidari mail. You know, when I started tracking the deliverable of these people, I was working like when they release a report. 10 o'clock rally. Graphic everything. Not only that, Timothy skill programming, Timothy integrate everything. Better we machine update it by Yama breaking. Result there by fly. My fly law or our bosses in the service manager, the VP marketing, everything. Clearly on that report. Even the person, the E-level management, they will know the person that is creating delay, that is causing delay. Ìjọ tí mo ṣe fún woman tó béèrè language tó béèrè bóyá kí à ń sọ pé do you guys even work? Oh my goodness. Ó miss deliverable gan. Ọ̀gá ẹ̀ ló wá parí ẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ Saturday. Kí ni ẹ̀ create scene lọ́jọ́ Monday gan. Ẹ bí sọ pé mi ò ṣe anything. You all know ẹ mọ̀ pé graphic pé mo máa ní graphic àti mail. That's how I present my own. Since you guys say you don't understand, at least there are many ways you can communicate. I can communicate through visual. I can communicate through my email and I communicate the normal meeting. If I mean my set meeting and I get all I do is just to generate reports. We sure once you marry last be like almost 10 years. Once you marry me to marry administrative, I don't really worry. I make sure that I use my reporting to track everybody down to the point that nobody will come and tell me again whether we speak English in Nigeria. What? Can everyone I can son of be kidding on the box? I show them, look, I will show you guys. Because when they want to discriminate against you, that's how they will start. Like the day someone asked me whether I've read 419. Oh my goodness. Immediately mention that 419 like this. Oh la golori mi ni pe iwo bi bawo. O ti ba were pade leni.
When you have so many 419.
No.
Is a section in the law.
Money section in the law ni money but nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé because any ka ìwé yẹn he was not talking about Nigerian cyber money. Money it is true. Money the problem is pé téèyàn bá máa jalè ó máa ní accomplice pé kò ṣe àkàn ló máa jà pé money. Do you know that money the first question you want to ask yourself is this: why are those fraud normally not occurring in Nigeria that they occur in foreign country more than Nigeria? You want to think because of the power of the currency. Money, no. It's just because you guys are not security conscious and you intentionally left the window for fraudulent activities. Probably those guys have their own intention. Also for money, like back in Nigeria, as far back as 2007, they've implemented ship and pay ahead of many Western countries. But you guys, you are here saying it's going to cost you a lot of infrastructure. When infrastructure will look for costing, what infrastructure? You have most of some of this machine that after 5 years is out of lease, and you get another one that can be upgraded as software. What infrastructure? Look, and all these things you focus on Nigeria, only Nigeria, when you call over chat pé Nigeria kò tẹ wọ́n tẹ̀ sí lára top 5 yìí àwọn tó máa ń create cybercrime. Àdákẹ́ síbẹ̀ yẹn straight away. But when I saw fellow Nigeria, mo ní ẹ̀yin náà lè máa ń fà. Èmi ìtẹ́ lómi bá ti ṣe ayé ìyàwó nù yín, tẹ́ bá ti jẹ $50, ariwo aṣọ. Whereas àwọn Indians wọ́n gbà sí Canada CCRA to the Canada revenue yẹn. Àwọn ló máa pè yín pé àwọn fraud kan ṣẹlẹ̀ lákìíní yẹn. Go and look at every tax crime in Canada here. They are mostly Indians. And why? Because they are so. That's why when you go get your phone, be very careful. You know they will ask for your social insurance number. The only reason why they cannot do that they will need to call you to do all those stuff. The stuff that they were using, once they are out of that job, they can no longer use that authentication application again. Instead, they want to use some kind of malware just to get you into their own system. So when you are getting all those phones, you already have your profile. Some of them, they store the profile away. They will be calling you later. They will know your name. They will know your address. You start wondering, someone is calling you from India and he knows your address. How many Nigerians don't share? We know how many Nigerians don't share. You understand? So to me, you just need to resign our purpose. I mean, Simba, where are you?
I'm listening to you, Ola.
We are listening to you, Ambi.
Yeah, so you know, sorrow.
Triumph here, Abako Dake Lataron.
No, that's triumph for you. He's a listener.
If you want to know Trump now, just say you have opportunity to.
Chioma, why did that call Chioma ginger?
No, just say you have opportunity to be getting a trailer of cement every day. And Trump will come immediately.
Triumph to overcut cheap Bobo Nigeria.
So where is Thomas? So
I mean we just need to. I think what we need more is we need to carry ourselves along.
I don't know what we can do to have that. As I think I mentioned it before, to have this common goal. Hey, Ola, you are there. You work with the Indians.
After a while, I stayed away from Nigerians. I'm not gonna lie for you.
No, Simba, you say what?
Muni, you can no. It's just Biggie just collaborated. What I just wanted to say now. Okay. You know, when I was talking earlier, I said a lady came after me and that's it. I thought by the time we are getting more and more, I was happy that okay, now at least we can form a group and all those things. Alas, it was another calamity, though. In fact, this lady now sees me as her enemy.
As a rival,
anything that I do, she will go and be complaining behind me. Even the people that she will be complaining to, they will not be the one telling me this is what she's saying. No, even some text messages they'll be sending it to me. Come and see what your sister is sending. You see?
That's one you mentioned. You know, where I first worked now, so there was a lady there. Hey, that's what Nigeria, this thing. Jaga Nigeria, this thing. And I called that lady one day. I said, you are not messing Nigeria up. You are messing yourself up because it's just like you have a big bucket and you have some item in those buckets. Those items in those buckets, they are sub to that. So you are part of Nigeria. So if Nigeria is a whole jaga, Nigeria is all those things. So you are seeing this in the presence of all those Oyibo. You've not even done your citizenship, you are calling yourself a Canadian Amedor to say this thing. I say, it doesn't make you look good. And if you think these people, they really love you that way, you are missing it. The day they will fire that lady from that work, they said, what they told that lady, said they don't need this position again.
Wow.
Whereas someone that will resume in his position, they've talked to the person. They said they were scrapping that position. And they brought another Oyibo to replace that lady. The lady didn't even know initially. But when she got to know later, she now called me that. I said, Ola, you were warning me. I said, well, what I was telling you that day is this. You look at your family. You started telling outside that my family is not good, though. My family is bad. Don't you know that you are a product of that family that you are saying is not good? Anything you say, any little mistake you make, they will be referring to your foundation. It's not from a good family.
It's like betraying your family for your enemy. Do you think your enemy
You are betraying yourself as you are doing that. That's what you don't know.
Is that not what most of us are doing, even in a larger clinic, that people will come and be castigating their country? That country is so useless, is so hopeless. I wonder what you gain by doing that.
That's why
some people, by the time they are,
I said that's why you never see me. I can't stand the way people talk about Nigeria. I can't stand it. In fact, if I'm on a regular session,
I said there was a day. We are on Kaisoria. Ola, you know that Kaisoria, that Kenya, this thing that one man used to partner with.
I know him, yeah.
And we were talking. We were just even talking generally that day. Then two Nigeria just came and started and changed everything to be about Nigeria. Hey, Nigeria where there is no road, Nigeria where there is no electricity, Nigeria where I was amazed. I said, but that was not what we are not discussing Nigeria here. Sorry. We're not discussing Nigeria. We are talking about Africa generally. Why did you change the topic to Nigeria? And then what do you start? What are you trying to do? And all of them will say, is that not the truth? Is that not what do you what? Okay. If it is don't mama so Cameroon tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n tiẹ̀ ní tó jẹ́ pé is only one rule that they have in their country. And you will never hear Judah complaining about his country, even when their president is even using Pampers. You understand? I said there was a day I was with one of my colleagues. We were talking with some Egyptians, and the guy was talking about Nigeria, and the Egyptian was telling him that what is happening in your country is not different from what is happening in Egypt. He said, no, don't say that. My country is worse. My country is this. I just opened my mouth. I was just looking at him. I said, so when he now finished, I said, okay, so what did you gain now by selling your because if you are ridiculing your country, it rubs on you. It rubs on you. And because if somebody call himself a citizen of American citizen and he goes to any country, he can boldly say that I'm a citizen, and they will give him that respect. But if we are the one using our mouth to badmouth our own country, and you think that the thing will not affect you, it will affect you, whether you like it or not.
Baba, if you want to know how this works, when you are with you are not in America here, when you sit down with people in America here and you're discussing the basic things about America, you just get to the point where you start talking about the bad part of America. Most of them will change the conversation.
You are telling me even people, if you want to talk about America on this platform, even Ajale Koko that used to talk bad about Nigeria, he will not allow you to. He will never allow. He will say no, it's not happening in America. It's like America is 100% perfect. That's the way we'll be painting it.
No, but there are some situations I will talk about Nigeria, but not just without purpose. Like when Buhari was there now, you understand? There's nothing.
No, let me Ola, you don't get what I'm saying. Let me tell you. you can abuse your leader. Do you understand? So you can say, your president is what?
That's what I want us to
You
clarify.
can talk about your president. You can talk about the way they are doing. It's not, but it's not. Let me give you another example. I was on Twitter, and they showed the picture of a woman with four. She has a 4 sons, and they are all in military. One is a 2 army, 1 naval officer, and 1 air force. If we see the response of one guy, he said, "Look at this woman, oh, in a cost country like Nigeria." He used cost. Can you imagine that in a cost country like Nigeria, why is she endangering the life of her children? You can see some people are already giving, this is a lovely family, may God protect them, may God. You can see is where that useless one is coming from, that is in a cost country like Nigeria. Cost.
You see, people are not they don't understand the difference between talking about leadership and talking about the system. For example, now you can't tell me now that the school in Nigeria that, even though I may know something about it, depends. You can't come now and be telling me that the engineers in Nigeria now they are half baked. Now lie, I no go agree, because those are part of the certificate that brought me here, and you cannot demarket me. Trust me, I'm not going to, because once you mention my school, once you mention some of those things, I can talk about increasing the standard, though. But when you are seeing that Nigerian graduate, they are unemployable, all those things, you are looking for my trouble, because I will fight you to finish, because you are demarketing me. It's not going to fly with me. But if you are talking about where we can improve, I agree with you, because to me, over time, I know how they teach here. The difference between teaching here, for example, is this: they have opportunity to practice directly what they are doing. But you have opportunity to learn the theory and to imagine. Meanwhile, if you still want to practice it in Nigeria too, you will practice it, because a person like me now, I practice my own. Even my cousin that studied building engineering, building tech. You understand? The two of them, that only one of them didn't build house while in school. I'm telling you. While in school, the two of them built house. Personal house. You understand? A built his own personal house, the other built his own. The only person that he didn't build house, and that's a lady. You understand? They were actually practicing what they were doing. They were building for people while they were still undergrad, doing the undergraduate. You understand? A person like me too, during my audience thing, I was already doing wiring, doing some kind of 3-phase motor wiring, doing some kind of thing. So I still had the opportunity to use my electrical. What I like, you understand? What I like, gone by. I went for IT with Odua style. You understand? Lobaton. You understand? So I will be coming here now. Someone will be telling me that education in Nigeria is where I will ask you, what education are you even talking about? Are you talking about accounting? Are you talking about medicine and surgery? Because I ask people that now, if Nigerian education is that bad in terms of what you are talking about, then you won't have medical doctor in Nigeria. He said those people are different. Okay, what about the pharmacists? What about the nurses? You understand? Because normally, they like to use we engineers to say, all those things, engineers that cannot build, cannot repair, they cannot remove tire from car. It took me time sometimes to tell you the duty of an engineer is not to be changing car tires. Engineers are different from mechanic. Just get that right. If you want to accuse someone that is not as good, then talk to people that went to technical school. Even the fact that you did automobile in your undergraduate does not mean that you will be a roadside mechanic. If you want, that's another skill entirely. Yeah, you can develop yourself. That's personal development. So what am I saying is that people don't know. You can say something among yourself. it's okay. But when you see external people, you see Oyibo, you see India, but you are not saying that the level of your education is terrible. And I will give you one line here. Go and cross-check this fact. When you get HND from Nigeria, for example, if you evaluate it with America, it's equivalent to bachelor degree. Go and cross-check my lies. Now,
you're right.
If you come to Canada, I say you have 3 years graduate diploma. No, a 3-year diploma and 1-year graduate certificate. What is that telling you? They are even telling you that HND that they despise in Nigeria is even higher. Because 3 years diploma is almost equivalent to your bachelor degree, and then with a year graduate certificate. That's what Canada will call it. Now, this is where the lie is coming from. Some guy went to India to do MBA because they wanted to do Canada immigration. You know, when they finished the evaluation with West, they said their certificates were just some certificate in undergraduate. And that was supposed to be like master degree program with India. No, they said it was not. They said it was not a graduate program. HND, you have HND in India, so the equivalent of HND in India is not even closer to Nigeria HND. Fact, check with West. You understand? So that's why within ourselves we can say, okay, maybe the education should have been better. Like my MBA now, for example, my MBA is as good as working because we were practically consulting. We were practically attending to life scenario. Not all about academic. You know, we have the academic part of it, but all those case study, all those stuff. We are just like practically, just like when you are doing PhD that they'll be paying you. You are doing research, in fact, it's like you are suffering real problem. Not that you are not all those PhD. It's not all PhD that is that academic. It's like you are actually providing solution to problem. As long as you are not doing all those PhD that you have to pay money for, because because you want to do PhD in like STEM now, it's better for you to go for those ones that they will give you grants and they'll be paying you rather than you paying the school. So those are the things. But when people are trying to downgrade our education just to get favor from Uiboe, or maybe because you have opportunity to study here, no, you are demarketing yourself. If not because of Nigeria that they've excelled here, some people will have used their mouth to finish education from Nigeria without even knowing that the purpose is to that. Because, like for me now, our style of education is like that of United Kingdom. It's not the same as America. You know. So I got
what we used to do to ourselves is like some people once you even see some people that maybe they have foreign education, like maybe they are trained in UK or whatever. They will be the one also castigating our own system just because they know that maybe they are there and the other people, our situation is just too. I don't understand.
No, some don't think deeply before they say all those things. But thankfully, the system here, or like, okay, even look back at Nigeria now, for example. Look at how the government will even do down on HND. You know, just because of those people, that's why people don't want to do HND today in Nigeria. You know, in Canada here, you understand? In Canada here, they don't, when they want to employ you, two things. Yeah, your MBA, your master's degrees, we have some situation that will be so useful. But many jobs you are looking for here, there are those jobs that some people do not even have degree. Just certification from all these Azure, AWS will be enough, or years of experience. We'll be in the same office. Some people will have master. Okay, let me give you one funny thing. Although this is for some certain school, I won't, for legal reason, I won't mention the name of that university. There are so many people that went to a particular university, they have PhD in information technology, and they are still earning 75,000 per annum. Some people, they only have Azure, CCNA or CCA or CCNP, just certification, and they earning like 110,000.
Why is it like that?
Because now we make a joke here that when you graduate from university here, and if you are not doing anything with your certificate after 2 years, your certificate has it's a general joke that after 2 years your certificate has expired. What they mean is that when you graduate from university here and you don't practice what you learn, your certificate to some employers is no longer valid, because there is a reality between your school and when you are outside, because by that time they expect you to have picked a field.
And no, that one is understandable.
Yeah, that's why we normally do.
Even in our own profession, if you are applying for a job, they will ask you for your letter of experience. And that letter of experience, they don't want a break. You understand? Like, okay, you now say that you stay for like maybe 1 or 2 years without doing anything, or something that is not related to medicine. They will not take you.
Exactly. Because
Because what I notice is that our own work is more practical, and is something that you have to be doing regularly. If not, you lose touch immediately. If I go on vacation for like 1 or 2 months, by the time I come back, I will still need some level of adjustment. You understand?
No, that's reality, Simba. That's reality. I once did one interview, and I applied for a contract job somewhere. So the person was now asking me for certification. I now told her, I say I normally get general certification and academic. I don't do product certification. You know. He asked me why. I just told the person, because I'm always hands-on. So what you want to ask from me, I have my laboratory where I do everything. So if I spend money to set up my laboratory, if I do this in every day, I don't need to prove anything to you. What you need to ask me is, number one, if you are not asking for the job that I've done for my portfolio, you simply set up your laboratory and ask me to do something. Give me the scenario. I don't need anything to prove to you. And I told the person, say, eventually, if you employ me, you are ready to pay. Because I told the person, I say, okay, like look at one of my graduate certificate now. A former employer paid for it. Or he said, oh, we don't pay for academic. I say, okay, I know whatever you paid for, it's okay. You understand? So if you are going to pay me, you pay me. And you pay for me, I do it. But that I will go, no, I say no. Because the certification that are outside now, they are so crazy that you can be confused. But if you have general academic, you have academic base, you understand the rudiment already. All those, you know, all those things I just put up base. So you will just, because not only you want to get certification for Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Microsoft Cloud, Amazon, you can't do everything. So it's confusing. But once you have just computer science that deal with enough, all you just need to do on the job, you keep learning. So you keep learning. So the way this place run is this: they pay you based on your experience. What can you do? You understand? Everything is not certificate because, like, although there's a field that we normally argue with is that there are some people that call themselves a self-taught software engineer, and some of us that attended school learn software engineering from school. We are not the same at all, as some people will want us to believe. We are not the same. You understand? We are not the same. So here, it's all about your experience, not about your certificate.
I think it's better to about what you can do rather than certificate. That is
Yeah,
one of the problem we have in Nigeria. People lay
that's
more
exactly what I
emphasis
want
on
to say.
certificate.
Exactly. They will tell you HND can get to this level, BSc can get to this
Mhm.
stage,
Even if
SC
you are
cannot
even
get
if you
to
are
this
useless.
stage. So that's why that people that are not that thing they pay me, that people that are not supposed to be in the university, they are there. Why do you think they have exam anyway? To people think they don't cheat, right? The examination practice said is, in fact, now first class. You understand? Because those are the kind of mythology that we don't think before. We think Oyibo don't cheat. Oyibo cheat. In fact, it's even worse when you're a computer science student. Your own level of cheating, if you want to cheat, is even higher than others, because in this era of ChatGPT, oh my goodness. I was reading about the plagiarism detector that Stanford University wrote, that some universities are subscribing to. As perfect as that plagiarism detector is, trust me, Simba, it can't detect everything. It can, and there are so many websites these days now that people pay for to write their assignment. You understand? Oh, some people say, oh, people online are the ones cheating. Now, like even people on campus, because most of the assessment in this environment is assignment based. And if you want to force, and if university are now, but what some universities are now doing is they make 50% exam that be pro touch. That's the only thing they take to share. So, but when you look at Nigerian situation too, you see that we are so disciplined that you will use your hand to write on the exam. So, if I want to rate the system overall, when we are talking to examination malpractices, this Western world are not better than Nigeria. That's just the fact. But where the examination malpractices were supposed to exist, you will do interview, Abi. You will shit out of school, right? You won't get a job. That's just the difference. Because although 101 is there, man no man day is there, that okay, because of people you know, you can even get job here without interview. But where some people want to, because you can't go to school now and you perform examination malpractices and you want to go and work with Netflix. Even you, that you graduate, that you even do your dean list, some kind of test they will give you, man, you may not be able to pass it. You learn Gideon. It's not as if you will not be nonsense person for school. But the type of exam they will put it for, you can't go and work it with Google, shitting out of school. You want to work with Google, you want to work with Netflix, it's not going to. But I'm still telling you that some people, they still shit in the university. That's why some of them will never get a job. That's just the difference. But are we both shitting in the exam? Man, you know what? It's only that everything about Nigeria is loud. These people, they are worse than Nigeria when it comes to that. In this country, or some of those certification exams you are doing, you know that people shit in certification exam and camera is facing them. Do you know? Someone will be in China, will be writing exam for you. Some people will just say before the screen, they will just be moving mouse. But those people that are doing the exam, they're in the back end. As I speak to you, In fact, if I can find solution to that problem alone, as I speak to you here, I become multimillionaire overnight, multi-million dollars richer overnight.
You know, there are some boys in India that they write CCNA for people.
They are doing interview for people in America. That's where I'm even surprised. Simba, you understand what I'm saying? You apply for a job. They are doing interview for you because some of the interview will be on phone. Simba is the person they want to employ, but Biggie is the one doing interview for Simba doing interview. Have you ever heard of that one in Nigeria? But when people want to demonize Nigeria, the way they will talk about Nigeria, you will think that, oh, people here are saints. Simba is the person that want to work, but Biggie is the one helping Simba to do the interview. It's happening in America. Simba, I'm not joking.
I know people that will write CCNA for you with $300. You are sure?
I know, Biggie. You know that one. They do that one within the eternity. Look at this way now. I'm on my computer now, for example. Camera is looking at me. Now, you will think the software that they are using to write that exam is monitoring it. Man, they bypass everything. So they have a way of installing. They have a way of installing the virtual machine VM behind. So someone writing that exam, it already has some tunnel. You know, if people that knows about system very well, system development very well.
I know what
they've
you're
already
talking
created
about.
some kind of tunnel that is connecting your machine. So you are just dressing with your mouth, but someone doing the exam is at the back end, and the software that they use to monitor exam will be looking at you as if you are the one writing the exam. I'll be serious. The only thing is that you are just moving mouse, but you are not the one writing the exam. As I speak to you, Biggie, we are still finding solution. We are still finding solution to that. That is why many schools today they will prefer to give you
your interview.
You said?
There's a software that can assist you with your interview.
Oh. The one that will change voice, Abby?
It doesn't change voice, no. It's just a matter of you repeat. It's just a matter of you repeating the question.
Can you imagine that? So Igboro ti daru. When you are talking of cybercrime, honestly.
And guys, I'm going.
All right.
Biggie.
All right. Have a good night.
Done, good night.
these recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingati. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. And when I'm better, min garti. Min gari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. Hey, Chua gamne welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Min nyala fije nange jamon lengin bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.